Oh yeah, I forgot about that. There's that town that I want to go see. It's called Christiania.
Christiania?
Yeah, it's in Copenhagen, and it's basically Fatale. It's an old army base. A bunch of hippies, kind of like hippies and hobos, kind of took over. And then the, what do you call it? The Hells Angels and all that. Not the Hells Angels specifically, like the biker gangs, whatever. Kind of took advantage of them and started forcing them to like sell drugs. Because they're like, oh, drugs here? They're like, yeah, but not those drugs. They're like, okay, well, now there's going to be these drugs too. Fucking, they had the police fucking throw them all out. And now they're just trying to like make it more touristy, I guess. But there was someone who quoted, "We're all humans until race disconnects us, religion separates us, and politics divide us. Oh, and wealth classifies us." Polar bears! NL, where's that? Newfoundland. There's 3 polar bears on the road in fucking Newfoundland. Someone took a picture of 3 fucking a mama bear and their 2 babies. Wow. Huh? Did Dad speak to Dad wrote to me in English.
Yeah.
Because when I went to go pick up him in Fury, he wasn't there. So we went to the depth to see if he was there. He wasn't there either. So I sent him a message being like, a tulala. And he wrote back in English. Saint Clotilde?
Is it Saint Clotilde?
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Really? I've never even heard of it. Oh. Holy fuck. Who was this?
Huh?
Sarah Flynn? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god. Her dog died. Oh my god.
Hold on, where you at?
Some girl's dog got fucking attacked by another dog, and the dog died.
Oh my god.
Oh god. That's so sad. Girly. I would fucking do it. 20K for surgery, I'd fucking do it. I'll fucking whore myself on the street. Like, I don't give a shit. I would fucking do it. I think that's actually what I told them when I got to the vet. Because, like, I was starting to pass out. Because my hand was so fucked up. And one of the first things he asked me, he was like, when it comes to budget, I was like, you do whatever the fuck you have to keep my dog alive. You keep my fucking dog alive. Like, I'll pay whatever the fuck. I don't give a shit. Like, and then he didn't even say a word. He just walked away. He was like, okay. And he just fucking. What? Fucked up. Yeah, that's super good. Coping with the loss of a pet support group. For sure, for sure. Oh, that poor girl. Why am I on here? Alex Ryu? Why is he selling meat? Why is Alex selling meat? $25? Hmm. Ha! No!
You asking to fix Snark?
Someone from high school knows where I hang out now. Who the fuck made the Trackside account? Somebody made a fucking Trackside account and they're looking for like employees for sound tech. Scott McKeaton. Anyone know where Trackside is? There's a show there tonight. The only info they put for given address is Ask a Punk.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, but now everyone's gonna be fucking coming over here. Like,
yeah, but you don't see punks outside in the winter like this.
No shit, because they're somewhere doing crack. Connor Kula, no fucking no. Oh, no! These are all people from my high school.
That's scary.
Preppy people that used to make fun of me.
Oh wow. Keep them out of here.
Oh, I'm so not down for that.
Is your dog on timeout?
I know, man. I love the speak easy vibe of it. I hate you people. I hate you people. Oh, you're the worst. Oh, Vanessa and Steph are officially in a relationship.
Hey, tell me that.
Facebook official. Nothing. Something Flab posted. Why am I on here? I don't want to be on this at all. I'm so sad. That poor girl's dog. She said he just wouldn't let go. I was like, yeah, that's why you bite him. I bit the dog. And the next thing I was gonna do was gonna put my fucking fingers up his ass. But it's funny because I even knew better too. Like I knew to keep him away from dogs we don't know that are bigger. But like she had crossed, it looked like she was gonna stay on her side, and then she went and crossed the street. Like she started calling to my dog, so I thought her dog was okay.
Where
like,
did
with
that
other dog.
happen?
In Shaggy.
Oh, fuck.
But I'm wondering, maybe it's like fucking the same dog. Because around that neighborhood. And it was like her son's dog. But like the dog, it took me 2 months. Because I was like, oh, I watched enough like Cesar Millan. So like I know when a dog is going to attack, it's fine. But yeah, no, I got like way overly confident. Like thinking that I know like what to do if he did get attacked, and it just like happened so fast, and I was just like, I don't understand, like, and I was like, it took me 2 months of going through it again and again, being like, no, that dog showed me every sign that he was going to attack my dog, like, and she radiated fear. The dog is doing what the dog is supposed to do, protect its owner. So us walking up to them, she's already fearful. The dog is just doing, like, it's not the fucking dog's fault.
Oh, not even late. January 22.
On Monday, I have to go do my ticket payment since we're going out doing adult stuff. It's so sad. That poor girl. Woo! No, I wrote a comment being like, go to therapy for it. Go talk to somebody about it, because I think that's what just made me start to feel sick. I've for like at least like a year or two after, I would have like PTSD flashbacks about it. I used to trigger my panic attacks. I'm triggered. I can't use those words. They make me triggered. Isn't that crazy? Some people are so entitled. They're just like, you can't use that word around me.
You go.
Yes. Can you please fucking cooperate? Mm.
Good deal.
Oh, wow. Yeah, me too. What? What? Mom. Mommy's dying. Oh my god. I don't know. Ah, that's cool. There's a channel. It's called Rebrand Us Podcast. And I think they tried to make it so it's like Russell Brand.
Cool.
So they'll get more clicks. Oh gosh.
Listen, there's a real chance somebody's trying to hack the website right now.
King Charles getting a lot of flack these days. Why? Because he appointed Dr. Michael Dixon as head of the Royal Medical Household. Why is he an issue? Because Dr. Dixon is into all kinds of alternative therapies, including homeopathy. Now let's get one thing straight. Homeopathy is for all kinds of alternative medicine. It's a very specific modality that was devised over 200 years ago by a German physician who was distraught that he had learned in medical school
I'm
those
also distraught.
days that he didn't think worked. How to purge patients, how to use bloodletting. He thought there had to be a simpler, kindler format. So he knew that there was one treatment effective for malaria, which was an extract of the bark of a tree that grew in Peru, so-called Peruvian bark. Today we know it contains quinine. But he didn't know how much to give to his patients, so he became his own guinea pig. He started to take increasing amounts to see what a safe dose was, and he developed a fever, just like he saw in his malaria patients. And at that moment, the idea of homeopathy, that like cures like, was born. He thought that a substance that in a healthy person causes symptoms will cure those symptoms in a sick person. Totally illogical. And also because he had been giving smaller doses than what he had taken to his patients, he concluded that the smaller the dose, the better it is for therapy in sick people. Again, totally illogical of how homeopathy works. This idea that the smaller the dose, the more potent it is. One of the classic homeopathic remedies is oscillocosina for the treatment of the flu. What do? They take the liver of a duck. I will leave his liver right where it is, but let's pretend I took it out and I put it in here and made an extract of it. I colored it so that you can follow along. All right, so we have the liver of an extract, or the extract of the liver, I should say. All right, so we'll take about 1 milliliter of that and add 100 milliliters of water. That is a 1-fold dilution. Then I'll take 1 milliliter of this, add 100 milliliters of water. That's a 2-fold dilution. You can see that already. The color has disappeared.
Oh, big
Take
yawn.
1 milliliter, put it in here, add 100 milliliters of water. 3-fold dilution. Take 1 milliliter here,
See?
4-fold
I
dilution.
get it?
Imagine doing this 200 times. Well, by the time I get to a 12-fold dilution, there's not a single molecule of the original left. Never mind 200-fold dilution. And yet, that is what we have here. If we look on the label, so bottle of homeopathic pills shows you 200 C. It means 200-fold dilution. There's absolutely nothing left in there. So homeopathy is scientifically implausible. It cannot work. And yet, there are all kinds of homeopathic remedies out there, including absurdities such as this.
There's a window open upstairs?
Homeopathic X-ray for skin irritation. How do they come to this conclusion? Because X-rays in high doses can irritate the skin. So a small dose of X-ray should be therapeutic for skin irritation. How on earth does one dilute an X-ray? So we in the world of science, of course, have a problem with homeopathy. But the homeopaths will say, look, but I have this study here that shows that it works. You do enough studies, just by random chance alone, some of them will work.
Yeah.
But that's not how science works. Science works by looking
Recreating.
at all of the studies and coming to a conclusion. And based on all of the studies, homeopathy just doesn't work. It cannot work. It is scientifically impossible. And King Charles is, I think, receiving the flag
Making a
that he
payment of
deserves
33 cents.
for championing homeopathy.
Okay,
fuck.
you're empty.
Eric, your face makes me want to punch you.
I hope 390.
Strongest immune response when I do something. Who've got zero chance of dying of any of these variants. All these variants coming along, there's no evidence at all that they're ever going to be worse than the initial virus, which is why, we're here to talk, because it was supremely adapted to infecting and destroying human cells right from the beginning, because it had spent years being manipulated in the laboratory in order to do so.
Of course, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. I would say Guillain-Barré, but
Well, you're right. My French was always appalling.
well, my French is non-existent, so yours is clearly better than mine. But it can be a devastating disease. I've looked after patients for months on intensive care with hypoventilation, paralysis, and again, transverse myelitis. Transverse means it goes across the spinal cord. And again, I've seen people with
What
total
you want from
paralysis
me?
below that level of the lesion, just like in a spinal cord injury. These can be quite devastating diseases. Now, one of the things I think that you noticed early on was what you call viral inserts. What did you mean by viral inserts?
Right. Well, this goes back to my friend Birger Sorensen, who we're selecting, having decided that 80% of 79% of the spike protein should be avoided at all costs.
Yeah.
While putting that into what amino acids are going to be programmed by these sequences.
So these are the sequences in the letters of the RNA of the virus.
Yes.
I'm cold.
We found that when you did that into the amino acids, there were regions where you had amino acids which had a positive charge, say 4 of them together.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this never happens normally because of the equilibrium goes in. there's a higher level of editing. So you have 4 amino acids positive, the editing will show that you're going to have 2 positive, 2 negative. But 3 to 1 is the most extreme, not 4.
Not full.
And it was Berger, who, I mean, I think is a genius of being involved in vaccine design as a biophysicist. He said there are amino acid runs here which shouldn't be here. And I discussed them with my colleagues, and they said, oh no, it's all random mutations, it doesn't mean anything. But then we looked that they were all around the receptor binding site, and they were all heavily positively charged. Now, I'm no great biophysicist, but I could see what this meant very quickly. And we looked at the positive charge of the membrane compared to any other coronavirus.
Oh,
or
it's
similar
making it be
virus.
so bad.
That is unbelievably high.
So this receptor binding domain is the very bit of the spike protein that fits into
Yes. Now,
the human
my
receptors.
analogy, the way I saw it, and I think it's a good way to explain it, is the cell membrane for a virus is rather like the fridge door. So if you hypercharged it up, it's like a magnet. It goes bang and it locks in. That is why it's so supremely adapted to infecting human cells via the ACE receptor. In fact, it's so good, it's even learned to use other receptors. And that was the other thing that came through from that. So Berger spotted it with his team who analysed all the sequences. He spotted that these were positive charged. I went in having spent, I discovered the receptor in 1984. So even though I was a clinical oncologist, I kept my interest in HIV all along and couldn't understand why so many top-class scientists went down so many rabbit holes for years on end. I found that the most alarming insight that nobody was as clever as I thought they were when I started this. But I knew the receptor that I was involved in discovering, the CD4. One of the first insights I had was it's not enough.
I like these two guys together. They're very geeky.
Something else required. And
Like, they get
we
really excited
predicted
about nerd
very
stuff.
accurately that it was
Are you eating
something
all
else
the cookies?
required, but it wasn't discovered for another 10 years.
This is the HIV transition we're talking about.
Not after I was wandering around the wards in being a cancer doctor.
Yeah, being a proper doctor, yeah.
Are you eating
And
all the
so
cookies?
because of all that insight, I was very well primed to understand what
Ah, butter.
he was doing and realised he was completely
What do I
right.
mean,
All the
margarine?
people who shouted from the sidelines saying this is all nonsense.
Can you write it down, please?
No, they weren't. I went and looked at papers, I read papers, and there was a very important paper came out about this time. And it was called On the Proximal Evidence. It was by a fellow called Christian Anderson, who wrote this paper with 5 or 6 other top virologists. And it said there's no chance it could have escaped from the lab. That was their constant thing. And I thought that was, after what I'd done with Berger, I thought it was absolutely rubbish.
And if you don't agree, you're a conspiracy theorist.
If you don't agree, you're a conspiracy theorist. So, anyway, I read this paper, and unlike, I would say, the vast majority of people, I actually read their references. You always clout a load of references on the paper superficially as a decoy to make other people think you know what you're talking about, that you've read everything. But in actual practice, most of the people who put their names to these things have not read them. So I took it upon myself to read them. And it was beyond belief that they quoted these papers as references, because 2 or 3 of them were really cool, but they were references
Love you.
to bat viruses which had been genetically engineered in Wuhan labs for a gain of function or to translate to make them more infectious to human cells. And they described perfectly how they'd done it. They had also encouraged them to get even better at this by passaging them. That means putting them through all different types of human cells so they take and they adapt and they get more
Bye to mommy.
infectious.
Bye
They
to
also,
mommy.
virologists, are rather amusingly call this polishing. So
I'll bring it up.
you polish the virus so it becomes even more adaptable to the cell that it's in.
But I wish they wouldn't bother. So this is like an evolution, but
Yes.
accelerated.
It's accelerating the evolution dramatically. So when I looked at these papers, I thought, this insert they've just put in and they've published from the Wuhan labs exactly the same one that's in the two. You know, they're using this as evidence it didn't come from the lab.
So the same insert that was the genetic instruction, the letters, the RNA letters in the Wuhan publication were the same as the ones that turned up in the virus.
Yeah.
And strangely, I believe the Wuhan database went offline. I believe it was September 2019.
Yes, it did. And that's a very important date, the September, because just from my personal view and interest in getting interested in COVID, I was able to identify two families who clearly went down COVID in November. And they were told it didn't come in until December, January.
Interesting.
Clearly had this, and they had all the classic symptoms. It was absolute classic. And putting my little detective hat on, I thought, what do they have in common? What they both had in common was recent visitors from Hong Kong. And they got ill after these people came in from Hong Kong. And Hong Kong and Wuhan, you know, they're closely connected.
Yeah.
We had London and Birmingham here. You're always going to have people back and forth. So
Interesting. November 2019 in the UK.
it's here.
Yeah.
And the thing about the importance of September was they were getting very suspicious about something going on. That's why they took it down. It was also interesting that the bat viruses that they were working on, which had clearly been harvested from a mine 1,000 miles away. It's
Sort of North Thailand area, wasn't it?
Yes. And they brought them back and they sequenced did all sorts of things that they started working on. They didn't register them in the databases until all this stuff started. Now, that's extremely unusual to do this very late registration of viruses that have been there and you've been
Know your
working.
nose works. You know the
That
difference.
not only made us very suspicious, but also other
Eat
people
your food.
suspicious who started to wonder what's going on. Details of these sequences, the evolution history, has actually been very well documented by Matt Ridley and his colleague Lee Shan in their book Viral. They go into that part of the evidence extremely well, which I believe is very, very complementary to the way we did it. And then after, with the paper I mentioned about this Kirsten Anderson one, the one that we then found that Fauci had commissioned. They were a bit suspicious about being so black and white about it. But once he had that paper published in Nature Medicine, submitted and published in 5 days, something which never happened in a peer-reviewed journal ever. And, you know, as soon as it was out, Fauci was waving it around Congress, NIH. Here's the proof. And this became embedded. Everybody was told the proof. And anybody who said conspiracy,
Well, it's got to be true because it's in nature.
and it's got to be true to nature. And so I pointed out with my colleagues that this paper was the most flawed. In fact, I actually said it's the worst scientific paper I've ever come across in my life. Because normally you have to search hard to find out that the references don't support the ludicrous statements. So this was glaring in the that even I could pick it up quickly. That's fun. And Nature turned it down and said, we've got nothing against your science, but it's not in the public interest for us to report this.
That's what nature told you.
That's what they told me. We did the same to Science, Journal of Virology, Lancet. They all times we were rejected within 5 hours because you can do electronic submission.
Well, it's good to know that the journals have got the public interest at heart with that.
Public interest, they don't want the truth out there is the only conclusion I can come to. And so if they're prepared to do that with something as obvious as the origin of the virus, what are they prepared to do with everything else? The social implications, the non-pharmaceutical interventions, drug treatment, vaccines, they're basically all alluded to writers. That's my take. You know, you can say I'm confused. Or,
Well,
I've come to that conclusion.
you don't sound confused to me. And if we can't rely on the medical journals, I mean, you know, as someone who, I mean, I taught evidence-based practice since it first came out in the 1990s with David Sackett teaching. You know, to take away this fundamental axiom of evidence-based medicine, which is the best available evidence, then we stand on fresh air. We stand on nothing.
But they even have the ability to debate it.
Yeah.
Now, science is all about debate.
Yeah.
It's not about censoring. And that's why, I mean, I've recently sent a book with colleagues to the press called The Death of Science.
Yeah.
And it
Look
was
forward to that.
because I started writing about the tyranny and nonsense, the logicality of lockdown. And a friend saw me.
In a couple of months, he's going to be taking the road to Compostela, which is an old pilgrimage route, France, Spain, and he'll be doing that to reflect on whether or not he's actually going to be running. So you can just see how he's capable of weaving a story about himself. And let me tell you one of my favorite Kildare stories. After he left politics, we had the Orange Wave in the NDP. We had every hope of being able to try to steal this riding away from the Liberals. We didn't in the event. The Liberals held on to it with the amendment to roll. But I walked into one of the numerous seniors' residences in that riding, walked into the communal hall with our candidate and, ready to talk to people and meet and greet. The lady who was in charge comes up to me, tilts her head to one side and says, "Where are the chips?" And I said, "What? Sorry?" And she goes, "Wow, Mr. Kildare never comes here with his bags and bags full of chips and stuff for us to eat and snacks for us." And that was, for me, a snap. Kildare, the politician. This guy knows how to talk to people. He's as comfortable in Matapédia as he is in Côte Saint Luc. The English-speaking community of Quebec never shied away from supporting him because of his, his federal liberal credentials. So I don't think that he represents the Liberal Party, but I do think that if he spices up that campaign and livens it up, as I know that he could, the next election, there's all of a sudden they'll be back on the map, which of course they're certainly not right now.
Okay, we can get a chance to talk about this, but I wanted to ask you about Justin Trudeau's Jamaica trip to the Friends Hacienda there. If you went, well, I don't know, maybe you're friends with Peter. If you went, though, you'd probably have to pay $9,000 a month. So, is there any big deal about getting a free vacation from a friend?
There's not supposed to be, because those are the rules, and Trudeau says that he played by the rules. As the journalists who have been studying this closely will tell you, and they're going through it word for word, we've had 3 different versions put out by the Prime Minister's office. And that's where it gets tricky. The first version, he was paying for the trip himself. Now, I suspect that just the drafting by the person who's
Fuck does that motherfucker pay for himself, though?
The obvious that is the commercial flight rate for the members of his family to get on these government planes. And then they take the government planes. In this case, it got even worse because it took a second government plane because the first one, of course, broke down. So they had to send down another executive jet full of mechanics that took it to the first one. It's just a gong show. There's so many political career. Why keep the same ones? Because this is what happens to Trudeau. The minute he goes into this place, it was about $90,000. It was worth the stay at a private villa with an exclusive white sand beach.
Oh, fuck you, man.
The average Canadian just having trouble paying groceries goes, what are you doing? So there are 2 different
He's
things
a
at play here.
fucking piece
The
of
first
shit
part of the question
moron.
is it legal? The answer is
Why
on
would
the
you do
face
that?
of
'Cause
yes,
he's
but they're
fucking
still going to have to
moron,
clarify the 3
obviously.
different versions. So that's why the Conservatives have gone back to Conrad von Frankenstein, the acting ethics commissioner, to say, well, whoa, did he tell you the whole truth and nothing but the truth? But it's the second part. The Conservatives are actually doing this so that when I and other people will keep talking about it and keep going, Trudeau, what goes through your head? You just seem so entitled.
He
You think that this
is.
is normal.
He thinks he can do whatever the fuck he wants, and he
You think
does.
that it's normal, and you think that because these are people are your friends, you get to take gifts from them. That part
He does
is where he's protected, because the rule is, and remember when he broke that rule with the Aga Khan, he broke the law.
Yeah, he gets to do your
because
fucking
he
job.
tried to claim that was just his friend who was going to go hang out with him, and the ethics commissioner, Mary Dawson, who just passed away back. Sad to see. She said, no, this isn't true. You're not a friend of the Aga Khans. You took this gift, and the Aga Khans charities deal a lot with the federal
They
government,
kill her.
and this is an obvious, potential conflict, so no, you shouldn't have done that. So here, Andrew, he's off the hook, I think, legally, but the perception part, the political part, that's gonna keep dragging on.
Okay. The health minister, Christian Dubé, says, struggling the emergencies, even if we're rounding a corner. Is there any suggestion that he's come up with except to don't go to the emergency at this point?
People in the medical profession
Don't
are really
go to
afraid
the
of that. Like, hold on.
emergency.
You don't tell people not to go to the hospital.
No
You're supposed to be
shit,
running a health
asshole.
system. That includes, believe it or not, hospitals, that have emergency rooms. So that was a real mistake on his part. That's the type of stuff that bureaucrats, will tell you to do. The ones with the leather patches on their elbows because they've been sitting there at their desks for so many decades.
Oh,
You're
wow.
listening to 24 Hours of 800 on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
It's different down under.
It's absolutely extraordinary.
So don't miss the moment. The Australian Open, January 13th to 28th. Subscribe now at tsn.ca/subscribe.
The Vashi Capello Show keeps you informed.
It wasn't as though a province unilaterally in the past decided, hey, this how messy do you think this gets?
Hard-hitting interviews,
Entertaining analysis.
and lively debates.
The actual policy of it is very messy. Plus, breaking news as it comes into our newsroom.
All of a sudden, some taxes I don't like paying, I can't just be like, I'm not going to pay them this year.
The Vashi Capello Show.
On News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
That's what I did.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you. With Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada, they are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They can help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-318-1940. That's 1-800-318-1940. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-318-1940. Call toll-free today for a free consult. 1-800-318-1940. Ontario license number 4705786.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
So many Quebecers suffer from back pain, which, when left untreated, can result in a loss of quality of life. The Quebec Chiropractors Association invites you to learn more. Visit chiropractic.com for more information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities and where you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed, prevent injuries, live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
The holiday season is officially behind us. The eggnog is gone and the decorations will soon be packed away. But maybe not Carol's next door. She leaves hers up all year long. I've never understood why. With Sunwing Vacations, say goodbye to January blues and hello to savings.
February
Picture
bluesy,
palm trees
dipshit.
swinging, crystal clear waters, and not a fruitcake in sight.
Huh.
So long, awkward
Oh,
family
cake,
moments.
I see.
Paradise is calling. Book with your
Oh, no. What's my dog doing?
With your girlfriend.
Oh. Oh, good.
On tomorrow. A day's worth of news and conversation so you never miss a thing. This is 24 Hours of 800, CJAD 800.
David Hertel filling in for Elias, who's on paternity leave. Well, now we're going to talk about something that is not as funny. It was long expected, but now it's been confirmed. 2023 marked the hottest year in history. Well, history of recorded history, because we don't know how hot it was like 2,000 years ago. Marked by a procession of climatic disaster. Is that climatic disaster? The world saw our lives get that much hotter, and not in a good way. The past year saw an average temperature of 14.98 degrees Celsius, which is 1.48 degrees warmer than the climate of the industrial era. And now many fear the direction we seem to be heading in. Joining me now is the Liberal MNA for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce. She is the official opposition critic for the environment and the fight against climate change. And I also invite her because before she went into politics, she was a very, very strong and smart policy expert on this topic. Desiree McGraw. Desiree, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me, David. It's always.
So before I get into climate, I have to talk to you about the story that's been dominating Quebec media for the past 24 hours. Denis Coderre considering a run at the Liberal leadership. So I know you won't get me a straight answer, but do you want Denis as your leader?
Another hot topic, David. No, I'm happy you raised it because, of course, it's
choice. I had no choice.
I think it's great. The reality is he hasn't officially declared, and no one's officially declared. I think it's the fall this year where we'll see the formal process underway. I'm very happy to see more candidates, and I think we'll be seeing more quality candidates.
Dominique, I'm glad.
I have no doubt about it. So I think this is really good news for the party and for the province. And I think the reality is, even though we have some of the most talented parliamentarians in the province, I'm not the one saying it. Was sondage by La Presse showing Mara Whiskey, André Fortin, best parliamentarians of the year. Madoua, Nika Kadez, the rising star. These are incredible parliamentarians. I think we're doing, a solid job as parliamentarians and legislators. But the reality is that's not translating enough on the ground. What's going to take a kind of an increase in public attention and relevance is this leadership race. So I think this is really exciting that folks, that Quebecers are talking about the party in positive ways. So I think this is a very positive development, but there's no way that I'm committing at this point to any candidates. I'm going to be looking at alignment around values and priorities, but I think this is a great development.
Hi, I'm starting to get some talk about a certain Desiree McGraw running. She should run.
Oh my goodness, David, that thank you. That is very kind, and I'm flattered. But I can assure you, I have no intention of running. I'm still learning the job of M&A, and very much enjoying it and the privilege of representing my riding. I can assure you that is not my intention. However, I will be very actively involved and putting my support behind a strong leader who is a strong Liberal and who's all about setting up the next generation for success, which is why I went into politics. So yes, I'll be active, but not as a candidate.
All right. Okay, you've been a good sport. I'll move on to climate. It's rare that I can speak to a politician who actually has expertise from their previous careers in the topic. So this is always interesting. We can go a bit deeper. Now, I don't want to talk as much about the statistics. It seems every year we get some sort of report telling us that basically in terms of climate change, we're heading thoroughly in the wrong direction. Fair enough. But as individuals, and the thing is that we see these reports, okay, the planet's getting warmer, we're not doing enough. Bring it down to, okay, the relationship we have with our municipal governments and our provincial government, where you are the official opposition critic.
Yeah.
What do we need to do more collectively to turn this around and start making real gains on the climate change front? Earlier this morning, I don't know if you had a chance to hear that. I was speaking with the spokesperson for the Insurance Bureau of Canada. Over $3 billion in claims, private claims last year. It's going really, really and quickly in the bad direction.
Absolutely, David, and the statistics both around climate and the economic and environmental impacts of climate change are staggering, because we understand that climate change is a social, environmental, and economic issue, and it is the issue of our time, and it is the reason that I went into politics, because, as you said, it can't just be individual action. That is necessary, but far from sufficient. We need bold and courageous action by governments. It's a question of political courage, and I'm going to quote my mentor, Al Gore: political will, thankfully, is a renewable resource. And the reality is we know the science, and actually we know the solution. What has been lacking is the political will and courage. So even in Quebec, and we're considered to be a leader within Canada and the world because we do not produce fossil fuel energy, but we are huge consumers on a per capita basis. So our défi, our challenge in Quebec, is to reduce consumption, particularly in the transport sector and heavy transport. So there's a lot that we can do individually, but government has a critical role to play in identifying the targets, in identifying 100% of the measures to get us to our targets. Right now, under the CAP government, they've only identified 60% of the targets, or not the targets, sorry, the measures to get us to our target of 2030 and then that isn't even on track to get us to carbon neutrality by 2050. So there's a lot to do to be very concrete. We need to stop. We can't get the bragging right without doing the hard work. And in Quebec, it's consumption. So we need government measures to incent in a positive way reduction of consumption, moving away from fossil fuels, and then macro policies, particularly in the transport sector.
So, Desiree, I agree with you on everything you just said, and I think most people do. But then you see the 2022 provincial election. You were there alongside former Liberal leader Dominique Anglade, talking about Mexico and talking about, and Quebecers didn't connect with that message. And when you see the polling, the last polls, the last Léger polls on what Quebecers care about, climate is nowhere near the top. So, and we're still buying more SUVs. We're not investing in mass transit. So, how do we, but again, when you tell everybody, are you worried about climate? They say yes, but pocketbook issues are much more important right now than climate issues.
Right, and I understand, because cost of living is so high, people aren't going to heat pumps unless the government puts into place a subsidize massively heat pumps, right? So that's where the public policy comes in place. This is why it's not just about individual will. And the reality, David, is in addition to the science, and every year, this race between climate change and then solutions and innovations to fight climate change. So people can be pulled into a sense of anxiety or again apathy, but we need to see the action, and government has a critical role to play. I do believe people are concerned, but they need to know what to do, and they need to see that this is taking macro action. I think there also needs to be an understanding with just getting back to the hottest year on record, and probably next year that record will be beaten, and the year after will be beat again. Unfortunately, that's the track that we're on. The key to understanding this is that global warming, this overall warming trend, is what is creating unprecedented changes in the climate. Because global warming and climate change are not the same thing. Global warming is causing erratic, unpredictable, extreme changes in the climate. And depending on where you live and what time of year, you will experience those changes differently. And that's where you're seeing the huge economic and social upheaval in Quebec, in Canada, and other parts of the world. So we have a huge incentive to take action, and I agree there is a disconnect between people's concerns actually seeing happen, and that is where government comes in to be able to communicate things. I think part of what the challenge in 2022 would be perhaps didn't communicate very well or well enough our policies. That's on us, right? So there's a huge communication piece here And we need to focus on solutions and not just problems. Otherwise, people get overwhelmed and they disconnect.
Quickly, okay. Quickly, I need to ask you about two writing issues in NDG specifically. First of all, this question about armed private guards for synagogues and Jewish schools. I mean, a lot of MNAs, mayors, MPs, and François Bonnabel, public security minister, yesterday said no. Your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts are exactly those of the leader in our party and our spokesperson, which is absolutely, we do not support armed public security. We support public security. We stand with the Jewish community. We understand there are serious security threats, but under no circumstances do we support armed security in schools. That is a
So
non-starter.
no to private armed guards.
Absolutely no to
Okay.
armed guards,
Okay.
yes to public security, and yes to security, but not armed.
Got it. The Empress Theater, since 2011, nothing has been done by the city. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I have lots of thoughts on the Empress Theater. I used to go to Cinema 5.
Me too.
To watch the Rocky Horror Picture Show and Pink Floyd The Wall.
Yeah.
And so it's been part of my own growing up in NDG, and it makes me sad to see that it hasn't evolved. And so I think, look, one of my approaches in government is to never pass the buck, say, oh, that's municipal or that's federal. It's to bring people together around the table, community organizations, private sector, say, how do we solve the problem? We did that on homelessness and public housing.
You should
We're going to
do
do
that.
that around the Empress, bring folks around the table, look at private-public partnerships, very much working with the municipality because we have to save the Empress. And it's such a great location in NDG that we need to revive it and have some multi-purpose use, commercial, residential, cultural as well. So stay tuned. I'm always an
All right.
optimist.
Thank
So
you.
we'll work on it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Desiree.
Thanks so much, David. Have a
All
great
right,
day.
take care. Desiree McGraw, opposition critic for climate change and the environment, and of course, the M&A for NDG.
This is 24 Hours of 800 on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
The McDonald's breakfast burrito. It's your McDonald's breakfast wrapped in a cozy tortilla blanket. To be wrapped in a cozy tortilla blanket. At participating restaurants in Canada until 11 a.m.
Elevate your home and transform your space with C&M Textiles. Discover a world of endless possibilities with their exquisite fabrics, state-of-the-art motorized blinds, customized window treatments, and more. Visit one of their 4 showrooms and start creating your dream home, office, or event space. With bespoke products that not only provide privacy and light control, but also reflect your individuality, bring your vision to life, one room at a time. Shop now. C&M Textiles. Do it once, do it right. cmtextiles.com.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. That Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other
That's dirt.
I said.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Circumcision has proven health benefits, reducing the risks of
That was great. I got the first word you hear after a long time. That's circumcision.
Has proven health benefits. I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm pretty sure that was like the 80s we figured that one out. So I got one point. At one point, the commercial said it prevents STDs. I'm like, that is so unbelievably not true.
Like, I understand back then, before, when I started, they were in the desert and the sand gets stuck into it. And you can't really clean yourself because it's not new water. I understand why they cut it off.
Oh, I don't.
But today, 2024,
Yeah. You're just mutilating a fucking child.
Yeah.
Well, people just do it to their dogs all the time.
Yeah.
Like Dobermans are not Dobermans unless they have their tail and ears cut, apparently.
But their ears are so pretty. Yeah. Little floppy, floppy leaves.
Hmm. But I have the rest of my tooth still in there. Mm.
Ooh. Mm. Mm.
Want to feel it?
Huh?
Want to feel it?
All the things are on because you roll.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, oh.
I love you.
Mm. 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 Oh. Huh?
To be in the old days anymore?
You know, Montreal, even though some people have said that there's still ghettos, and each ghetto has its own clan. And so, yes, they are trying to make, their own territory. But at the end of the day, it's who has the product, the new drugs that are coming in, overdoses. Whenever there's an overdose, that is chemical drugs coming in and being distributed to the poor victims on the street, stronger than fentanyl. And this is what the police have to concentrate on, on the new gangs and the pushers on the street.
I want to ask you what I started with, and I remember we talked about this at the time. So the Greg Woolley murder that took place in broad daylight in front of his wife and child in a parking lot, that's not typical of what you might expect to have in a gang war. What message do you think that was trying to send?
Well, there was a message. It shows that the people they're hiring to do these crimes are inexperienced. They panic. The right time, opportunity, they don't take nothing into consideration. We don't have the hitman we had 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Real Simard, these this world, Ashton, you name them. What were their professional hitmen? Today, everybody's got access to a weapon, and for a modest fee or even drugs, they'll commit a serious crime.
So you think in the case of Greg Woolley, that you're saying this was just a sloppy job that was being done to hire anybody, pay them a few bucks, or as you said, even drugs, and that's why it wasn't to send a specific message?
No, I don't think so. No. The last, I think it wasn't because of the last murder that was Scuderi in St. Leonard was done on a reggae night that night, no witnesses. done by professionals and where the honest, law-abiding citizen wouldn't get hurt. And yes, if we go back to the years 95, the biker wars, the young child that got killed, the Roche, that's when the Wolverine squad started. They started getting sloppy. So we might see more and more of this, but we'll see different gangs. And if you ask members of organized crime, they don't know what's going on with the bombings of cars and the arsons. And so we have new groups coming up, and it's easy to target the traditional groups, Hells Angels, Catanians. They want peace. At the end of the day, they want peace, and their war reasons also these South American groups that are coming up and causing problems. And the European authorities, they keep insisting, just last week, saying that Canada is the entry point of narcotics. Instead of going through Mexico, they'll come through Montreal and other port cities in Montreal. So we have to concentrate on who's bringing the product in and who's distributing it and who's buying it. And stop glorifying these small thugs that we see on the news that are in the early 20s, and those aren't real mafia.
Okay, so then to that end, Pietro, we're out of time, but just given that, yes, okay, it's a more disjointed, the mafia is changing, it's not what it used to be, not in a traditional sense. Do you then anticipate that we need to brace ourselves for it being worse because there's more of it and it's more disjointed?
Absolutely. There's going to be younger people involved that have weapons. There are going to be more shootings, and hopefully be more seasoned criminals. We'll try to put a stop to it. Because yes, I trust the police. Yes, they have to do their job. They don't have the funding. But when it comes to this, the way it's going now, I think we have to rely on criminal organizations to clean up their act and maybe put pressure on the smaller groups to stop doing what they're doing, because eventually the pressure will be put on the more traditional groups of Italians or bikers. They have to put a stop to this war.
All right, Pietro, as always, appreciate your time and your insight. Thank you so much, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too, Pietro Paletti, former Montreal crime gang. I know what you call him. He's been in this, I hate to say business, for a long, long time, more than 30, 35 years.
This is 24 Hours of 800 on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
You're listening to the voice of Montreal, News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing.
In December 2020, retired Israeli security chief said there is a galactic federation and they're staying hidden right now because we're not ready for them.
For more context and analysis, let's bring in Jason Kenney from Toronto. He served as a defense minister, foreign affairs minister, and the conservative governor, Stephen Harper, of course, also former premier of Alberta. Mr. Kenney, good to have you with us here on Power Play. Thanks for your time.
Good to be here.
So, two top stories, and I want to start the genocide case against Israel, American airstrikes on the Houthi rebels. Let's start with those airstrikes. The Houthis targeting key international shipping lanes for months. The Americans trying to send warnings to stop. Now this military operation. Your read on the significance of it?
Quite frankly, surprised it took the United States and allies this long to respond. This has been a very serious threat to international marine traffic. This is basically a terrorist organization that has been taking lives, creating disruption to peaceful, non-civilian maritime traffic that we all depend on. The things that we consume all around the world every day are moved by those tankers that pass through that area. And so, this, once again, it falls to the United States as the ultimate real guarantor of international security to step up. I'm grateful that the United States is willing to do that, makes the investments in the military to do so. Appreciate the Prime Minister supports this politically, but it's unfortunate that Canada has so diminished now its defense capability, we couldn't really contribute to such a mission, even if we wanted to.
What's your assessment on the risk of escalation as a result of these airstrikes?
Well, the escalation has been, I don't know how you can escalate the situation from what the Houthis have been doing out of Yemen. They have been doing this. They've not been attacked by the United States or any of its allies. We've had a war with Saudi Arabia, which is in a completely different category. In fact, the Saudis were making progress on peace talks with the Houthis in Yemen to de-escalate their conflict. So this is the Houthis acting as another arm of the Iranian terror state, just as Hamas is, just as Hezbollah has done, and the Assad regime in Syria.
We want to show our viewers a map of the region, Mr. Kenney, as you're talking to me, just to give them a sense of what's happening and how complicated it can actually get. And we know the Houthis obviously operating there in Yemen, and that really is a chokehold there, the Red Sea. Shipping coming back and forth through that area, and the Houthis are targeting that area just where the Middle East basically touches almost Africa. As someone who's been to that region many times, and as a former defense minister, can I ask you how these sorts of decisions would get made? The process to actually say, okay, enough is enough, we're going to launch an airstrike.
Well, look, obviously, the United States Security Council, the National Security Council, which advises the president, has been obviously suggesting different responses for the past 3 weeks. They would do so in consultation with the U.S. military, the Pentagon, the State Department, and allies. I think the Americans have given them plenty of fair warning that there would be a robust response. I think they've been extraordinarily patient. Because they want to avoid a broader escalation, as you say, in the region, I think that explains the patience. But this was incredibly reckless on the part of the Houthi leadership. They must have known that they were prompting this kind of response. And the only explanation for me is that the leaders of that organization have been getting enormous sums of money from their paymasters in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is the foreign branch of the Iranian theocracy's military. And that is one of many reasons why Canada should be listing the IGRC as a prescribed terrorist entity.
We know the Houthis are a fairly obscure group, certainly for Canadians, Mr. Kenney, but they did manage, as you know, to withstand a military campaign against them by the Saudis for many years. They clearly have advanced weaponry, rockets, cruise missiles supplied by Iran. Do you think these U.S. and British airstrikes will actually stop them from targeting commercial shipping in the Red Sea?
Well, I suspect it will significantly degrade their capability, but not eliminate it. That would require an extended campaign. And they clearly have massive munitions, fairly sophisticated munitions supplied by the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps. And so I don't think the threat is eliminated with one bombing strike. So the U.S. and its allies are going to have to continue to be vigilant, but hopefully a deterrence message has been sent.
We know the Houthis are fiercely anti-Israel, promising to keep up their attacks until Israel stops its war in Gaza. Let me pivot, if I can, then to this genocide case with you, Mr. Kenney, of the International Court of Justice, or ICJ, and what do you make of the cases South Africa is trying to make?
I think it's a perverse inversion of justice. South Africa has become a ally and a voice for the Russian and Chinese dictatorships, both of whom, by the way, have seats perversely on the International Court of Justice. You cannot bring a charge at the ICJ against a non-state actor like Hamas, and they are objectively speaking, the genocidal player in this conflict. In their own founding charter, committed explicitly and repeatedly to eliminating the Jewish state and its people. So the raison d'etre, the purpose of Hamas, is genocidal anti-Semitic violence, and which explains why they launched those pogroms during a ceasefire on October the 7th. There had been a ceasefire in place for 2 years. They violated that ceasefire. They killed more Jews than have been killed on any day since the end of the Holocaust in 1945. And then they have committed to repeat that violence again and again, according to their leaders, again, all with the support of the Iranian regime, which says that it wants to turn Israel, the only homeland of the Jewish people, the refuge of the Holocaust survivors, into a ball of fire. So if anybody should be accused of genocide here and be held accountable for it, it's Hamas, their sponsors in Iran, and not the Jewish state, which is trying its best to operate to defend its people within the constraints of international law, the laws of war. Does that mean they've done that with absolute perfection? Of course not. In a very kinetic environment, mistakes can and will be made, but Hamas is responsible ultimately for all of the casualties emanating from their October 7th war.
The Canadian government issuing a statement today, Mr.
Such
Kennedy,
a
as you
fucking
know,
pussy.
somewhat nuanced, very cautious, talking about Canada's unwavering support for international law and the Court of Justice, but also saying that doesn't mean we accept the premise of the case brought by South Africa. Your take on that position?
Those were, I think, really disappointing weasel words. I'll just quote what the United States State Department said, that the case is meritless, counterproductive, and completely without any basis in fact whatsoever. What the Prime Minister, Minister Joly, today said was, we do not necessarily accept the premise of the case, which is a complete non-statement. This is because, in my view, the federal Liberal government is calibrating Canada's foreign policy based on domestic political pressure. And there are two constituencies in Canada, I don't mean ridings, but cohorts of Canadians who are particularly obviously passionate about the conflict. And the Liberals are trying to narrowly and cynically, I would say, walk a line between them, while, by the way, sending Liberal MPs out, to be blunt, to Jewish events to say one thing, and other MPs out to pro-Palestinian events to say something completely different, which is why you ended up with this mealy-mouthed non-statement today. I think it diminishes Canada's moral credibility on the world stage if we can't call this for what it is, which is a total inversion of the purpose of the Convention on the Prevention of Genocide.
Jason Kenney, former Canadian Defence Minister, Foreign Affairs Minister, and the Conservative government, Stephen Harper, joining us today from our studio. For making time for Power Play, great to see you as always.
Well, it's very rich you calling someone else a weasel. That's what I know one.
With consolidated credit.
Mm.
803 more. Like, call 1-800. In 1940, Ontario license number 4705786. This is Mike from Andy's house.
Ah!
How do you take 20,000 children in the middle of New York City without anybody seeing? They are being put into buses. They are given certain clothes. Some of them were taken out in boxes. You can call them crates. You can call them caskets of dead people. Although they were black children in there.
I mean, we can talk about tunnels all we want.
That's an AI.
Non-believers will say, where's the proof?
When I go into the tunnels, I can't take my phone, and if you're going to do it, the psychopaths will eliminate you.
What?
So some teachers I saw that are real, and I was surprised to see them.
But there are many children down there.
Ah!
Yes. But they're not in the main rooms. They're in the hidden rooms within the walls of the tunnels.
Ah!
Do you have any idea of the
Okay,
number
there.
of children that we're talking about?
It's huge. It's numbers you can't comprehend.
Yeah. Okie
When new
dokie.
documents from the Jeffrey Epstein case were released, they do feel like a bit of a letdown, but what can we read between the lines? Joining me to discuss is Lionel from the Lionel Nation YouTube channel. He's a legal and media analyst and one of my favorite guests because we can count on him to be, as my grandma used to say, full of piss and vinegar. Thank you so much for joining me. And why don't you tell me, just give us a quick summary, what we learned and what you surmised that we didn't learn.
Okay, a couple of things first. As a former prosecutor and as a trial lawyer, let me go through the list of this because one thing we're going to be, I think, looking at this now. We're going to have a new phrase. We're going to have the Streisand effect and the Mandela effect. We're going to have the Epstein effect. That's what happens when you talk about sexual matters and titillation, and you break things up into the first tranche, the first trial. It creates another momentum, redirecting focus on where you should be. And it's almost like a limited hangout, to use that great Intel term. It's this giving a little bit of information and duping the public into thinking that's it. I provided the following list of questions that need to be asked that aren't. Number one, if there's one question to be asked, we can just stop right here. This is the one I've been screaming about since this happened. Where are the recordings? Where are the tapes? Where are the pieces of evidence and documentation regarding what happened? Because as you know, his whole home, his airplanes,
had cameras.
jets, everything was basically a recording studio.
Yep.
Where is that? Who has it? Is it lawyers? Was it part of the estate? Does the FBI have it? You never hear about that.
In any filings, right?
Never.
Okay.
Never.
That is weird.
Number two.
Oh, just like you've never seen Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes. This is a honeypot, an extortion.
Wait, can I ask you, have any plaintiffs' lawyers mentioned it? Any plaintiff lawyers? No, right?
Well, here's the deal. Now, I've got to say this. As Gorbachev says, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, I'm a conspiracy analyst. I don't delve into this. That's not my first thing. When I say conspiracy, let me just also say, a conspiracy is merely an illegal confederation. Conspiracy doesn't mean crazy. It means an agreement that you and I might have to do something which is nefarious or felonious. The law hates the agreement as much as it does what we're doing. Not only does it hate us committing the murder, but it hates us agreeing to commit the murder. It's almost like Catholic catechism.
Right, which is why you can never convict unless you have intent. You have to have criminal intent. Right.
Right, indeed. But the thing is that, so let me just explain a couple of things. It seems like it's a honeypot. And somebody suggested, is there a possibility that the real people behind this, because that's really what's important, is not this fallen currency trader. And by the way, nobody knows anything about it. Nobody on the street, nobody on Wall Street. You don't be a hedge funder, you got to file reports and documents. Nobody remembers anybody trading with him, or he just all of a sudden came out of nowhere. This fellow who was a teacher
Ghislaine
at
Maxwell.
Walton School, this premier Upper East Side New York private school, and who didn't even have a degree, and who was kind of not recruited but invited into it by Bill Barr's father. Which
No.
It's very interesting. But here's the question: is it possible? Is it beyond the realm of reason? Let me give you my particular parlance. Rather than saying, I think, because a lot of people think things without any basis or bases for it, I always say, I wouldn't be surprised. And I wouldn't be surprised if the question we ask is, what was Israel's take, specifically their Mossad, or their police or intelligence? You've got
I probably have to watch one. You gotta look under the counter.
Which so many people who have been, not because they're Jewish, but they've been so primarily connected for years with the premier intel agency in the world. And
the
would it
bathtub.
not be beyond the realm of possibility to be able to say, we have this guy that we've kind of created. He comes in here, he comes to New York, he lures the biggest names in industry, big tech, the world of music entertainment, lures them into his love shack, so to speak, records it, provides nothing but extortion and blackmail information for us that we can use later on. In fact, there was a congressman who intimated this. And then recently there was some reference to it, who Barack. So anyway, we don't know that. But that's something to be thinking about, because out of nowhere, there was no Jeffrey Epstein before this. Now, next, where did he come from? Where did this man come from all of a sudden? Is it Les Wexner? Who put him in charge of islands? You know, people have asked the question, how many billionaires do you know, or anybody who has an island? It's a hell of a lot of upkeep. An island and planes and aircraft. I mean, this is inordinate. Nobody's ever really followed through with it. Have we ever cataloged the estate? What happened with all of the information? Next, why is Ghislaine Maxwell even in prison? Now,
We're trafficking to nobody. Right, names we
I want her, I want him. I want the big guy. I want to know who all these people were. So what do? We charge her so she can take the fifth and not cooperate. We made a deal ostensibly with Sammy the Home Romano, who said when he killed 19 people, he no problem. But Ghislaine Maxwell, no, hands off. By God, you're gonna serve every day of your sentence. As opposed to, Ghislaine, we don't want you. Help us with this. And let me go back to question number one. We don't need her or Epstein or anybody if we've got the dates, if we've got the evidence. Next, how many women were there over the years? How many victims are we talking about? How many cases settled? Settled from whom? What are the conditions? Who are they? I guarantee you, if this was a mass espionage ring, you wouldn't be able to settle your way out of that. And let me also say something. Please stop using the word pedophile. We're into this thing about pedophiles. Pedophiles is a form of attraction. It's not against the law. It's a mindset. It's full of pedophilia.
And also, if we're getting technical, pedophilia investment kids, it has to do with, any sexual activity with children who have not yet gone through puberty.
Yeah, but we can still charge them 16 and 17-year-olds as adults. Yeah, that's also what we consider to be children, like
They're disgusting. Prepubescent pose, adolescents. I mean, somebody came up with these gradations. There's also, which you'll hear about, Joanophilia, where you know the sexual attraction for older people. So this is a thought curve. There's no such thing about, I guess, about being a pedophile. Let me ask you this: is a rapist a heterosexual? What? Nobody even thinks that way. If somebody were to, there was a family member, somebody would have their way with a goat, would you say, real goat? No, it's the act. Traffickers are in it for the money. Do you think a slave master was a racist? No, it's trafficking in cattle. This word, because, as you know, but our industry has just been taken over by a bunch of these folks who just want clicks and just the word yes, if you get something, it just stimulates people. There is no law in being a pedophile.
I was a research assistant on a book called Pedophiles and Priests because the media loves those media cycles by Larry Glassner, who was my advisor when I was in USC sociology. Anyway, but you're right. Pedophiles and priests are incredibly simplified for the purpose of clicks in order to distract from what we need to be looking at. So,
one tangential thing we'll talk about later on. The AI and engineering is something I've been talking about for the longest time. You're going to have basically human simulacra. You're going to have lifelike dolls that are so real but not human. You're gonna have deep fake CSAM, child sexual abuse material from what used to be called kidney porn. That's not real. So you're not gonna be having. What is that going to be? I mean, I charge you with what? An idea? It's a thought? It's a machine? It's not real? So we're not, I don't want to get into thought crime. Thoughts are safe. Anyway, enough of that. I just had to. It's been driving me nuts for this. The thing is, the final, which is the most important. You know, now we have these people who love to say, I'm into true crime. Really? Oh, yeah, I'm into true crime. Really? You know, we have this thing here in New York. There's the Gilgo Beach killer, and he found a piece of pizza that he chomped on, and they ran the DNA, and they nailed it. And isn't that great? And they're saying, hey guys, which is another big online thing. Hey guys, everybody's a guy. Hey guys, you really like this true crime stuff? Yeah. Well, here's one for you. How about the fact that they murdered him?
Yeah.
They murdered him. This is. We're going to get into technical, hyoid bone fracture, thyroid cartilage fracture, petechial hemorrhaging, all of the indicia of strangulation, anterior to dorsal strangulation pressure. This could not have. It's ridiculous. Michael Baden, the premier, preeminent forensic pathologist, goes through this list, and they keep saying, including Bill Barr, I think he committed suicide. He didn't commit suicide. It's the most ridiculous thing anybody's ever seen. My God.
Well, didn't Michael Baden specifically say it did not look like suicide?
No, he said it did. He said it was a homicide.
It looked like homicide, is what he said.
But it just, well, look at this way. There's four, if you will, manners of death. It's an acronym, NASH. Natural accidental suicide or homicide. Actually, unexplained. That's kind of a gift. It's not natural. It's not accidental. It's not suicide, it's a homicide. This was not done. This cannot be done by somebody who takes cloth strips from around his neck and his hands. This will not shatter a thyroid bone. This will not shatter a thyroid bone. Not only that, nobody goes through. Did you ever see the guy he wounded with? The guy who roughed him up? This is the next cop who was on death row, who mysteriously made it. Nobody, they haven't scratched. Not the surface, they haven't done anything. And what are we talking about? Stephen Hawking with some, what? You see, this is radicalism. We are the sexual sophistication of children. We are like a cat with that laser. Who's Stephen Hawking? Forget Stephen Hawking. This is.
He's a vegetable.
Yeah.
Hard to rape people if you're fucking in a wheelchair and you're fucking quadriplegic.
Young women? What? Yes. You're kidding me. How many stories? Breaking news. The latest transmitted stuff. And like this stupid, juvenescent, mindless mainstream media from this is why they're dying. So let me go back to it.
Yes, they're supremely incurious about all these things.
If something happened, God forbid, a parent who has had a missing child or there was a murder suspect, you need me to come in and act like an adult and not say, no, stop, don't be distracted. Let's get to the bottom of it. Does anybody care? Nobody cares. And here's the best thing about this. He's going to just go away. And the final question is simply this. As a prosecutor, as somebody from the 7th District, I would bring each woman in and say, of course, if you want to settle, how many settlements were there? I would have a document, I would have a book, if you will, of all of these pictures that I have from the tapes and from the, look at me, I'm saying tapes, from the files of the report.
Sure.
Footage, documents, pics, data, whatever. And I would have each person say, I want you to go through this. And do you see anybody here that you might have had sex with when you were underage? What? This guy. Now, you might know who he is, you might not. Just put a little mark there. Okay, fine. Are you sure about that? Yeah. Okay. Go on. Giuffre initially pointed out to Dershowitz and later on said, I was confused. Somebody else will look like, I don't want to get into that. They settled it. Great. whatever that's about. Let me stop right now and say something here, and I'm going to say something. I'm going to try to say this as diplomatically as possible. Natalie, a lot of these girls, a lot of these women,
Yeah.
were not pulled into vans.
Nope.
Some of them, not all of them were underage. There was one thing I was reading about somebody grabbing buttocks and bosoms. It's 20 years old. Granted, not right, but I do not think that is a child. There were some who knowingly, willingly, intelligently went into this. There was a place here in New York that was like a dorm, so to speak, where they were kept. These models and again, I'm not pleased. I want to go to the number one sex trafficker in the country, go to the United States government because it's happening at the border. These unaccompanied kids. A lot of these girls themselves who now are claiming I was a victim were out there recruiting.
Yeah.
Now, again, you might say this is part of the pathology. Okay, that notwithstanding, there's a lot. You see what I'm saying? You see what I haven't even gotten through this yet, and there's all of these questions. But the bottom line is, I would say, I have interviewed, let's say, 100 women. I have listed, or I have here, 25 men that they claim they had sex with. Why aren't these men indicted? Why are they in charge? You need to tell me no, or pursuant to maybe the deal, which is fine. Anything that encourages settlement, because I think we should always honor the wishes of sexual victims. But they also, you have to ask the question, was nobody raped? Was there no sexual activity? And I'm not talking about back rubs. But finally, and I'm sorry, I keep saying finally because I'm a liar. I keep saying finally, and I'm lying.
Well, we admit when we're lying, so we keep our credibility.
Here's Prince Andrew, the man who, by the way, gave one of the greatest interviews. Was I don't know. Well, you know, she said you were sweating. Well, I have anti reverse reverse. I can't. What was that about? You think somebody would sit there and say, Andy, remember Randy Andy? You're too young for this. Co-star, when he was doing this. By the way, don't be surprised if Fergie and Andy, somehow, whatever. That's another thing. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. You heard it here first.
We'll put that on our bingo card for 2024.
But here's the thing which I find fascinating. You think somebody would say, somebody from MI6, MI5, all of these agencies, Mossad, others, this guy is setting you up. You're a schmuck. What are you doing? Don't you understand who this is? This is Ghislaine Maxwell. You know who her father was, Robert? This is intel. These are spooks. Look, if you want women, we'll take care of that. We'll go to some. If you have to have this, you're not going to go with this man that everybody knows is a freak, and he's recording it. Same thing with Bill Clinton, same thing with Bill Gates, same thing with all these people. I don't understand it. Is it because of their arrogance? They feel like they're just impenetrable. They're beyond any kind of I don't know what the word is. It blows my mind. You think somebody would say you're not going to go there? You're not. You don't have to do this. Bill Gates claims, well, you know, because they were raising somebody. You're the richest man in the world, and you're this pup for a couple of $100K here. Stop it!
Yeah,
it's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. And by the way, wait till you see Bill Clinton. There's an old expression. This is politically incorrect. I'm sorry, but it's called the Sicilian flu. And when old-time monks, remember the movie Casino, when they're charged, all of a sudden they get sick and they're old and they can't talk and they're the oxygen. Bill Clinton is going to be doing a decline. He's going to make Joe Biden look like Niels Bohr. They're going to say, Mr. Clinton, did you have anything to do with Epstein? You see him walking around like gift shops and in the Hamptons? He's going to get real bad. Whenever they get to him, they're going to say, oh, for the love of God, leave the man alone. Did you know these women? No. And Hillary, nowhere to go. Watch Bill Clinton. He doesn't look like he's He looks like he's lost his fastball. Well, let me tell you something. Between Biden and everybody else, you're going to see this decline, and it's the best way to get people up. And by the way, once this, since we have the attention span of an apple, this story will be over in now because we don't have any long-term interest because of people from the mainstream media who teach us with the short attention span business that we can't take a case all the way through and follow it through. Like for example, what is the status of the property now? Who owns what? Where is this? Where are the recordings? And by the way, I don't think they were in a box. I think they were always kind of kept going and kept fresh, and there were weekly deliveries. What do you got? Got a few more here. They were just hanging around in some closet in a box marked, dirt. But these are the issues that are so critical. How is it that we as a society, or any of these idiots, these sock puppet fools, these dolts on these mainstream media, why is it that none of them have gotten deep? It's probably because most of their bosses, and let me just say something to be fair, most of their bosses have been invited to these parties because listen, Natalie, I'm going to break it to you, but remember when they were saying about Charlie Rose? Charlie Rose. I knew about Charlie Rose. I didn't even work there. And Matt Lauer. We got more freaks and pervs and leches in this city. What? Listen, I mean, we shouldn't be going to this one because he's a pervert. Okay. What about this invitation? Pervert. What about this one? Real pervert. Being a pervert in New York and LA is not exactly disqualified.
Oh, yes, I know this. I know this. I worked for CBS in the 2000s. Yes, I do know this. Yeah. And I worked for all the mainstream medias. Yeah, yes. This is not news.
Because some of these people wonder, well, who was on that flight log? The hell with the flight log? These people are also cheap bastards who will jump on a flight. So that's not the issue. There's no critical thinking. The issue is, where's the evidence?
Well, I think that the point you're making is almost like an episode of 24, is that there's got to be more bad guys behind the bad guys, because otherwise we would have these things. It would be easy. It would be a give me. It'd be an open and shut case. We would have recordings, we would have names, we would have victims, and we would have a real autopsy. And those are the things we don't have. And because we have so much silence from the media, then we know that there are many bad guys behind bad guys. So you make your point. Are there any sort of names here in the documents we did get that maybe surprise you, or you think are okay? No.
I mean, no. No. All you have to do is say, all right, listen, the best part about this was that this was a guy who, for whatever reason, he was bankrolled by somebody for some reason, and everybody just Harvard, he wanted to give us some money, he wanted to hang around, with this. By the way, remember something, anybody who has a Harvard t-shirt never went to Harvard. It's just one of those rules,
What?
He would never be Harvard, like the bearskin rug, the pennant. That was as phony as the day is long. But what goes to show you is that this is, if you want to commit a crime, whether it's JFK, whether it's anything, the United States of America is the best place because we have some of the most stupid people who have no detective skills, no natural sense of questions to ask, they're incurious, but there's no critical thinking. They never go from here to here. They just don't. And stories just go away. They just go away. There's no follow-up. All of a sudden we say, well, whatever happened to, remember East Palestine? Some of the trains are going over the lakes in the water. What happened to that? You would think Palestine, it might even jog memory. 3 days tops, it's my 3-day rule. After 3 days, we just forget. Next. We just go to the next. We're like the baby who, when you jiggle the keys and
shiny object syndrome. Well, yes, but you and I, we are independent media, and so that's up to us. So, we're talking about it, and we'll keep talking about it. And so, yeah, we're going to follow what you have to say. If we get more documents, we're going to keep on top of it. But thank you for
the document. Let me just say something. It's not the document. It's just like Elon Musk's, remember the Twitter files?
Right.
Elon gave them to Matt Taibbi and Barry White. Here, these are the files.
So you think it has to go through back channels if we get anything?
If you get something, they want you to have it. It's a limited hangout. It's to allow you to think that the issue is, this again, bring me the recording. You keep the file. Let's just put this in the old VCR. Let's crank it. That's what I would. I don't care about Stephen Hawking. I don't care about any of that stuff. Show me the evidence of what it is. This is the only question of any interest. It's the most critical. It's the gravamen, as we say in Raw. The critical issue, the only issue that nobody is talking. Because they're, frankly, I think they're, between you and me, I think they're kind of told, don't go there. Just don't.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Well, we went there. Thank you so much for doing that and for pointing out these sort of glaring holes in this story. I appreciate it as always. Thank you for joining us again. You can find Lionel at Lionel Nation on YouTube, and I suggest that you do. Okay. Thank you again for everything. Great to see you as always.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching this segment here at Redacted. We are live every day at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, trying to share the stories that the mainstream media will not cover. You should also come over and join our community of Redacted Rebels over at redacted.inc. That's our private locals community where we can share exclusive content that we simply cannot share here on YouTube. Come over and join the rebellion together right now by going to redacted.inc. We'll see you next time.
The new bombshell public filing alleges financial and sexual impropriety by Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, the lawyer responsible for Trump's Georgia election interference case. Now, the filing alleges that another prosecutor in the Trump case, named Nathan Wade, paid for lavish vacations that he took with Willis using Fulton County funds that his law firm received. County records show that Wade has received nearly $654,000 in legal fees since January 2022, authorized by Willis. Here's a bit more reporting from Fox News.
Sex scandal is rocking President Trump's case in Georgia. The Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney, Fani Willis, has been accused of appointing a prosecutor in the case against Donald Trump. DA Fani Willis is responsible for taking Trump's mugshot. Also allegedly financially benefited from hiring her lover, Nathan Wade, on that Trump case. A motion that was just filed by Wade, the co-defendant. Now, who is this romantic partner who Fani Willis hired? He was just a private attorney who's never even tried a felony case. Even the Times says he has, quote, limited experience trying high-profile cases. But get this. Nearly $1 million in legal fees already.
The motion was filed on behalf of former Trump campaign official Michael Roman, who's looking to get his charges dismissed, and for Willis, Wade, and the entire DA's office to be disqualified from further prosecution of the case. Willis's office has denied all wrongdoing. That hasn't stopped Republicans from trying to spin gold from the drama. Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee took it a step farther and alleged the Biden White House was even involved. She posted a copy of the alleged invoices on X, writing Fani Willis's alleged romantic partner / special prosecutor coordinated with the White House while building the political prosecution of Donald Trump, all on the taxpayer dime. See for yourself. The invoices show Wade's office met with the White House on 2 occasions, once in May of 2022 and then in November of 2022.
So Jesse Waters there is correct. I looked up this New York Times story, and it does begin that it seemed an unusual choice when Willis hired this Nathan Wade figure. Other news sources that I have looked at, just news reporters have, seems to suggest that there is probably some merit to that there's a romance between these two figures. So that's not just some wild libel being practiced here. So it says that Fani Willis was served papers by Nathan Wade's wife, who's going through a divorce proceeding with, and she's been subpoenaed to participate in that legal action. So clearly something is going on here, and we're going to find out whether there was in fact some ethical violation of her choosing this person that she appears to be involved in. Now, whether that means these cases all get thrown out or it helps the legal defense of Trump or anyone else very much remains to be seen.
Yeah, that's very much wishful
but there is a there to what they're raising.
Yeah, so the allegation is that Willis has benefited personally from not only just his salary, which I think that making salary determinations, you have to just look at what the going rate is. People are often shocked and dismayed by legal salaries, but a high profile case, I don't think the issue is his raw salary, but the allegation that they're making is that because they are alleged to have gone on trips together that he paid for, that constitutes a kind of a kickback. My bigger concern is that she seems to have hired someone for a very important high profile case that seems to be not especially qualified. And frankly, this might be a boon if the result is that he is no longer a part of this case, and instead of him, someone who is much more qualified to prosecute the case is actually brought in his stead.
Yeah, she apparently described him as a trusted friend and mentor in 2022, and that he was willing to take the job and more seasoned prosecutors were not. But again, this is why there have to be careful ethics around romantic entanglements, because one's judgment in who is the most qualified or who is the best fit for a job can be very much affected by having an amorous engagement with that person.
Now, the filing here accuses them of having gone on multiple cruises together and other trips that he paid for. It's worth noting that those claims were not substantiated in the filings, but that is ostensibly forthcoming. Willis has declined through a spokesperson to comment on this for this Washington Post reporting, at least. But it is also interesting, as you alluded to note that some of this information came out because of divorce filings between Wade and his estranged wife.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly, this development might not end up ultimately hurting the case against the Trump or anyone else very much, but it certainly doesn't. It certainly is not good for the prosecutor.
No, it's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing.
How Democrats can let this happen,
yeah.
given the political investment they have in this case, in the Georgia case specifically, because that's the case that even if Trump wins, he can't dismiss.
And it is
it's not a federal case.
And it's in some ways the case that are going to compile the most evidence for because of they charge so many people, many of whom have already provided testimony against Donald Trump. So it is interesting. I mean, this guy is going to end up, I'm going to predict it right now, becoming not involved with the case anymore. It's going to get handed off to someone else. And that, whenever you do a move like that, there's always, you're harming your own case. You've already showed your cards in some ways. The new person is going to be under a cloud of scrutiny. He's going to have to play catch up. So, this was a mild bit of good news for Donald Trump and everyone else being charged.
Yeah, it's really embarrassing. Democrats they cannot simultaneously frame the stakes of this election as being about democracy and focusing on how important these lawsuits are, and also let them falter in these completely predictable and unavoidable ways.
You know who would be the best person for this case? My new boyfriend.
It's outrageous with all of the relevance, all of the importance, the crucial nature of this thing, to have allowed Willis to put forward that excuse in the first place that more qualified prosecutors were willing to take this case. You're expected to believe Nexus of America with its 330 odd million people, but there wasn't a single prosecutor. This isn't like Donald Trump or Rudy Giuliani or some of these people who have been accused of criminal wrongdoing, not being able to find prosecutors, lawyers for their own cases. People who have failed to pay lawyers in the past, having trouble getting lawyers to represent them. This is a high-profile prosecution of the former president of the United States, where there is a plethora of evidence that demonstrates that at very least he leaned on people like Raffensperger to, quote, find the votes. This was a substantial, meaty prosecution that I imagine thousands of highly qualified prosecutors that have been champing at the bit be a bit to take on. And that there was not more scrutiny when Willis put forward the excuse that I hired my longtime friend and mentor who has no experience in prosecuting cases, much less these kinds of cases, because no one else in the United States of America would take it on. My goodness, we just did a segment talking about the Biden administration being asleep at the wheel. This is more evidence the Democrats are frankly just adrift.
Well, I totally agree. You know, it's interesting always what stories of this nature get noticed or picked up by mainstream media. So it's being covered now because there's a court filing about it. The Trump people discovered it, and Michael Roman, and is using this in the case. You know, there's been a lot of reporting on Fani Willis. She's been subject to a lot of media scrutiny. There's been a lot of profiles of her.
Some of which I would note is, I think, not legitimate and very much in bad faith.
What do you mean?
Some of the profiles of her. As you point out, there's been a practice of, for example, I've noticed when the Post or some other right-leaning outlets do a profile on someone who the audience, conservative-leaning, a liberal-leaning person of a conservative-leaning audience is not going to like. You can't say in the meat of the text anymore, this person is Black, because what relevance is that to the case? But there's inevitably a photograph of them. Inevitably, if the person involved is a Black person. The same thing was done in a recent New York Times article where they were talking about the Harvard board in the Claudine Gay fiasco. One of the board members is Ken Chenault, who was alluded to as a former CEO of American Express, but the implication isn't necessarily from his name or his position that you would expect him to be Black. He was the one member of the board that was pictured in the New York Times article. So I do think there has been an undue kind of focus on the credibility, the eligibility of certain members that are involved in this prosecution that is perhaps driven by factors that aren't their actual behavior. This is not one of them.
Yeah, what I meant was, it is perhaps just notable that in all the scrutiny and profiling of this person, it was not discovered that she's going on dates, or she's going on cruises with the guy she picked to be the prosecutor.
I completely
Maybe that's
accept
not discoverable, but I don't know.
I accept that, but for me the problem is the much more serious problem. The red flag should have been that someone who had no experience in this matter was put in this position. And something that we haven't said
then
before.
and then you might expect, like,
And then you ask why.
Right.
And then all of it should, that's why I'm saying it's the red,
Yeah.
it should have been the red
and
flag.
none of that came out. The mainstream media didn't do it. No media organization did any of that work.
Prosecutor is to have someone with some independence from the rest of the prosecutor's office, so there's not a conflict of interest. So this is a significant problem. It is a significant problem, and hopefully, I think the silver lining on this for Democrats should be that you actually have an opportunity now to get someone in here who knows better what they're doing.
More Rising right after this.
What are you listening to? What are you watching?
What?
Are you sleeping?
Yeah, I was a little.
Okay.
Watching Zero. It's Connected, Invisible,
Is it a French show?
Spanish,
Oh.
and everything. Is it snowing yet?
Not yet.
Ouch!
President Trump's trial in New York really came to a head this week as the presiding judge wrote an all-caps email to Trump's lawyers warning them that if Trump wants to speak in the case, he better not mention the attorney general, or
he will be kicked out of the courtroom altogether. But perhaps what's even
What?
wilder than this is how it got to this point, as well as what happened afterwards. So let's go through it all together right after you take a super quick moment to smash those like and subscribe buttons so that this information can reach ever more people via the YouTube algorithm. Now, to give you a brief refresher on this particular case, in the lawsuit against President Trump right here in New York, the presiding judge is Judge Arthur Engoron, who, just for your reference, recently referred to President Trump as a quote-unquote bad guy. And wouldn't you know it, before this judge ruled against him. You see, the case against Trump here in New York is what's known as a bench trial, meaning there's no jury and it's up to the judge to decide the facts. And several weeks ago, before the actual start of the trial, Judge Engoron ruled against the Trump organization, saying that they illegally inflated the value of their assets in order to secure order that the Trump organization be dissolved and their business licenses in the state of New York be revoked. Now, Trump's legal team, they filed an emergency appeal to that decision, urging the New York Appeals Court to reconsider Judge Engoron's ruling. Indeed, the appeals court, they accepted Trump's argument and they put a stay on Judge Engoron's order, meaning that they temporarily paused the decision pending an actual official appeal. Despite the fact that this case will very obviously be appealed, it is still playing itself out in the courtroom. And so, step one was that the judge found Trump guilty. Step two is the actual trial, wherein the dollar amount of the actual fine is being determined. Now, initially, the Attorney General was pushing for a fine of $250 million, which was later amended to $370 million. So that's what the actual trial is about, figuring out the dollar amount of the fine. And after about 11 full weeks, this trial reached its final stretch. And as the trial was making its way to the end, the question how to address the courtroom as a part of its closing remarks, something that is typically very common in a civil trial like this. However, what is normally a total non-issue became a real sticking point in this case. That's because, according to these emails right here that were made public, the judge overseeing the case demanded that President Trump must adhere to a strict set of ambiguous rules if he were to allow. Specifically, in an email dated January 5th, here's what Judge Arthur Engoron sent to the lawyers representing President Trump. Quote, I will consent to let Mr. Trump make a closing argument if, and only if, through counsel by January 9th of 2024, and by himself personally on the record just before he speaks, he agrees to limit his subjects to what is permissible in a counsel's closing argument, that is, commentary on the relevant material facts that are in evidence and application of the relevant law to those facts. He may not seek to introduce new evidence, he may not testify, he may not comment on irrelevant matters, and in particular, and without limitation, he may not deliver a campaign speech, and he may not impugn myself, my staff, the plaintiff staff, the New York State Supreme Court system, none of which is relevant to this case, and all of which, except commenting on my staff, can be done and is being done in other forums. If Mr. Trump violates any of these rules, I will not hesitate to cut him off in mid-sentence and admonish him. If he continues to violate the rules, I will end his closing argument and prevent him from making any further statements in the courtroom. If he violates the current gag order against him, I will immediately direct court officers to remove him from the courtroom forthwith and will fine him not less than $50,000. Essentially, the judge was attempting to rein in the topics that President Trump would be allowed to discuss in his closing arguments, and he said that if he went off track for even a second, the judge would, as he wrote there, cut him off in mid-sentence and potentially even kick him out of the courtroom altogether. Now, shortly after the judge sent this email, President Trump's mother-in-law died, and so his lawyer attempted to delay the closing arguments to accommodate for his mother-in-law's funeral. However, the judge, citing all the different safety protocols that have to be put in place for President Trump's arrival, said that it would be too much of an inconvenience to delay the actual trial date, and so he denied the request. Trump's lawyer then responded by writing this, quote, despite the fact that his mother-in-law, who he was very close to, passed away late last night, President Trump will be speaking tomorrow. To which the judge responded by saying essentially, hold on a sec, you have to agree to my rules if you wish to speak. Quote, as I have already indicated to you, if Mr. Trump wishes to speak, you will have to tell me now that he will agree to the limitations I've imposed, which go without saying and apply to everyone. And he will have to agree to do so tomorrow on the record, which should take no more than a minute or two. Trump's lawyer then responded by calling this demand very unfair and adding that, quote, Your Honor, you are not allowing President Trump, who has been wrongfully demeaned and belittled by an out-of-control, politically motivated Attorney General, to speak about the things that must be spoken about. To which Judge Engoron responded by writing this, quote, I won't debate this yet again. Take it or leave it, now or never. You have until noon, 7 minutes from now. And then, in all caps, I will not grant any further extensions. Now, from the publicly available email exchange, it appears that Trump's lawyers did not respond to this final request. However, something interesting happened. In the end, President Trump did show up to the closing arguments, and when his lawyers asked the judge to give him permission to speak, the judge granted him 5 full minutes. And Trump took those 5 minutes to, among other things, tell the court that the state should actually be paying him damages rather than the other way around. Quote, Your Honor, the financial statements were perfect. The banks got all their money back. The banks are happy as can be. I spoke to an executive at Zurich Bank. They said, you didn't defraud us. There wasn't one. This entire case is a political witch hunt, and I should be the one receiving damages for what they've taken this company through. We have millions of pages of documents. They have nothing. I'm an innocent man. I've been persecuted by somebody running for office. The legal scholars talking about this case, they find it disgraceful. What's happened here, sir, is a fraud on me. And you know what happens? Companies. They're implying that there might be an exodus of companies out of New York, which will wind up costing the state significant amounts in lost tax revenue. He then accused the Attorney General of election interference, at which time the judge actually interrupted President Trump's statement and told Trump's lawyers to control your client. And then President Trump wrapped up his general statement by saying the following, quote, without all that, Your Honor, all these days and months and years and millions of pages, they found nothing. And now they come in, and she says, I want a $250 million fine, now a $370 million fine. Your Honor, I did nothing wrong. They should pay me for what I've had to go through. President Trump and his team then walked out of the courtroom, wherein President Trump summarized his remarks to the media who was waiting outside. Here's a short snippet of what he said.
Which it's election interference. It's in coordination with the White House and Joe Biden because he can't win again things fairly. And we're going to do it. I think it's indeed a terrible witch hunt. We're going to have a news conference a little bit later on. As you know, I want to speak. I want to make a summation. At this moment, the judge is not letting me make a summation because I'll bring up things that he doesn't want to hear. And it's a very unfair trial. Nobody's seen anything like this. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this. We have a situation where a statute was used that doesn't give me a jury, so I have no jury. I really have no rights, and and nobody thinks this constitutional people, legal scholars are writing about it like it's something they've never seen before. So.
All right, just to pause here for a super quick moment. Listen, you've probably heard of a lot of people getting off-label prescriptions for a drug known as Ozempic in order to lose weight. It's a big celebrity trend right now. However, what a lot of people don't know is that about 50% of this type of weight loss actually comes from the loss of muscle rather than the loss of fat. And so while people are losing weight, they're actually losing muscle. And typically, when they stop Ozempic, their weight rebounds. And so perhaps before you pull the trigger on trying Ozempic, consider an alternative. Through his research, today's sponsor, Dr. Stephen Gundry, has gained deep insight into what it really takes to lose weight and to actually keep it off. He himself has lost 70 pounds using his research and has been able to keep it off for well over 20 years and counting. He calls his method caloric bypass, and according to him, it allows people to lose weight, get a lot more energy, improve their digestion, have their joints feel stronger and better, and healthier life. And Dr. Gundry has put together a video laying out his research, which you can watch over at gutcleanseprotocol.com/Roman. That video, by the way, has been watched by over 20 million people thus far. And so check it out. I'll throw a link to that video. It'll be down in the description box below. Check it out. And then two things happened simultaneously. The court came back into session, and the state prosecutors began to give their closing arguments to the judge, while at the very same time, President Trump and his team, they drove about 5 minutes to the Trump building at 40 Wall Street in order to give a press conference. So essentially, Trump's press conference was taking place at the very same time that you had the Attorney General's office closing arguments. Now, for their part, the attorney who was representing the state of New York, he closed out the case by saying that, essentially, this case was already decided before the trial even began. Quote, the Trump Organization's statements of financial condition were false every year from 2011 to 2021, as the judge affirmed in a summary judgment, and that was the baseline from the beginning of the trial. They cannot argue that unsold units at Trump Park Avenue weren't rent stabilized, or that he didn't have appraisers for 40 Wall Street. Every individual defendant was acting knowingly and intelligently. There was no suggestion this was a mistake. To the contrary, Donald Trump says he approves of what they did. If anything, the valuations they came up with were too low for it. We certainly do not hear that the numbers they used were accurate. And ironically, just 5 minutes away at 40 Wall Street, Trump's lawyer was giving a statement of her own saying, again, ironically, the same thing, that because this was a bench trial, the summary judgment was already passed before anyone entered the courtroom. Quote, let's remember that before I walked into court, we had already lost. Before witnesses, before experts, and do I think any of it mattered? I certainly hope so. For anyone that has been in the courtroom the last 11 weeks, you heard that there was not one fact against President Trump. There was not one piece of paper that showed anyone committed
That's
fraud.
fucked up.
Subsequently, President Trump got up to the podium as well and added the following, quote, it's a shame to have gone through this for years and years and years, and now we'll see if we're going to get an honest verdict. We didn't get a jury. We didn't get the rights to a jury. The people of the United States really get it. They get it better than anybody else. And perhaps with that last statement there, he is correct. This case is ultimately being played out not only in the court of law, but also in the court of public opinion. Regardless, after everything was said and done, Judge Ingrid came out with a statement saying that the earliest that he will issue a judgment in this case will be the end of January. That's the earliest, meaning that over the next 3, 4, 5, or maybe 6 weeks, we should expect to see a judgment in this particular case in regard to the dollar amount that President Trump and his organization will be fined. Although the reality is that whatever the judge ultimately decides upon will be appealed at the New York Appeals. But again, this is not just about the law and the fine. Whatever the judge in this case decides will be played out in the media for weeks or perhaps even months. Meaning that even if ultimately the entire case gets dismissed on appeal, well, it will still give ample ammunition to the mainstream media outlets going into the 2024 election cycle. And I would actually love to know your thoughts. Do you think that that is the real purpose of this whole case? To generate bad publicity while at the same time potentially being the Trump organization by a cool $300 million? Please leave your thoughts in the comment section below. I'll be reading through them later tonight as well as the week. And then lastly, if you watch this episode and you're just thinking to yourself, man, I like this content, I appreciate this content, I just wish Roman will put out more episodes every single week. Well, you're in luck, because I do. Over on Epic TV, our awesome no censorship video platform, I publish anywhere between 1 to 3 exclusive episodes every single week, usually on topics that are, quite frankly, too spicy for here on YouTube. And so if you'd like access to those extra episodes every single week, including a huge backlog from the last 3 years, well, now's a great chance to check it out because the Epic Times is running an awesome sale. 25 cents a week for 6 full months, meaning a single $1 a month for a trial subscription. And so if you've been on the fence about trying the Epic Times, this is a great opportunity. It's a single $1 a month. You can come in, check out all the content, all the articles, infographics, all the great shows on Epic TV, see if you like it, and perhaps be a subscriber for a long, long time to come, perhaps years or even decades. If you want to take advantage of that sale, the link will be right there at the top of the description box below. If you just click on that link, it'll take you to the sale page where you can try the Epic Times for just a single $1 a month. Hope you check it out. And until next time, I'm your host, Roman from the Epic Times. Stay informed, most important, stay free.
Huh.
Wix is your platform to perform on.
What do you make of your security detail arresting David Menzies?
So,
Thank you for your question.
Welcome back to Northern Perspective, everyone. I'm Cypher.
And I'm Fox. Both Pierre Poilievre and Chrystia Freeland met with reporters over the past 24 hours. The main difference? Pierre actually answered their questions.
At least nobody got arrested this time. Let's take a look.
Mr. Poilievre, David Menzies with Rebel News. Mr. Poilievre, the Liberals use both a carrot and a stick to control journalists in Canada. The carrot is obviously government money, including massive payments to publishers and broadcasters. This corrupts their editorial independence. The stick is regulation, including censorship, banning reporters from press conferences, the CRA's journalism licensing regime, and the CRTC's new power to alter search engine algorithms. My question, sir, is this. Which of these carrots and sticks would you keep as Prime Minister and which would you repeal?
Thank you. We are going to repeal C11, the censorship law, which allows
C15?
CRTC bureaucrats to secretly manipulate social media algorithms to promote certain information, demote other information, and censor certain things altogether. This is a form of censorship that exists nowhere in the democratic world. Margaret Atwood actually said totalitarianism. This is Margaret Atwood, not a conservative, obviously not a conservative, but she's an artist, a true artist, who believes that freedom of expression and freedom of the press is necessary. We're going to stop arresting journalists. It's outrageous for the Prime Minister to have, and his government, arrested for merely for asking questions of ministers and public officials. And we're going to make sure that the government does not use tax dollars to leverage news coverage in its favor. And right now, Justin Trudeau is censoring those that he disagrees with, and that undermines confidence among Canadians in the news media.
Well said.
So if anyone thinks it's an accident that David Menzies got the first question at this press conference, you're misinformed. But we have a very intelligent audience, so I don't think anyone thinks it's an accident that David Menzies from Rebel News got the first question at Pierre's press conference. And it wasn't hauled away in handcuffs. Just saying.
Well, Pierre's not a totalitarian nightmare who thinks that it's okay to arrest journalists.
Right. So I think it was an interesting question, the way David Menzies phrased it. Notice that David didn't mention anything about him being arrested, right?
Yeah, he wasn't making it about himself. He was making it about the way the government treats the news media in general.
Yes. And the fact that there's essentially the government-controlled news media, which is most of it, unfortunately.
Not Northern Perspective, though.
No. And there's the rest of us, basically, right? You know, we wouldn't classify ourselves as news media. We're just a YouTube channel that, you know, tries to do the best we can. People like our content because they feel informed, which is our goal. So we seem to be accomplishing that. But when it comes to Pierre's answer, he was very direct, as he usually is. This is what we're going to do. And, you know, so everything that he said that they're going to do, we're mentally, you know, writing down check boxes in terms of what the Conservative mandate is going to be once they get into government. So I think it's very interesting. And, you know, I still want David Menzies, and I know he will, because he doesn't approach the Liberals differently than he does the Conservatives. I want him to continue asking the Conservatives tough questions, because both the Conservatives and the Liberals and the NDP, for that matter, all of them deserve to be asked tough questions. It's the press's job to hold them to account. It is not the press's job to cozy up to one party and essentially become, you know, an ideological distributor for them. So I agree with Fox. Great answer by Pierre. Very direct, and props to the Conservatives and props to Pierre for prioritizing Rebel News and giving them the first question. I think
it showed a lot of class for sure.
Now, you may be wondering, what would Freeland say if she had a similar question? Well, maybe you haven't seen it, maybe you have. In case you haven't, she was asked this question kind of in a different way, specifically around David Menzies. So let's take a look and see what her response.
With the press.
Hi, nice to see you in Toronto.
Yes.
Welcome.
All the way here. First question, I was wondering, what do you make of your security detail arresting David Menzies?
So, I want to start with what was important about Monday. And what was important about Monday, January 8th, was that was the 4th anniversary of a date that I think forever needs to be marked and circled in black on the calendar of all Canadians. It was a tragedy for Canada. Canadians were criminally murdered
And I want to say to the families and loved ones of the people who were murdered that Canada remembers, Canada will not forget.
The fuck are you talking about?
I was in Richmond Hill. Marcy was there too, to show that this is a Canadian tragedy, that Canada remembers and Canada will not forget. On the incident, as you guys know very well, Canada is a rule of law country.
Oh,
Canada
fucking
is
shit, lady.
a
Oh my
democracy.
god.
Operational decisions about law enforcement are taken by the police of jurisdiction. Quite appropriately, political elected officials have no role in the taking of those decisions, and that's why I don't have any further comment.
Did you see your face?
Oh yeah, I went from hi, how are you? What are you doing in Toronto? To oh god.
Oh crap. Oh crap. That's what it went to.
Let me start by saying it is absolutely disgusting tragedy of flight 752 to try to, I don't even know what she was doing, distract the listeners, excuse her behavior. That's just egregious.
Well, she's trying to justify it because, you know, the reason she was in Richmond Hill was for the anniversary of that. But still, the question had nothing to do with that. And the fact that you're trying to use that to deflect from it, Fox, is on point. Not appropriate at all. And that's completely disrespectful to the victims and their families of that flight. That you would invoke that to try and get out of this question.
Like my skin is just crawling. I can't believe she would do that, but it's still just disgusting to hear. That's just so reprehensible and disrespectful. 176 people died on that flight, and she's just using their memory to try to get out of a hard question and oppress her.
Right.
That's gross.
And then she goes on to basically take a cowardly answer to this. Oh, well, the police do their thing. I have no comment on that. Yeah, I bet you don't. But, you guys seem to have a comment whenever you want to interfere with anything. You have a comment when you want to interfere in provincial politics. You have a comment when you want to interfere with what's going on in the Freedom Convoy. You have comments about that.
You have comments when you want to interfere with what children are being taught in schools.
But, because a reporter was arrested in what was obviously a pre-planned maneuver.
Oh yeah.
Because we went over it, and if you haven't seen that, check out our video. We'll post it in the comments. I'm sorry, the Canadians aren't buying it, and the world isn't buying it. That was a big, big problem for you when it comes to international respect for Canada and how it treats its journalism. When we posted this video on X, I had put in that tweet. You can tell a lot about a country by how it treats its journalists. The world was watching what happened there, and it was absolutely atrocious what you allowed to happen. And the fact that Menzies was made to, quote unquote, assault a police officer and then was later released because, it was not deemed a threat. Duh. Anyway, she's going to get hers. Don't worry, folks. She is absolutely going to get hers when this government changes. You better believe that. So let's go back to our catharsis in Pierre and listen to some more questions.
Thank you. Next question. Ian Frey, CBC. If you could also answer this in French, that'd be appreciated. Do you endorse Canada's support for the strikes in Yemen?
Yes. Yes. Look, the Houthi rebels are basically a proxy for the Iranian government. They've been interrupting vital trade routes, endangering allied soldiers and civilian sailors. They're operating basically as a Tehran-backed pirate outfit that is threatening international security. and a conservative government believes that the strikes are necessary in order to counter this threat. We also believe in banning the IRGC. We find it incredible that at a time when our allies are forced to strike, rebels that are backed by the Iranian regime, Justin Trudeau allows terrorists who are an official part of that regime to operate legally and with impunity on Canadian soil. A common sense conservative government will ban the IRGC.
So I thought he was going to stop with the yes and we again.
Yeah, I think I did too.
Yes, we, the end. And then I guess he thought, well, you know, this is probably a good opportunity to talk about the group in Yemen and the fact that they're backed by Tehran and the IRGC. And again, make sure Canadians realize that for some reason, Trudeau seems to think that it's okay to allow IRGC operatives to stay in Canada.
Well, and not only that, but he's not classifying them as a terrorist organization.
Right.
Why?
That's a great question. It's a very good question. And I hope someday we get the answer, or maybe we'll find the answer and then you'll see it in a video.
Thank you for your question. I will, based on your request, answer it as well in English. First of all, let me point out the incredible, sinister, and hypocritical doublespeak of Justin Trudeau. He sends out some of his MPs to claim that they support calling Israel genocidal when they're talking to one group of voters. And then he sends out another group to say that they're against calling Israel genocidal. This is the cynical liberal strategy, to say one thing to one group of voters and an entirely different thing to another group of voters, while Trudeau and Freeland say nothing at all, trying to have it both ways. If you're out there on either side of this debate on the Middle East, know that Justin Trudeau is lying to you. He's telling you whatever you want to hear, and then he's going to another group and saying exactly the opposite. I won't be doing that. I'll take a clear stand based on moral clarity. So let's address this allegation against Israel. I find it incredible that these countries have not accused Hamas of genocide when it's in Hamas's charter that they want to commit genocide against Israel. We don't even need to accuse Hamas because they admit that they are a genocidal enterprise. They admit that their October 7th attacks were motivated by genocidal aims. They are backed by the Iranian government, which seeks to annihilate the entire Jewish people. And not to mention that, if we want to go after genocide targeting Muslims, why are they not bringing a case against China for its persecution of the Uyghur Muslims who are in concentration camps in that country? Why are they not going after Bashar al-Assad, who's been carrying out a genocide against Sunni Muslims in that country? Of course, because this is not about genocide, it is about shamelessly and dishonestly attacking the Jewish people and the Jewish state, and the Conservative Party stands against this dishonest approach.
Wow. So if you didn't catch the question, it's basically, what do you think about, the stance that the government has taken as it relates to the allegations that came out of South Africa that wants to try Israel for essentially war crimes, and accusing them of genocide against the Palestinian people. So that was basically the crux of the question. And Pierre, we're not showing you his answer in French because he answered it in English. What I like about Pierre is you can agree or disagree with his stance, but at least his stance is clear.
And consistent.
Yeah. Whereas Trudeau hasn't said anything. He's right. And Freeland hasn't said anything. Why hasn't our leader of this country and the deputy leader of this country said anything? Could it be because they are so far down in the polls that they don't want to risk alienating anybody else? And so, yeah, what has happened is there's been essentially two factions in the Liberals splinter on this. Has Justin been sending them out to talk to individual groups? It wouldn't surprise me. But even if he hasn't, If he hasn't, then it means that he's lost control of his party. Because you have a group of MPs that are calling on Canada to join with South Africa and accusing Israel of committing genocide against the Palestinian people. And then you have another group of MPs that are condemning that accusation that's coming out of South Africa. So, this is the main difference between the Conservatives and the Liberals. You can agree or disagree with Pierre's stance. That's fine. But at least he has one. Trudeau's trying to, play both sides of the fence and, wish this goes away. This is the problem.
Well, and then once the polls start showing that, the majority of Canadians favor one side or the other, no doubt he'll flip to that side.
Absolutely.
That's what he does all the time. Look at how Trudeau initially said that housing was not a primary federal responsibility. And then as soon as his polls were showing that people really, really cared about the housing crisis in this country, he started pushing, we're building homes, more homes, we're building homes.
So you just have to ask the question, does Trudeau have control over his party? Yes or no? And the problem is he's in another political bear trap here. Because if the answer is yes, then that means he's directing these MPs to do what they're doing. And if the answer is no, then you have the prime minister and the leader of the party that has no control over his party. So either way, it's a big problem for him. And remember Pierre's bad week back in December? Well, seems like the voters didn't pay attention to that because Abacus released their recent poll, and the Conservatives are back up at 41%, and the Liberals are back down to 24, 17-point lead. So clearly, Pierre's bad week was probably just a little bit of eggnog.
Steve Lambert from the Canadian Press. You mentioned in your opening remarks the impact, the fact the government was warned 2 years ago about the impact of immigration on housing prices. A lot of the pressure seems to come from the temporary residents. What would a Conservative government do in terms of the impact of immigration and temporary residents on housing?
Well, first of all, I find it incredible that CP didn't even mention the name Sean Fraser in its article on this issue. Because Sean Fraser was the Minister of Immigration when the government warned him that his policies were leading to housing price inflation. And now Justin Trudeau has promoted him to housing minister. You wonder why you can't afford a home?
He's supposed to get fired.
Well, there's your answer right there. Because Justin Trudeau named Sean Fraser due to his ability to generate media puff pieces and do photo ops rather than make housing affordable. Justin Trudeau's policies, whether it's printing money or funding government gatekeepers that block home building, or failing to make the link between the number of homes and the population growth, have doubled housing costs after he promised to lower them. Common sense conservatives will get back to an approach of immigration that invites a number of people that we can house, employ, and care for in our healthcare system. Obviously, you need to build homes if you're going to bring in people. And right now, we're not building enough homes. We're building 200,000 homes a year. We built fewer homes than we built in 1972. 50 years ago, when our population was half of what it is now. We need to make a link between the number of homes built and the number of people we invite as new Canadians.
There you go. So for all of you who are saying that, Pierre doesn't talk about immigration, he's not going to lower immigration, he won't admit it, etc., right there. That's probably as much as he can say at this point in time, because again, the Conservatives don't want to blow that lead that they've got right now. They don't want to piss off the voter base who, maybe they do want family to come over here. Maybe they are in favor of immigration. I don't know. But what he said right there is a good indication of the Conservative immigration policy.
Well, and he said it in a way that's common sense. How do you argue against the fact that you shouldn't bring over more people than you can house and support? How do you reasonably argue against that? And the answer is you cannot. You have to be able to have the infrastructure, the housing capacity,
the schools,
everything. You have to have the societal capacity to be able to actually bring these people over and have them be productive Canadians. Otherwise, these people that you're bringing over, you're doing a disservice to them.
And the people who are already here.
Right.
You're doing a disservice to everybody if you don't have the right social supports in place to have these huge immigration numbers.
And you further damage the reputation of Canada in the international community more than it already is.
A wood burning stove.
That, you can't trust what people are saying when they say come to Canada. They're saying come to Canada because you can have freedom here. You can own your own land. You can do all of these things. You can become successful. Whereas right now, no, you cannot. You absolutely cannot. And that's why 33% of all immigrants that come into Canada are leaving because they felt lied to. Like, how can you not feel lied to when you come over here, refugee or not, and you're forced to sleep under a bridge because there's nowhere to go? Well done, Sean Fraser. And this is the guy that's going around just handing out money to more bureaucrats, pretending that they're going to be building more houses, trying to get to the next election.
Because it's all photo ops. If you notice the last, I don't know, when was the cabinet shuffle? Back in the summer?
Yes.
Since then, all Sean Fraser has been doing is he's been showing up at presser after presser after photo op after photo op. And he's just been standing there smiling and taking how much money he's giving to this city and that city. They're not actually building anything.
No, and they're handing out hundreds of millions of dollars of our money again and taking credit for
I get kicked off
bills
though.
that have already been in motion for years.
And people have been
literally
saying that
does
to me for
nothing.
years with the news.
But the interesting
And
thing
now suddenly
is the
everyone's
fact
a
that Pierre
huge
even talked
news
about this at
buff.
all. So it makes you wonder.
My
He's starting to talk about this.
CWI teacher in
He
high
avoided
school
it for months.
told me she doesn't watch the news because it makes her too sad. I'm like, but you teach current world issues.
He's starting to open up a bit more about
You
what
should know
their
what's going
plans
on
are.
in the community.
Why would that be, everybody?
Like I was reading the newspaper. My little town, Little Soleil. I read the newspaper, and people are like, "What are you? Are you reading the newspaper?" I'm like, "Yes, I am." They'd be like, "Why?" I'm like, "Oh, because it's a weird thing."
All right, guys out there, who would you rather marry? A girl boss? Or
oh my. Them fucking Nazis ruin it for all of us. What? I just think if I go do anything, I'm gonna fuck everything up. So I'm a stupid dumb woman. So like, I'm just gonna stay home and eat and clean because that's what I'm good at. Like, shut the fuck up. I don't want to go to work. Snow outside. Wind hurts your face. Don't want to leave my house. Fucking feminists, all the different definitions of what feminism means. Let me shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Huh? Ooh. Brutal winter blast for millions across Canada. Yeah. All you fucking people who are like, it's just not Christmas without the snow. Now we got it. Fantastic. I could go the rest of my life never fucking seeing snow again, and I would not be heartbroken. Okay. Watch this one first.
Do you have a tendency to get stuck in fantasy? Do you find fantasy
My
to
brother does
almost
that.
be like an addiction? In this video, I'm going to be connecting the dots between childhood PTSD, fantasy, addiction, and some things we can do
My
to
brother
bring
does
ourselves
that.
from the
When he
fantasy
was a
state
teenager,
into
he used to live
reality
with
without
his mom.
demonizing our
and
imagination.
she'd start going off,
My name is
he would
Adam. Welcome back to my
imagine
YouTube channel.
he's
Now
like
let's
in a
talk about
Knights
fantasy
movie
for
or
a
a
minute.
Knights thing.
It took me a long time to realize how much I used fantasy to escape.
I don't know why the fuck anybody would fucking
It
live
took
here.
me a
Honestly,
long
I've known people from the Middle
time
East
to
who are like, why would my
realize
father send me here?
how
This
much
place is
fantasy
terrible.
was creating issues
The Middle
in
East.
my life, and it took me
Like
a
where kids have to
longer
take their
time
parents'
to
dead bodies
realize
to
that
hide
I
under.
didn't actually want to
And the guy
write
was like, this
off
place is
fantasy
fucking
for
shit.
my
It's a wasteland of
imagination,
frozen
because
tundra.
ultimately it's an
So much
incredible
for
gift.
rights and freedoms
It's
on
like
top of that.
anything, if you misuse it, or if you lean too much into it at the expense of something else that's out of balance, then it becomes a problem. So as a kid, I always loved to dream. I think a lot of kids dream. I would fantasize about being on stage. I would fantasize about being a musician. I would
It's
fantasize
fucking church. What am I doing? So I hung up a bunch of stuff at my front door. I've been procrastinating hanging this beautiful joy up. Is that not just disturbing? I found it. And I just could not leave it because I don't know. I hate it. But I haven't hung it up at the front door because I'm just like, but I keep finding it. I'm not gonna throw it in. Okay, we figured it. We figured it out. We're good.
So all of my fantasies were guiding me and were representative of my life lessons. But when we go into trauma, we have a hard time deciphering what's what in terms of the pattern that I would have very, very frequently, as showed its face many times throughout my life, is because of my tendency to fantasize, I would project particular images upon people when I would meet them of what I wanted them to be, very, very kind of specifically with potential romantic partnerships.
Fairy does do that.
You know, very high level divine union, soulmate connection. And
I still have to hear about his fucking girlfriend from high school. All his girlfriends from high school. He's like, oh, the love of my life. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
and what that would do is create this very powerful magnetic field of like kind of desire and attachment and pressure that I would not intentionally put on the other person.
I'm gonna send this to
because I
him.
was so not present, so in the attachment and the fantasy, that fantasy and dream would tend to push people away or take me out of the moment. And so I wouldn't really be able to go step by step and really figure out what anything was. This has been a very big thing, and it later. Now, where does this tendency to fantasize come from? Because ultimately, the fantasy it's like an addiction. The reason we tend to fantasize so much is because we're in control of our fantasies partially. Partially, that's why. The other reason is because that's actually how you create anything, which is back to my point of not wanting to demonize it. The trick is harmonizing fantasy and reality. We fantasize because we're in control. We're in control. People do what we want them to do in our mind. We get to feel the things we want to feel in our fantasies because nothing ever goes wrong. And if it does, we can just change it in a moment. You can't do that with people. You have no idea how they're going to react. You have no idea how reality is going to respond. You have no idea what's coming around the corner tomorrow. So where does this come from? A lot of it comes from childhood trauma. A lot of the tendency to fantasize in a dissociative sort of way comes from childhood trauma. So when we experience something very difficult as kids, it separates us from the love that we naturally are and the love that we know we deserve to receive from our parents and our environment, which is an unconditional love. And so if we're not experiencing that on a human level in the moment, we get fractured or fissured and we disconnect and we start to dissociate. We start to come out of our bodies and we go into our imagination. And when we go into our imagination, basically every fantasy you ever have and anyone has ever had on some level is trying to create the feelings that they want to feel internally in their body, which essentially is just being loved in this very enormous sort of way all the time, which we all deserve to feel. We're all entitled to. The game of life essentially is being able to fantasize and dream about what we want and then create it. If there's too much trauma in the body, if there's too much trauma in the nervous system, what happens is reality doesn't feel at all the way our fantasies feel. And we don't like it. And
That's
we don't like it
schizophrenia.
again because there was a trauma as children. But also, there can be trauma simply if you're very sensitive, very empathic, stargates, empaths, light workers.
Oh, his family used to be like, oh, what are you, fucking faggot? Like, they're terrible. And his fucking older brothers were readers, fucking all-star that blew his fucking knee. Like, fucking gross. He runs after my brother, crying, please don't do it. It's fucking super gross.
What that can lead to is a lifetime filled with nothing but disappointment. Because the fantasy essentially is the creation of an expectation for something to happen in a particular way.
Yeah. He hasn't finished high school. He's talking about going to university. And I'm fearing that, like, it's not how it works.
So what do we do? How do we begin to merge fantasy
Very
and
smart, but
reality? How do we begin to confront our
dumbing
maybe
himself down, trust me.
fantasy without writing it off? This is a very large topic. I'll do more videos on this in the future, but for today, the first step is beginning to ground. It's beginning to ground into your nervous system. So the more you start to feel your body, and you can do this through somatic healing, you can do it through yoga, you can do it through breath work. There's a lot of different modalities out there, but the important thing is to bring this intense tendency to imagine and fantasize into your body. When you do that, you start to harmonize and you start to heal. And you start to heal the wounds that make reality feel so awful. Because when reality feels awful, we go into our fantasy.
Oh.
The game of life. Again, it's understanding that there's a difference between how things feel in the mind and how things feel.
That's why he reached out to his father.
Everybody knows, like, the phenomena of, like, imagining something and expecting something, and then when it shows up, it's like, this isn't what I thought it was going to be. No, because you don't know what it actually is going to be. That was your fantasy, your idea, your expectation. And grounding is the most important thing you can do, and healing your childhood trauma through, inner child work, family constellation, inner family systems, meditation, whatever the modality.
I'm wondering if this started to happen when I got him to go meet his biological father.
Begin to experiment and become
Biological
aware
father's an Egyptian prince who knocked up his fucking psychotic mother and was going to be disowned by his family and would get no money.
willing to feel the discomfort of reality.
So he fucking abandoned his kid. Now he's got a mail order wife. She
If you
don't
don't
speak
become
English,
conscious
so
of this, you will
from like
go through
Singapore or
life
something.
again and again and again and again and again, creating nothing but disappointment simply because you're not taking ownership of how things feel in truth. You're operating on this unconscious sort of fairy world autopilot. And the only way to start to merge the two is look at situations, look at what you thought something was going to feel like in the moment or after the scenario, event, or whatever. Look at how it actually felt. And look at what you didn't like about it. What didn't you like about it and why? Were you afraid? Like, were you, like, for example, for me, like, I'll have all these fantasies about performing, and then if I go perform, it's fun, but it doesn't feel the way it felt in my head. This is a pattern I've had in my life.
Hi, Kim.
Because I have a lot of social anxiety. In my head, I don't have
Apparently, like, all three of you. Or I've been talking to Kyle a lot.
And then on top of that, like, things don't always go the way I want them to go. People people don't respond the way I want them to respond. And as we accept this more and more and more, then we have less attachment to the outcome. And then we actually enjoy the moment more because it's the fear of the outcome.
Yeah, but he
also
stopped.
leads to
Sure, he stopped before that happened.
And what is the next thing you can do just for today?
Like when he's letting
Well,
him,
it's
he's
kind of
fucking
goes
like
hand
fucking
in hand.
heartbroken for the rest of his
Start
life.
to
It's
write
ridiculous.
out your expectations. One of the things
Low.
that kills us
Very
is
low.
especially with-
Then you're always super stoked when something good happens.
But when we have fantasies about something or how something is going to go, we are unconscious of whether we realize it or not, developing new expectations. And if we don't pay attention to what our expectations are, we'll go into disappointment.
Yeah.
You'll be disappointed in lower
Yep.
Not anywhere near as much because they kind of surprise you. And then you just feel this emotion of like devastation and you don't even really know why because
You knew it was coming, yeah.
are not fully conscious of what's going on in their mind or their emotions or their body. So like if you have an event coming up and you're really excited and you really hope for something, before you go, write out what are you expecting? And is this realistic or not? This is some of this I got from Brene Brown. That was a heart. It's a really good book. I recommend it. Write out what you were expecting and is it realistic?
Do you still live in Germany?
To like
Is that where I heard you live now?
expect things that are impossible. You know, like if you're going to an event to like socialize a little bit, were you expecting, like within the first hour, to meet the absolute love of your life and have them walk up to you and profess their love? And you know, this massive soul connection, and within 3 days,
Definitely very fucking super ridiculous.
That's not realistic.
It's like not just like a hopeless romantic. It's like a fucking sad
It's not
fucking.
gonna go the way you thought it was gonna go. You're gonna be like, oh, this is
This is
bullshit.
ugly.
I don't like this person, and you're gonna push them away. Write out your expectations, and then determine whether they're realistic or not. And if they are realistic,
H&M.
still be aware that they may not happen. But when you're aware of what they are and you're very clear on it, it's much easier to just be like, okay, that didn't go the way I thought it was going to go, and it's okay. Because it's the mind can see it. And the last thing I would say for today is don't demonize things. Understand that your tendency to fantasize and to imagine is an absolute superpower. It's the biggest superpower on the planet. It's how everything happens. It's how everything is created. It's not that you want to like throw this thing away. You want to learn how to work with it. You know, it's like if all the time and you just sit on your bed or in your room and you never do anything with it, that can become kind of a little sad. Write them down.
He
Write
did.
a book.
He usually does.
Do something that
It's very
brings
artistic.
that into reality.
Apparently he's also
It's
fucking
about
really good at
understanding it's a
music
gift
too.
and then asking, what is it that you can do with this ability that can bring things into realness? Fantasy and imagination are the most important part of healing.
I will connect
Your
sound impossible.
whole past, no matter
I
how
make it impossible for you to do anything. Ever.
it's still on some level, a story. And you can't necessarily change what's going on in the moment if you're in a horrible, event or trauma. But later, you can go back with your imagination and tell a different story. And when you're connected to your body gets the new story, and it creates the new story. And the trauma starts to dissipate.
No, and there's no going back to like his fucking family for like they're bad people.
This is how we begin to heal.
And he totally does not seem to fucking feel any like regret about cutting him out.
So do not
Fucking like beat the crap out of him.
Let me know how that goes. Please like and subscribe to the channel. Let me know if you have any questions, revelations, or breakthroughs, or anything else you want to hear on this particular topic.
Good.
Other than that, thank you so much. And of course, next time. Bye.
Behind me is an evacuation corridor that the IDF set up to enable the evacuation of civilians from the northern part of the Gaza Strip to the southern part of the Gaza Strip.
People in Gaza need.
What? Seriously?
I am killed 2 people Palestinians.
I don't believe you did that.
I am in the enemy. Boom, boom, 2 people.
We're making a maximum effort to try to safeguard Gaza's civilian population.
Is I don't care about Gaza. I literally don't care. For all I care, they can go out and just swim in the sea. I want to see dead bodies of terrorists around Gaza.
Even though Israeli propaganda is laughable and dystopian at this point, it still holds a lot of people captive, a lot of their minds captive, a lot of Israelis and Americans. And we're going to get into the psychology of why that is in this video with the help of an ex-Zionist.
Oh my God.
It's coming up a little bit later.
That was so fucking gross.
Big mask-off moment. The world is finally starting to see this US-backed colonial land grab project for what it is.
You're a walking lie, and I can see right through you.
Because Israeli propaganda is becoming so sloppy, so out of touch. The latest attack on a church in Gaza, where 2 Christian women inside Holy Family Parish in Gaza were shot dead by an Israeli sniper while they were going to the nuns monastery. And when an Israeli official in the UK was being asked about it on TV, she acted like there are no churches in Gaza. Then when he told her there are, she said, no, there are no Christians in Gaza. Then when the guy told her, I actually know Christians in Gaza, she's like, oh, well, I don't know.
Is it necessary, if it is reported, to start shooting, having snipers outside a church?
I don't. I saw the report this morning. The church, there are no churches in Gaza, so I'm not quite sure where the report is talking
There's
about.
a Catholic church there, isn't there? That is.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are no
Yeah,
Christians.
apparently Zionists are
By
Mormon, Christian, Jewish,
Well, I don't know what happened. I don't know who was
and
attacked.
one
I
of
didn't see
whatever. It's
So you saw the report or you didn't see them?
I saw the report this morning. I didn't see the report.
So it's both. By the way, a little side note. Well, not really a side note, actually very relevant to the topic of propaganda. Christians in Gaza cause a very big problem for the Israeli propaganda because they don't fit the narrative that this war is started by Islamic Jihad. Because they love making it about Muslims trying to kill Jews. Which is not. There are Christian Palestinians, there are atheist Palestinians, and yes, there are Muslim Palestinians who don't want to kill anyone. They just want to go on with their life. But maybe
That's fucking.
the religious extremism you're talking about.
Yep. Absolutely.
And speaking of Taylor Swift, she's showing up later in the video with the ex-Zionist who's gonna talk some sense into her. But that's still coming up later.
Oof.
But the real reason these Israeli officials, these morally depraved Israeli officials, spout so much lies with so much ease is because they've done so for so long with complete impunity. They think they're still untouchable. It's like they're choking on their own gaslighting.
No, they kind of are.
Becoming very difficult.
People are not willing to give up their boat or their second car or their recreational home because their throwaway money is absolutely necessary for them to be like even alive.
So they're literally advertising building homes for Israeli settlers in Gaza. And then when they were caught in that scandal, they were like, oh, it's a joke.
Funny, not funny.
I don't get it. And speaking of comedy, did you see that clip, one of hundreds of clips, where basically Israeli soldiers are just laughing and dancing on the ruins of Gaza? There was one where it starts as a close-up, like he's knocking on the door of a Palestinian home, and then when he pulls out, it reveals that the home is bombed. It's like, oh my God, we just leveled the whole area. That's hilarious.
Oh, shit.
And there are also other clips of Israeli soldiers in beds of Palestinian children, making fun or riding the bicycles of Palestinians. Oh my God. And by the way, this is the army that Israel calls the most moral army in the world. Always with the stunts. The most moral. Can't you just be an army? They have to be the Israeli Defense Forces, the most moral. Always they have to just dress everything up with social justice and, But of course, that thing about building settlements in Gaza was no joke.
Something wrong.
Many Israeli
Something
politicians
wrong
talk
with your
about
brain.
the Gush Katif, which is the name of the Israeli settlements that were in Gaza before they pulled out in 2005. They openly talk about returning to it.
ולהשאיר את עזה ללא ערבים, ולהקים התיישבות יהודית בכל חבל עזה. כאשר אומרים ביישובי העוטף שרוצים לראות את הים,
Mind you,
זאת אומרת, כדי לראות את הים,
Benjamin Netanyahu's
צריך שלא
brother
יהיו
was
בתים,
killed by
לא
a
יהיו
Palestinian.
בתים, לא יהיו ערבים. זו דרך אלגנטית,
No, sorry. Nope. Correction. I think it was somebody who was just a member of Hamas. Because, just to be clear, Palestinian is not the equivalent of Hamas. Also, Zionists are not Jews.
The honesty of it because it really lays the intentions of the Zionist project there, right there in front of you.
Zionists are not Jews.
It's like this video chatting service.
They're
online
super not.
Where people pop up and you don't know who's gonna pop up. You just see their.
It's like Palestinians are Hamas.
But it's just kind of like it's something that kids do mostly. I have become obsessed with it lately because it's filled with people who are just waiting to see Israelis and then kind of confront.
I want all the Arab people to happen. No, right now. Now.
You really believe that?
Yeah. All the people in Gaza dead. What you want, and it's really, really fun.
And most of the Israelis on there are young.
Someone
kids.
should
And you
literally
see
beat
that
that
big
girl
part
with
of
a
it is also
stupid
she
stick.
starts very young and makes them believe that every Palestinian out there is trying to kill them, which is crazy. That as if like Palestinians are just born to hate Jews. It's insane. Completely
What?
deflecting from the idea that Palestinians hate being oppressed.
Why did Israel bomb a refugee camp? Why is Israel bombing innocent civilians homeless?
The people that the Israeli army who are fighting, those were terrorists. Yes, they are children. You want to know why? Because they raise these people to kill us.
Are you saying children are terrorists?
I'm saying children can be terrorists. Yes, they can.
What? What?
To believe that literal newborns, babies, are actually killers.
How many innocent lives in Gaza were by Israel? Do you know?
I don't care.
You don't care?
No, I don't care.
How much Teflon has to be wrapped around your feel for the pain
Yeah, but
of
look at
people
hers.
who are dying? But being in denial like this actually shields you from feeling pain, and you can just go on pretending that this
Yeah,
has
but
nothing
look
to do
at hers. One day
with
she's gonna wake up, she's gonna be
or
alone in the
oppressing
world.
other people. You can just convince yourself that these people are just born to kill. And that's exactly what Israeli propaganda has done. It has taken the minds and hearts of Israelis captive. And I actually feel really bad for them because they are the prime target and victim of Israeli propaganda. And there was one girl on OTV, she's talking about not free Palestine, free Israel. And
Yeah.
She's like, free Israel from what? And she's like, free Israel from Israel.
And you say, free Palestine. No, free Israel.
Free Israel,
You liar.
free Israel from what?
From Israel.
What does that even mean?
But the silver lining, if a genocide can have a silver lining, is that the world is starting to see what Israel is.
We're Israeli, the only democracy in the Middle East. Unlike you live over the border in Gaza and then shut up, prisoner. We're Israeli. We care about multiracial democracy as long as the Arabs stay in their border.
Not all Israelis believe in propaganda. Yes, there's still a minority, like my guest, the ex-Zionists, who's still coming up. People like him and other Israelis who are actually woken up and see the truth. They're also going to be featured in this video, even though they're not the focus.
Oh, is that snow?
Captive by the propaganda.
Oh, it's like snow to me.
The Israeli public and the liberal Western audience, particularly Americans, and why those two groups fall for the propaganda of the Israeli army. For example, it's so much easier for the Israeli public and some of the American public to believe that Israel is trying to eliminate Hamas rather than actually face the truth that they're trying to just take more land and take natives out of their homes. Because I don't know if you heard last week, Israel managed to kill Hamas deputy chief in Lebanon in a targeted killing that was actually surgical, leading to any civilians. So you actually can, even in a foreign country that is not under your control. But in Gaza, you have to bomb 22 hospitals, 4 universities, refugee camps, 40,000 buildings, and you still get on Hamas. So basically, you've destroyed the healthcare system that sustains life. You've destroyed homes where people can live, and you're trying to find Hamas.
Yeah, that's fucking outrageous.
But that's the trick with Israeli propaganda. It always reflects to the Islamic hood, jihad, Hamas, terror, ISIS.
Yeah.
That's why this video I'll be focusing on the West Bank, another part of Palestine where there is no Hamas. And there in the West Bank, you can truly see the colonialism, the brutal colonialism. the way, in the West Bank is where the art center is very important. Any Jew from around the world, or any convert to Judaism from around the world, can actually leave their country, move to the West Bank, kick Palestinians out of their homes with the help of the Israeli army.
Israeli settlers are not, why are we saying this? You are illegal. You're a squatter. Are building a house. They're not calling you
That's fucking why the natives are into this.
We're Israeli, so I can just move to the West Bank and take someone's house even though I'm from LA.
Anyway, I'll be talking about the West Bank through my special guest, who's finally going to arrive. He's an ex-Zionist. His name is Shlomo. He lives in Jerusalem. And Shlomo's grandfather, by the way, survived Auschwitz. And he not only is he Israeli, he holds an American passport. And in his appearance in my video, he wants to talk to the people of Hollywood. Because Hollywood is at the epicenter of the Zionist propaganda. You hear about Susan Sarandon and other actresses who were fired for supporting Palestinians? Because apparently, if you say you support Palestine, or even say
I have a fucking Palestine flag on my fucking front of my house. Right in my kitchen window. There's a Palestinian flag.
You must be to hear that someone being free.
Come at me, bro.
Honestly.
The fact that I can sit here and try to live with myself, that I, as a Jewish person whose grandfather survived Auschwitz, when I cannot live with myself, knowing that I am not doing enough. So what I'm asking you,
You sound like
is
Snowden.
I'm asking you to compile every single thing that I have ever said against the settler, colonial, Zionist entity. And by the way, I haven't been just speaking out since this month or so. This has been years now. So I'm asking you to actually do your research and to take your job seriously. And I want you to compile every single thing where I've spoken out against Zionism, and I want you to frame it. And I will hang it in my home, and I will show it to my children to show them where I stood when Zionism was still around. Because Zionism is going to end. We will dismantle settler colonialism. We will build relational futures in a free Palestine where every single person is treated as a whole human being. And the fact that anyone can hear freedom as a call for genocide attests to the logic of the colonizer, who can only imagine existing if it comes at the expense of someone else. They can only imagine living in a place that is other population. Y'all need to end Zionism to get free.
Hey y'all, happy New Year.
You just got subscribers.
I've been away for 5 weeks from YouTube. This is the longest I've ever been since starting the channel 3 years ago. But my God, there's this other projects that I'm trying to get off the ground that I'm applying for money for, but also what is going on in Gaza has been very difficult to process. Not just because I'm Palestinian, but well, maybe because I'm Palestinian. I'm finally kind of taking pride and ownership of my Palestinian identity and trying to process it and not run away from the pain and do something creative with it and produce something that, I don't know, can touch people, but also
Digging it.
Make some change.
Digging it.
Oh my God.
Like, please, kid, fucking pander to that fucking white audience, because God, white people are fucking dumb. They suck. God.
The piece that meditation is given me. Learn the science of transformation. Medicine is within us. Stress has reached epidemic levels. There are very simple hacks to alleviate stress.
I lost 50 pounds. I had a resurgence of vitality and energy. It was quite radical, and yet the changes that I made were relatively simple.
So what's the fuel that's going to get us through those challenges of life? Our why and our vision support us in having that fuel.
Beginning your morning routines with self-care is a truly beautiful way to honor your body, mind, and spirit. You're going to love implementing these into your life.
And we can see the brain opens in so many new areas. You can develop intuition.
Studies suggest that pessimists are more accurate and optimists achieve a lot more. And from that center, allow your awareness to descend to the earth.
And that's all it takes, folks. It's just 20 minutes a day, getting the shoes off and going for a walk on the earth. You see these studies and it just drops your jaw. How come all the docs don't know this? Because this is hard science, you know.
They wouldn't profit off of it. Why do you think they're telling fucking give your kids with the diabetes medication so your kid's not fat? Fucking retarded. And guess what? It causes diabetes. What is this? Oh my god.
So first of all, this is not a vape pen, not electronic, but it's very well made. And we started, this Prism Record, and we realized over the course of a couple of weeks, we're constantly going back to this.
I love it. So I could see if somebody had, some bad habits that this could definitely help.
I'm gonna.
That's something that you're just constantly reaching.
Yeah.
The things that are like most about it, we're talking about the look, the feel, and the taste.
Yeah.
Because it's a really nice way to get ways that are nice.
But if you're new to my channel, I'm in denial, the drag therapist, and my name, I always say that I'm in denial so you can look up. That's a joke that I tell. Actually, the theme of in denial really fits this week's video, because not only are the ones who are victims of Israeli propaganda in denial about what Israel does, Israelis, and they need to be in denial to protect themselves, but I think Palestinians are also having their own denial. Like when I see heartbreaking images of Palestinians trying to just convince themselves and their loved ones survive this, it makes me think that denial is actually a form of coping.
Kamloops skills, the memorial for that was not long ago, and I was like, I don't have a fucking thing that's on because I fucking hate work.
And by the way, I really want to thank the people who donated to my last video, and also the people who became members. I already have members. And those are the first 3 members of my channel. Thank you. I'm going to remember that I have millions of members. And also, if you're new to my channel, you know that covering this topic is not something that I've been doing. I usually cover reality TV and I analyze reality TV, again, through my drag therapy filter, but this means so much to me personally. But I am still working on that documentary about reality. I'm going to start to interview psychologists who are experienced with reality TV, and I'm hoping to drop that at the end of this month. And next month comes on Valentine's Day, so I'm going to be also covering that as well. And there's still my ongoing theater show all about me and my mother, where I play my mother, I play my father, and I also tell our life story as a family. I play this once a month at a theater here in Amsterdam. Tickets linked below. Now let's get back to the topic of this video, which is the psychology of propaganda, the psychology of believing propaganda. And here's a little story. I was performing at a storytelling theater here called Mizrach. We were 6 performers that night, and one of the other performers was an Israeli. This happened a couple of weeks ago. So I was there to do like a lip sync medley on Madonna, something fun.
So it's really gay.
When I got there, I asked the organizer, like, can I at the end of the show just say a quick prayer for people of Gaza and just say my heart? I'm not praying. I won't do a political thing because it was a comedy night. I don't want to break people down. I'm not one of those actors that will just shove things in your face. It's just not my life. So I was like, okay, is this okay?
Yeah, because it doesn't change anything. That's why the femme fatale. They literally only every month their fucking thing changes. Like, how much can you know about what you're trying to advocate for if it changes every fucking month?
The guy started doing his story. So he gave this 10-minute story about the Holocaust. And he started by saying that I'm from that place, saying what it is right now, it's shameful to be a part of that, being Israel, and talking about the suffering of Jews in the Holocaust. I'm like, wow, I have to actually take permission to just say a quick prayer for that. Whole bit about the suffering of the Holocaust from 80 years ago. One, a genocide, which was a horrific genocide to Jewish people. Well, there's an ongoing genocide that's now in its 90th day on Palestinians. And I'm still feeling bad. And then after we started speaking, I'm trying to talk to him about Palestinians, and he would be like, but Hamas, Like his brain can't go there to the suffering of Palestine.
Yeah, but that's what the Jewish people do for everything.
Part of, I
Oh,
think,
but the Holocaust.
Israel, to be okay with what Israel does, it's like belonging to a cult. I think to break
Why did you
away
bomb
from
a
that would require a lot.
school
There's a
full of
comedian called
children?
Matt
Why
Lee. He
did
does
you bomb
a
a
podcast called
hospital
Jewish
specifically for
Yeah,
pregnant
podcast
women?
About Hasbara. Hasbara
The,
is
but the Holocaust.
Jewish word for PR or propaganda. He used to be a Zionist, and he talks about the process of breaking free from Zionism. He said when he first started to see it for what it is, it was very painful and confronting. And even though he started to become critical of Israel, he couldn't bear to hear other people being critical of Israel. He said that was the first stage. But now he's very comfortable with it because he realized Zionism is different than Judaism. He doesn't take it personally when people critique what Israel does. But he talked about the different stages, and I found it very eye-opening. And for that artist that was performing with me, I really thought there was a good guy who wanted to feel with Palestinians, but he just couldn't move past the point of the suffering of Jewish people. I think the attachment to Jewish suffering is so intense, and the Israeli propaganda machine uses that. Like right now in Hollywood, you know, the actress, Israeli-American actress, Gal Gadot, who acted in Wonder Woman, she's actually hosting a press about the massacres on October 7th. And in the UK, they also held a press screening for select British press to watch the 45-minute massacre on October 7th. I'm just going to leave that there. And all these young Israelis that I mentioned on OMTV, which I'm going to feature throughout this video, they're sitting comfortably in their home, JK, chatting, laughing with their friends in the background, talking about how scared they are, which I'm sure they're scared. There are rockets, which nobody's dying from. And then there's actual fear that the Palestinians are going through. Starvation, having no home, under relentless bombing. But they refuse to look at that, and they have to look at their fear and only their fear. It's incredible. And again, it's not like they're bad or evil people. They just can't. It's like their brain is imprisoned by the propaganda. Actually, that's the only way occupation works, or any colonial project works, or even slavery. You have to see the other as less than you, as subhuman. That's the only way you can do it. And actually, Noam Chomsky talks about the most interesting, he says that the most interesting thing in understanding the Holocaust is not understanding how Hitler managed to do that. It's understanding how he convinced many German people that it's the right thing to do. And you know how you know Israelis view Palestinians as subhuman? Because they never accept for their pain to be compared to the pain of Palestinians. How they talk about Palestinian mothers. They actually discuss Palestinian mothers as being happy to send their kids off to get martyred. As if it's literally a terrorist factory. Like these mothers don't care about their children, don't want to hold their children. They just prepare them to die and send them off. They actually tell themselves that this is what Palestinians are like. Completely dehumanizing a population of 2.2 million people, not to mention people in the West Bank, as just like puppets of, they're just being sent off to die.
And that's what the people of Gaza are. They're basically hired mercenaries. That is their industry. Terrorism is their industry.
And when you constantly hear things like this and you repeat things like this to yourself, you start believing that Palestinians don't love their children. It's like Westerners love their children. Palestinians don't. You love life, but Palestinians don't. They're just ready to die. I cannot tell you how many heartbreaking clips are out there of parents. Like there's this father whose son was just found under there. He's crying, sobbing, apologizing to the son that he couldn't get him the candy in time, and he's putting this candy wrapper in his cold hand, his baby's cold hand, and crying and apologizing. Most of these images are way too intense to share here, but there's one clip that it's not a violent image, but it's just heartbreaking that I want to share. It's of a father holding his son really tight, refusing to let him go as they both sleep. Because he says to his wife, who's filming, that at least if we, get bombed, we die together. And then the most heartbreaking thing about that clip is that the parents, the man and his wife, are trying to make a joke of that.
طب انا ليش مش حاطيني جنبكم يعني؟ الله يحميك يا رب.
But you see, the dehumanization of Palestinians is very necessary for this Zionist project. because it prevents Israelis from being able to put themselves in the place of a Palestinian. Because the second anyone puts themselves in the place of a Palestinian, it's over. You will not accept for this to go on. But the propaganda prevents people from putting themselves in the shoes of the occupied. There was actually Ehud Barak, a former Israeli prime minister, who was once confronted by a journalist called Gideon Levy, and he told him, well, not confronted, he just simply asked him, like, what would you do if you were born Palestinian? And Ehud Barak, without missing a beat, he said, I would become a terrorist. And he nearly lost the election because of that. Because they understand. Deep down inside, they understand. But again, being in denial of such a truth helps you go on with your everyday life. So let's take a deep dive into the psychology of this denial. And as I said before, we're going to break it down into two groups. Let's start with the Israeli public. I told you I've been watching these compilations of Israeli kids on this own TV that are being compiled for YouTube. It's very interesting to see how they always start the phone call with saying, do you love Israel? Do you love Israel? The second they say hi.
Hello, Palestine or Israel?
Oh my God, oh, you're from Greece.
Hello. You support Israel? Hi. You support Israel or Palestine? Israel. You love Israel? Hi. You love Israel?
What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
What do you think about Israel?
I think this excessive need for approval and validation comes from that gut feeling of knowing that you're doing something wrong to the Palestinians. But what the propaganda aims to do is help you explain away that gut feeling by saying, oh no, they just hate you because you're Jewish. And then you have the second group, which is the Western audience, mainly Americans, liberal Western audience. And the propaganda for those people, it aims to highlight social justice issues like women's rights, like gay rights, that appeal to a liberal Western audience, and highlighting that Israel actually has those rights as opposed to Palestinians who don't. Therefore, you should support this genocide, and they target that group through the IDF accounts on social media platforms like TikTok and YouTube. And you know it's targeted at those people because, first of all, everything's spoken in English. Everyone sounds American. Everyone is white, gorgeous, and pretty.
What it's like to be an Israeli? I just wanted to make a nice get ready with me for shopping with mom, but instead, get ready with me for my reserve duty. Before we hear some fake news about the IDF, let me get you some facts about the Operation Shield and Arrow. Only a week ago, around 100 rockets were fired into Israel by the Islamic Jihad in order to kill innocent Israelis.
You notice how they always dovetail it with Islamic Jihad, as if the fight is Islamic Jihad. Like, oh, here's this woman who just wants to go on with her day and go shopping with her mom, but she can't because there are these Islamic terrorists out there who just want her to not shop. Palestinians just can't stand it if other people are shopping and having freedom. They're just born that way. They hate shopping. And it's also very manipulative how they put women front and center on their social media. As if like being killed by a woman makes it better. As if like a Palestinian mother who lost her children, she's like, really makes you feel like you're a part of something. A woman is bothering me. Women's rights.
We're Israelis. We care about women's rights, unless you're Palestinian.
And there's actually a third group that's targeted by Israeli propaganda. And this group, I feel, belongs to the first two because they're Jews who live abroad, like in the US and Europe. And the Israeli propaganda tries to lure that group to come and live in Israel because, of course, they want to have demographic majority. That's how you can take over the land. I don't know if you heard of this thing called Birthright, which is a fully subsidized 10-day trip for any Jew between 18 and 26 living in Europe or the US. And they're invited, fully paid their trip, to come to Israel and meet with Israeli soldiers, eat the best food, go around the country. And by the way, the soldiers who take them, show them around, are always hot. And talking to them about how hot everyone is in Israel. And you know what your hormones are like at that age. And the idea of sex and having a good time is constantly there. And that trip ends with a big show from Netanyahu, who comes into a stadium and basically tries to once again tell these young kids, like, oh, come to Israel and have kids here in Israel.
Oh my God.
There's a reason that young Jewish people go on birthright when we are 18 years old.
Prior to the age of 18, you're a minor. You're probably living at home with your parents, going to synagogue with them.
Yeah,
You may
but
not be
still
spending a lot of time with
encouraged,
people
like,
who
you're
are outside of your
fucking
community.
a
And you're just
miracle.
getting bombarded
You
with propaganda from the
fucking
day before.
shit
But when you're
children, and they
18,
hope to be
it's a
shit
little bit
people.
different. You're starting to grow up. You're
Fantastic.
becoming an adult. You're maybe
Not a
thinking for
fucking
yourself at
accomplishment
this
of opening
point.
your
Most
goddamn
likely,
legs.
you're starting to spend time with people who are different than you, who are not Zionists, who have more information about Israel than you do. Israel can't have this. So what they do is they roll out the red carpet, they give you an all-expenses paid trip, and they make sure that you are hosted by the hottest Israeli soldiers that they can find because they handpick them. And they do this because they want you to fall in love with Israel. So they show you all of the most beautiful beaches and the most popular tourist destinations. They let you go out virtually unattended with these Israeli soldiers who take you to bars and clubs and they get you drunk. And they tell you all about how they are fighting the good fight against the evil Palestinians.
Yo,
It's
so do
propaganda
the
on
Mormons.
steroids. Individual personal thoughts that you might have, conjured up on your own are now
No, it's
root
the other ones
because
that
you
I
have the
fucking
best
hate.
memories of your time in Israel. Maybe you even want to move there.
So now let's take a deep dive into the first group, Israeli public. If you take the older Israeli public, those people are
Jehovah's
still
Witness,
not very far
Jehovah's Witness
removed
is the
from the Holocaust.
fucking
And that
worst.
pain and that
I
suffering.
was asking
And
if they
their
want to join my
unresolved
goat
trauma
sacrifice.
around that blunts their empathy towards Palestinians.
What if it was only a democracy, not a Jewish state?
Not good for me.
Why?
Because I'm a Jew.
Okay.
But it's the only Jewish state. If you want something for Christians, for Arab, only one Jew.
Yeah, but the world doesn't work that way. Okay, but the world doesn't work that way.
The world forecasted before 75 years. Now, fuck the world. It's not very problem.
What's crazy about this way of thinking is that someone like that cannot see how similar the suffering of Palestinians today is to the suffering of Jews during the Holocaust. Because there's a common misconception about the Holocaust that all the Jews were killed in one go. No, they died over a period of 2.5 years, and a lot of them were starved, and a lot of them were forcibly moved, just like Palestinians are going through today. And there's actually a very well-known Israeli historian of genocide and Holocaust who described what's going on today to the Palestinians as very rare because he says, never has been an intention of genocide be so explicit.
אני מודה, אני אגיד את זה פה, לא אכפת לי שירדו עליי, או עושים פה חומרים. אני לא נרדם טוב בלי שאני...
I don't know why I'm
מה אני אעשה? עוד בתים, עוד מגדלים, שלא יהיה להם לאן לחזור. הם צריכים לזכור על עמלק. הם צריכים לזכור את זה להרבה מאוד זמן.
And one of my favorite Israeli journalists who I featured in my last video, and he talks about how he doesn't recognize Israel at this moment in time, during this specific war. Like, it's worse than ever, he says.
I never met such an Israel. All kinds of sides of Israel in my long career. It's, first of all, the first war that I can recall that has no critics, no moral doubts or any other question marks. A famous commentator in a mainstream channel suggested the other day that it started with 100,000.
Like, if white people are talking about it, they'll be like, oh, that was terrible, that was just so awful. Like, I don't feel that way. I don't have that opinion. I would never do that.
The
Like,
left that used to support Palestinians, the Israeli left, have completely vanished after October 7th. And he questions, how could one event make you turn and drop your values all of a sudden? Because, of course, what happened on October 7th is horrific. So a natural reaction, of course, to that would be anger, but it would be to go after the perpetrators, the terrorists, or take them to jail. But to find it okay to decimate an entire population really makes you question how real was your empathy towards Palestinians? You can just drop it.
If one attack changes values, changes people so easily, then you might question how solid and how convinced they were from the first place.
And now, after October 7th, the cruelty toward Palestinians is thought of as necessary to keep Jews safe. And that mask of safety and security is one of the biggest tools in the propaganda tool belt. But what's very interesting about Israel, and specifically Israeli politicians, is that they're always dropping truth bombs. Like Ariel Sharon, who, look him up, he's not exactly pro-Palestinian. He's, one might say, a butcher of Palestinians. But this guy himself, in 2003, was saying that what we do to Palestinians is an occupation. He said it in a press conference, public.
שהמחשבות והרעיונות שאפשר להמשיך ולהחזיק תחת כיבוש. זה תחת כיבוש.
אז אפשר לא נאהב לאהוב את המילה, אבל מה שקורה זה תחת כיבוש.
Such ideas expose the truth that what Palestinians are fighting is occupation. It also exposes a deeper truth that Israel does not need to keep up this war. And that's the craziest thing about October 7th and Hamas, is that it finally legitimized this fear that Israelis have. So now it's like free reign, they can do anything they want to Palestinians.
Listen, we don't stop the Hamas stuff. And we don't bump the people, we bump Hamas.
And the reason why it's so effective is that this stuff starts very early in childhood.
Israel just protect us, and Gaza is people. That's what you need to know. Israel is better.
And the mainstream media in Israel is very complicit in this. And Gideon Levy, the journalist that I mentioned, talks beautifully about this.
I think this is the darkest hour of Israeli media ever. As if they got together and decided, we are not covering Gaza. You don't see Gaza. And if you see Gaza, you see only Gaza.
That's fucking like.
You don't see Palestinians.
Like even like the giant eater, whatever the fuck day it was.
It's actually a betrayal to Israelis.
Like the
Because they're
concert,
putting Israelis in
which was
harm's way,
apparently the whole
not
reason why they're doing
Palestinians,
this.
of course, by depriving them of the truth. Like there's this common lie that goes around that we gave them Gaza back in 2006, and it could have been a Singapore of the Middle East. But they just only understand terror, as if they just gave them back the key to Gaza. Gaza is under siege by land, air, and sea. People are not allowed to leave and enter.
Kidnapping
Israel
their family
controls
members, like no.
how much food they have, how much electricity they have, how much water. Like they are in prison. They're actually entrapped. They control the birth registry. It's not a free state by any means. So to say that, oh, we gave it to them, but they don't want to prosper, and now that they don't want to prosper, we have to bomb them. Like it's the logic of it is crazy. Yet people believe it. Like there are kids on this old TV that actually say, oh, we just give and give and give. We give them water, we give them electricity, and they just fire rockets. So that's the only thing they understand.
They're like homing fireworks. Homing missiles.
Many years. Give them, and they just like rockets. Yes. Every time.
Why?
Without that, they don't have water, electricity. What is used to that?
Without us, they don't have electricity or water, like dripping superiority. It's really high. And they believe that. They're not doing an act. They genuinely believe this stuff because, again, they're indoctrinated with it their whole life. And the denial gets so deeply embedded in your brain that you can't see the truth even when it's hitting you in the face. There's another girl on this own TV who didn't start like the others, like, oh, do you love Israel? She was very like apprehensive, already preempting that people are gonna hate Israel. So she was being a bit cagey, and the guy was asking her, what's up? She's like, I don't want to talk about it because you're not going to believe me. And he's like, why? She's like, well, nobody believes me. Every time she chats with someone, people blame Israel. And the guy's like, well, if everyone is telling you that, maybe it's something you should consider. She's like, no.
You're not going to believe me or say that my country is shooting babies in Congo.
Why? Why I will say this?
Oh, believe it, Naruto.
Everyone telling you this. If everyone's saying this, maybe that's the truth, right?
But of course, unlearning stuff and breaking away is difficult. That's why I actually have a lot of respect for Israelis, like that comedian Matik that I mentioned, and others who have a much more intense way of showing it. Like there's this young activist.
My name is Gadan. I'm 23 years old from Haifa. I'm an activist in the anti-occupation bloc. And ever since the 7th of October, me and my friends are being harassed and sometimes arrested over our attempts at protesting against the ongoing atrocities in Gaza and the West Bank. The cops, they kept calling us, and they called us traitors. We cannot let them silence us like they wish we can do, and we cannot allow ourselves to sit in silence when the people of Gaza are being massacred and the people of the West Bank are suffering in the hands of settlers and the military.
And again, it's easier to see the truth when you talk about West Bank, because in the West Bank, there's no Hamas. So let's switch over to the West Bank, where Palestinians literally live behind the wall. By the way, they always talk about Israel as an apartheid state, but it's not apartheid in Gaza, because Gaza is just a prison, but you really see the apartheid in West Bank, where you actually have sterilized streets where Palestinians can go. There's a series of stories that Palestinians have to go through like cattle.
Where's Stephen?
There are buses that are only for Palestinians. Hard to believe, right? I'll let Shlomo tell you that. Actually, he wants to tell it to Taylor Swift, because he recently heard that Taylor Swift was at a Gaza Relief comedy show. She's crossing over to the other side. Shake it off, Taylor. Shake it off.
So in 2018,
when I was 20 years old. I was studying in Jerusalem in a nationalist seminary. And while I was there, I started having questions about the entire population that existed beyond these walls. And
I did the
as part of my
same thing with the
program,
fucking
there were
natives.
individuals who were doing this interesting program
Yeah,
where
same
folks
thing with
actually
the
met
natives.
Palestinians
Like,
for some of
hey,
their
wait a
So I
minute.
decided to join that program.
I hang out
And I
there
remember I
sometimes.
was
That's
sitting
not
there
what they
at 9
said.
a.m. in Jerusalem, and a Palestinian man had come to speak to us. And he was describing how he had to get up at 4:30 a.m. to make it to
Like, we're
Jerusalem,
trying to give them clean
at
drinking
9
water. No, you said hydro
even
will
though
come
he
set up.
lived in Ramallah, which is
And you
only
said,
like
no, they
7
will
miles
not.
away.
We do not want that.
So obviously my brain goes, well, that doesn't make any sense. And then I listened as he proceeded to talk about the system of checkpoints, how he had to get on a separate bus, how he had to make the calculation of whether it made more sense for him to stay on the bus, knowing that if he's on the bus, he could be kicked off the bus at the checkpoint and go to the back of the line, or if it just made sense to just wait on the non-bus part of the checkpoint to get through to make sure that he got here in time to speak to try to convince them that Palestinians were human.
What?
The Palestinians
What?
are constantly being asked to shut down their pain and just accept the occupation. And any resistance to the occupation is terror, which is crazy making. And speaking of shoving down the pain, Israeli soldiers have to do a lot of that. I recently read an article that there's a rise in suicide and mental illness within the ranks of Israeli soldiers. Because actually soldiers see the truth because they get very close. Or at least the ones in the ground incursions. Because the one who just dropped the bombs with a press of a button from the sky, for them it's like a video game. Because they don't see the Palestinians. But the ones on the ground who come face to face with the Palestinians, or the ones in the West Bank, because the West Bank, the occupation is on the ground. So you see the Palestinians face to face. And there was actually a very interesting clip on this home TV of an Israeli soldier who was actually in the bunker or in their wherever they sleep. And the guy chatting with her was confronting her with what they do to the Palestinians, trying to talk to her about kids that are killed by the Israeli army. And she didn't want to go there completely emotionless. But then when he brought up animals, she just couldn't take it because there are animals also under the rubble. He showed her one clip of a donkey.
You know, the animals, the plants, the humans are not safe because of you guys. Oh my gosh, how stupid you are.
Can you imagine how dehumanized Palestinians have to be for you to not feel anything when he talks about Palestinian children, but for you to suddenly be moved and become angry when he mentions a donkey?
Wow.
That alone
That's fucked.
tells you everything.
Wow, buddy! Essayez le Bunny Burger cornichon et un été 3,99.
But not all soldiers can afford to not see. And there's a whole movement called Breaking the Silence of Israeli soldiers who finally basically break the silence and expose what Israel does. And they're usually dealing with a lot of PTSD and mental health issues. And there was one very eye-opening interview with an Israeli soldier that was done by Owen Jones as well. The soldier talks about his experience in the West Bank and how the indoctrination of the Israeli soldiers gets them to the point of being so mistrustful and suspicious of Palestinians that they can't even see that a child is just playing.
You know, when I was a soldier in the Jenin area guarding the fence, we were patrolling the fence between the Jenin area and Israel. And it's this like what we call a smart fence, which when someone touches it, then you get an indication and then you go there with your Jeep. And one time we had this and there were two kids.
Both you are so fucking in the closet. It's unreal.
Like maximum 8, maybe 7, 8-year-olds. And they touched the fence. I don't know what they were doing there. But our commander, our officer, he had this idea that they were maybe sent to touch the fence in order to test how fast it takes us to get to that point. And therefore, in order to ruin their idea or their scheme, we will arrest these kids so they know not to try to think about doing anything fun, you know. So basically, we had a reason why to arrest these kids for touching the fence. And I was sent to arrest these two kids and put them in the military jeep and drive up to our base and put them in this little room. And it made sense for a second. And then I was holding these two kids, brothers maybe, or friends, and closing the jeep. And they were crying, terrified, holding each other. And they were looking at me. And they were terrified for me. You know, and I'm a good guy. Why would anybody be so terrified for me, a 7-year-old?
But are you a good guy?
I realize I'm kidnapping these kids.
Yeah.
I actually saw this one clip. I'm not going to post it here because it's way too intense. In the West Bank, of soldiers taking a 3-year-old away from his father. I'm not even a parent, and I would just lose my mind thinking of someone harming my unborn, non-existent child. So imagine you actually have a child. What it must be like first to feel that you can't protect your child because there's someone literally with a machine gun ripping you away from your child. For that stuff to be happening to you on a daily basis, what that would do to your soul. And also to cause a 3-year-old to cry by ripping them away from their parents and convincing yourself that you're fighting terror.
How do you take nice Jewish boys and girls and turn them into monstrous kids of children when they reach 18? It takes a very long, thorough, and sophisticated education to do that. We have an organization called Breaking the Silence, where soldiers confess what they did in the West Bank. The soldiers say, I was educated to believe that whatever I do to the Palestinians will save us from another Holocaust.
This was actually an Israeli professor and activist called Nurit Taleb, and she speaks beautifully and writes beautifully about the Israeli education system that starts way in school already and prepares Israelis to reach that point where they think it's okay. Basically, to reach a point where they serve in the army, which is why I have so much respect for the moral courage it takes to stand up to that and fight this indoctrination. Because as human beings, we're part of a social network, right? Family and friends. So to stand up to that would probably cost you a lot.
My Israeli passport. My Israeli ID. Last week, I submitted an application to renounce my Israeli citizenship in the consulate here in Toronto. Wow. It wasn't a decision I made lightly. I've been thinking about it for a long time. In fact, from the moment I learned about the real history of the place where I grew up, the history that wasn't taught to us in schools or even talked about while I was living there, until last week at the consulate, it's been a really long process that took 2 decades. Why am I doing this now? Because more than ever, it's clear to me now that in Israel, peace is not the goal. And I don't know if it ever was. This decision is going to affect my life, my ability to visit the place where I grew up. It's going to affect my relationship with my family, my relationships with the people closest to me, not just there, but here in Canada. I spent the past 2 weeks crying over witnessing horrific, heartbreaking death and pain. I'm done.
Can you imagine what has to happen for you to want to give up your citizenship? These people aren't faking it. I can't help but think of one Israeli subscriber of mine who wrote a comment on my last video talking about what because in my last video, I make a distinction between Zionism and Judaism, which is something that it's not me that came up with it. This is really going around. And thankfully, people are starting to understand that they're the difference. And she wrote a comment that implied somehow, or actually directly said that her understanding of Zionism is something different. And I can appreciate that because obviously propaganda is not going to work by showing you the truth. It's going to make you feel like Zionism is something beautiful. That it's not a colonial project. And I really want to take a moment to highlight yet through another example and illustrate the true nature of the Zionist project. In the West Bank, Israeli settlers are burning Palestinian olive trees, and the Israeli army actually bans Palestinian farmers from reaching their land. I can't help but think of something my father used to always say, because my father was Palestinian, and we are from a place called Hulia, that was our village, because my dad was born in 46, and in 1948, they were kicked out. So in his first 2 years of life, he was living in a village called Hulia, which is part of Ramle, which is now in Israel, but apparently that village is still not built. There are no settlers living there, but it's part of Israel. And Dad used to always say that we had so many orange fields that my grandfather owned, and all that stuff is gone. And he used to talk about it in such a like a nostalgic way. I think they even kept the key of the house, thinking that one day they're going to return. And I thought of that because of the trees. And to go back to the trees, burning olive trees and destroying them, how do you explain destroying people's livelihood as a way of fighting terrorism? I don't get it. Also, how could you destroy the land and convince yourself that you're a part of it? You know who doesn't destroy land? People who are indigenous to it. If you're so careless with the land and the trees, how can you call yourself somebody from there? And I have another example that really exposes the colonial nature of Zionism. There was one clip of a British soldier, clearly sounding British. He belongs in the UK, but anyway, he was waving an Israeli flag in a school they destroyed in Gaza. And he's like, ooh, we're here to stop them from teaching terror, and now we're going to start teaching Hebrew. It's like, what? And I don't think he was even aware of how he said it, but imagine thinking, we're going to stop teaching terror, we're going to start teaching Hebrew. In other words, you equate terror with Arabic. You're just erasing a culture and sitting on top of it.
What?
We got a good
So that's waving an Israeli flag. They teach terrorism, so let's teach something about Israel. We're here to stay, not going anywhere, we're not going to take your terror, and then we're going to start teaching Hebrew in this school soon.
Speaking of schools, by the way, there was one drama teacher in the West Bank whose entire theater was turned upside down by the Israeli army, and he was taken from his home in front of his kids who were screaming and crying. He was blindfolded, taken to an area where he doesn't know where it was, and they were kind of scaring him, just driving near him, making him feel like they're going to kill him. And then after 8 or 9 hours of this torture and destroying the theater and his home, they just dumped him back home. This stuff has been happening a lot since October 7th, because now they feel emboldened because of what happened in October 7th, which makes you think like, your problem is not with Hamas, it's with Palestinians. Let's say Hamas are terrorists and they did these horrific acts on October 7th, right? Why would that in your mind make you feel it's okay to torture Palestinians in the West Bank? It's almost like you've been waiting for an excuse to do it. But anyway, speaking of the West Bank, let's go back to Shlomo. And now he wants to talk to Angelina Jolie, because she too knows a thing or two about crossing to the other side and seeing the other.
So it sounds like I need to know more. I said, well, why don't you come with me to Ramadan? So I'll tell you, the first that rose in my mind was rising and said, if I go, you will kill me. Because that was the way I was conditioned. Growing up, for me, Palestinians were terrorists. There was no possibility that a Palestinian was human, and certainly no possibility that Palestinian resistance had nothing to do with Jewish folks, but had to do with the fact that there were settlers kicking Palestinians off their land, upholding apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. So as that thought was rising, there was another voice in me. And I think this voice is a deep ancestral voice. And to this day, I'm amazed at myself that I was able to challenge all of my conditioning with a second voice, a deeper voice, a deeper knowing. And that voice immediately said, well, you've been told your whole life that this person was going to kill you and that this person was a terrorist and he wasn't human. And he's standing right in front of you. He's the exact opposite of those things. In that moment, I didn't vocalize that thought, and I called bullshit and I said, yeah, I'll come. I'll come. I need to see it for myself. Now, as a Zionist kid growing up, this was unheard of. The thought that I could go to a Palestinian town and come back in anything less than a body bag was absurd. So, but he said, you got to come in the next couple of days. So during lunch, I took off my kippah, I put on the hat, and I went to Shar Shechem, which is Damascus Gate, the only place I wasn't allowed to go to when I was in yeshiva, for fear that Palestinians would kill me. And the second I stepped into Damascus Gate, I essentially, I don't want to say became Palestinian, it's ridiculous. I had tremendous privilege as a settler, but I got to taste, maybe instead of a drop in the ocean, I got to taste the mist surrounding one drop in the ocean of what it's like to be subject to a settler colonial regime. And I got on a Palestinian bus. And for me, I was like, well, this is interesting. It's a completely different busing system. But even more than that, it's like I all of a sudden was with the people who were supposed to kill me. And in fact, the very opposite happened, where when I was on a Palestinian bus, all of a sudden my sense of identity and belonging started to become Palestinian in terms of my sense of where my safety lies. And my sense of threat immediately became, holy shit, I'm on a Palestinian bus. I am being read as Palestinian in a genocidal settler colony. I am about to go through an hour and a half of military checkpoints in knowing that this occupying army can do whatever.
I think that is the most disheartening thing. I think I thought, at least even 20 years ago when I started to work internationally, that there was this, in my head, some weird idea of good guys, some idea of those, whether it be certain countries or certain peoples, maybe it was this holdover from World War II and this thought that this was like, so that the lines were clearer and that there was going to be these human rights.
Dis-le canadien de la crème des cultures. Astro, il fait juste avec 3 ingrédients simples.
Watch and understand more and more. It's just simply, that's not what it is. It's not the world. The world is not, these are human rights. It is, these are human rights sometimes for these people, maybe sometimes for these people, never for these people.
What's happening to Palestinians right now is exposing so much about the way the world really works. The reason why you see so many people around the world waving the Palestinian flag or protesting is because everyone deep down in their bones, despite what the propaganda tries to do, can really understand and see what this is. That this is the last anti-colonial struggle in the world. It's clear. You don't need a PhD in political science to see it. And what's very interesting, specifically in the United States, is that so many young people in the US are starting to ask tough questions about why their tax money is going to fund this occupation and this war.
We're Israeli. We have healthcare, college, and we get houses bought for us, all thanks to the American taxpayer. But not thank you, you owe it to us. We're Israeli. Most of our funding comes from right-wing evangelicals in America. But don't bring that up, bigot.
And the most satisfying thing about this whole thing is that this agenda is being brought down by TikTokers. Kids with their phones. And of course, not all Americans are clued in as to what's really going on here, which means this is the time to go over to the second group that is targeted by the Israeli propaganda, the American public. Israeli propaganda presents a very like it's almost a piece of LA transplanted in the Middle East. And this is where woke washing comes in, where Israel uses issues like gay rights and women's rights to distract from what's really going on. There are videos about Israeli soldiers. They talk about their past, and one, he always dreamt to be a dancer. And it almost looks like the montage on So You Think You Can Dance.
I began believing in myself and in my dancing abilities. I think I made the best decision for myself.
He was a dancer and he's trained to dance, and now he's wearing the uniform that's very army. It's like, what? Or this girl who dreamt of becoming a chef, and she's cooking, and the stuff is lit, like she's feeling the seeds, and she wants to be a chef, but now she's a soldier. It's like,
I'm a professional cook from Tel Aviv, and I serve in the Israel Defense Forces.
Yeah, she may be a good chef, but she's 2 children. And you all may be good looking and look European and sound American. And by the way, they never feature any black people except black people with an American accent.
My name is Elizabeth, and I'm 19 years old, from Jerusalem. My parents immigrated to Israel 20 years ago.
You really know who this stuff is targeted at. But anyway, back to the woke watching. There was one clip on the IDF TikTok. This girl tried to frame October 7 with Me Too, co-opting phrases from Me Too. Like, oh, people don't believe the victims of Me Too. First of all, no one is saying we don't believe the victims of October 7. Right. You have no right to doubt these women, and you have to protect women. Yes, Haiti will protect women, but now can we stop killing Palestinian women and children?
Her clothes are no excuse for what they did. Her parting is no excuse for what they did. Being Israeli is no excuse for what they did. There is no excuse for violence against women.
Just masters of deflecting. But specifically with what's going on this time around, people are starting to question, first of all, how dystopian all this like propaganda is, but really question what America's role is in all. Pretend I know exactly what's going on behind the scenes. I'm not like privy to that, but something very suspicious is going on.
Did you know more than half the states in the U.S. have a loyalty oath to the Israeli government, making it illegal to disparage or boycott them? In the U.S., inside of our Constitution, we have the First Amendment, which protects our freedom of speech, that allows for freedom of the press, that allows to peacefully protest. And within reason, we're able to share our feelings about our elected officials all the way up to our own president. And yet, we have laws in more than half the states in the U.S. that make it illegal to do that about the government of Israel? I want you to think about that for a second. In our country, they made it illegal in more than half the states to be critical of another country's government.
You want to be great, you need to sacrifice.
Do you see that?
This is crazy. It's called a BlackBerry. This will change the world.
Oh, Samuel Spade. What a tough guy.
A teacher in Texas who's been there 9 years, who said to me at her job, she can't work anymore for the government of Texas because she's not willing to sign an employee contract that essentially says that she must not ever boycott Israel or take any action that in any way penalizes Israel economically.
I'm beginning to think that US and Israel are one and the same. It's almost like Israel is the 51st state and probably the most important state. Check out what this candidate for the presidency says.
Israel is our ambassador, it's our presence, our beachhead in the Mideast, and it gives us ears and eyes in the Mideast. It gives us intelligence. It gives us the capacity to influence affairs in the Mideast.
And also listen to Biden talking about Israel as an investment back in 1986.
It is the best $3 billion investment we make. The United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
And speaking of Biden, did you hear him recently describe what Israel is doing as indiscriminate bombing? But then he actually bypasses Congress to sell weapons to Israel. It's like they do this bad cop, good cop thing to convince us that they're not. It looks like they're working for the same team. It's like they just pay lip service to what people want to hear, but then allow Israel to do everything, which makes you think that what is actually going on? Are they the same country or what is happening? But anyway, it's above my pay grade to figure out what's going on. So let's go to something that we can actually talk about, which is the psychology of how all of this works. And again, to go back to issues of social justice, like gay rights. Like Israel is always trying to frame itself, and maybe rightly so, that, that's great. It's amazing. You have Tel Aviv Pride, the guys are hot, wonderful. But how does that make genocide okay? It's like you always hear this argument from people who support Israel against people who support Palestinians. It's like, oh yeah, do you know what Hamas would do to you if they found out you're gay? Because there's a movement called Queers for Palestine. Oh yeah, Hamas would kill you. Okay. First of all, there are many politicians and leaders who are anti-gay. There are some in the United States. But does that make it okay to carpet bomb the population that's under that anti-gay leadership? Yes, Hamas is anti-gay. I don't go along with the ideology of Hamas on a lot of things. But how does that make it okay to kill people? Like, it's so dishonest. Like, it's just shifting. This is not what we're talking about. And also, if you're really talking about, you care about the Middle Eastern gays and us being free as gay people, we'll emancipate ourselves, thank you very much. And this is not why you're here. You're here to rob land and resources. You're not losing a second of sleep over the rights of gays in the Middle East. And also, again, to expose the true colonial nature of what's going on. There was a picture of a soldier, rainbow flag, literally atop the ruins of a village they just leveled, standing with no irony, with the rainbow flag, holding it in 3 languages in the name of love. What? Are we supposed to think that you're doing this to free the Gazan gays? What? You killed them, bitch. You know you cannot suck when you're dead.
You can't. Your jaw's locked. Because you're gone. The fuck?
We're Israeli, so in our military, we take thirst trap videos and selfies standing on someone's grave.
Speaking of Palestinian gays, you know what Israel does? Using Pegasus, which is the spyware that's developed by an Israeli firm, using this Pegasus, which is a phone hacking tool, it spies and finds out who's gay and threatens them to out them to their family unless they become informants and start working for Israel. Happy Pride, happy genocide. And by the way, Pegasus is one of the many surveillance tools that Israel exports to dictators around the world who are trying to crush any rebellion. Israel sells Pegasus to Mexico, which they use to hunt down those journalists that are writing about the drug war and kill them. There's a great book by a Jewish reporter called The Palestinian Laboratory about how Israel is a lab for weapons and spyware, and it uses Palestinians as human guinea pigs, and then it exports those technologies of oppression all around the world.
Oh God! Oh my God! Come on! Oh my God! What is that?
You have done differently. Sure, a fire extinguisher does come in handy, except it would leave behind a huge mastic.
So a couple facts. I'm American, I'm Jewish, my family lives in Israel. I just lived in Israel for the last 4 months. So what I think everyone who's never been to Israel and to Palestine don't really understand, you don't really understand. And when you see the surveillance, and when you see cameras pointed towards the settlers, just a couple, and then you see thousands of cameras pointed towards the West Bank and to Palestinians, and those cameras are pointed into their homes, like not just the streets, not the public areas, straight into their homes, into their backyards, on their rooftops.
And again, this is happening in the West Bank, where there are no Hamas. And that's why it's so infuriating to keep hearing those people who defend Israel by using Hamas as an excuse. Speaking of Hamas, by the way, they rule Gaza, right? Do you know that 50% of Gaza's population are children who were not born when Hamas was voted in?
That's fucked up.
Yet you think it's okay to kill them because of Hamas? Palestinians say, what? I know all of this sounds very bleak, but what gives me hope are the young Americans, specifically Jewish Americans, who are waking up to the truth, who are no longer accepting this.
Yeah, propaganda is expensive. When we look at Israel, they spent $7 million on YouTube ads alone to convince people to support their oppression of Palestinian people. Since October 7th, we have AIPAC, the Zionist lobby to U.S. government, spending tens of millions of dollars giving to politicians to convince them of their Zionist ideas. I'll say it again. Propaganda is expensive. A part of the reason apartheid ended was because it became too expensive to maintain. It was costing them too much money. It wasn't worth it anymore. And the same must happen to Israel.
And speaking of this idea of waking up to the reality of what's really going on with Palestinians, I want to go back to Shlomo. And this time he wants to address Nicole Kidman for some reason. No, I just love Nicole Kidman. So my Shlomo loves Nicole Kidman too. It makes sense in my head, girl. Just watch.
And I remember the process of just like this image of a Palestinian father being comforted by his daughter. This man's probably 65 years old, and just me just realizing that moment, like the deep humiliation that this person had to undergo. And he was someone privileged who was able to leave remote to Jerusalem. And I remember just going through the Columbia checkpoint, IDF soldiers coming on, harassing us. And I remember going into the Columbia checkpoint and being on the inside of the wall and seeing the beautiful graffiti and seeing that there was a graffiti of someone, a kid with a slingshot. And my Jewish brain at the time said, wow, this is amazing. The Quran and the Torah are so similar. They also have an image of King David with a slingshot. And then after that, the bus kept going. And the slingshot was pointed at an IDF soldier. And that's when it started to crumble. The slingshot. It's amazing. The Quran, a kid with a slingshot. And my Jewish brain at the time said, wow, this is amazing. The Quran and the Torah are so similar. They also have an image of King David with a slingshot. And then after that, the bus kept going, and the slingshot was pointed at an IDF soldier. And that's when it started to crumble for me, where I said, wait a second, who's who here? Who's David and who's Goliath? These are the same rocks that my ancestors used to resist oppression And now these rocks of Palestine are being used by Palestinians to resist oppression too. And we have become our worst nightmare.
Yeah.
And speaking of the similarity between the suffering of Palestinians and Jewish people historically and the Holocaust specifically, there's an image of a Palestinian detainee who was held, who was released because cancer took over and now he's just dying. So they released him back to his family. The image of him after being released from prison, he looks like someone who was just plucked from the Holocaust, from those old pictures. It's identical. How do they not see it? And I really think Israelis like Shlomo, the one I'm listening to in this video, have a lot of moral courage, and we need to celebrate those people and lift them up because they're going to bring about the change. And I think I want to finish off with one last story from Shlomo. And this one he wants to tell it to Angelina Jolie again. And this story is about an interaction he had with a Palestinian guy in a bar in Ramallah. Yes, there are bars in Ramallah. Yes, Palestinians go to bars. They don't only want to die, bitch.
I have come home and I have stood at the base of the steps just dreading the 40 stairs that I have to climb up. And there's 40 because I've counted them. When you're not healthy, it's hard to be happy. I'm Tommy Curtis, and I'm a supernatural athlete. My relationship with exercise was pretty much non-existent. I think the longest time that I've really been consistent with a program would be maybe a month and a half, and then I would just quit because I like to eat and I like to watch TV, and when I get home from work, I like to just relax. You get to that point mentally where it's like, well, I'm already at this state, I might as well throw in the towel and not even put forth any effort. But I don't want to dread every day because of negativity that I'm going to face. I've always been shy. It's kind of funny, I'm an auctioneer and I go on stage and I do talk to groups of people. It used to be demoralizing.
Please shut the fuck up, you fat fuck.
Person just explaining to me what beautiful Palestinian news, just explaining to me. He was so patient with me, speaking to a Zionist settler. Speaking to me and just saying, like, dude, like, most people here have never seen Jerusalem. What are you talking about? It's literally right there. It's like you have to be, male and 65 or older, or women 55 or older, or you need to have someone sponsor you for a work permit, but the only way they can sponsor you, there has to be an Israeli, and how the is an Israeli going to sponsor you if they don't even know you exist because you're behind the wall? And I remember him saying to me, he said, Shlomo, what would you do? What would you do if your entire life, the only person you saw and the only interaction you ever had with Jews were IDF soldiers who came in and raided you and arrested you in the middle of the night, put you under administrative detention, tear gas your homes, cut off your water and electricity? He said, what would you fucking do? And I said, if you don't think that I would resist with every single fiber in my being from this colonial hell, you are out of your mind. I said, do you know my ancestry? Do you know who I come from? My grandfather survived Auschwitz. You think I wouldn't fight back? That was after 6 hours. Can you imagine what 18 years, what 30 years does to the psyche of someone like that? And y'all sit here and get confused with Palestinian resistance? Are you kidding me? All that shows me is that A, you have no idea what the settler colony of Israel is, and B, it's disrespectful. You're disrespecting yourself because you're telling me that if you were in that position, you wouldn't fight back. So let's fucking get it together and start telling the truth and take this seriously. Let's fucking free Palestine for all people. For all people. Everyone on the line.
Hey, so this is Sam from Gaza. So like, we're not okay, but I'm gonna tell you something that I've learned. We've dealt with this more than life, so we know that every single minute that we are enjoying and having now is very expensive, and enjoy the people and friends around you. You might lose anything and everything anytime. Unfortunately. Thanks, guys.
I've always just had this thought that there's got to be a better way to do trash.
No, fuck.
Forward. And I heard one person use the phrase "shame off you," you know, as an antidote to that. But it can happen many times just as a little kid in our family of origin, and how those family systems, how safe they are, how much they focus on growth, not necessarily perfection, and a sense of like, as a kid, how open were you when you made a mistake? You could go to mom and dad. They were the safest people. They provided a framework for you, or school, or siblings, or whatever it may be. I think there can be just a lot of traumatic things that happen in life that somehow create fear in us, where we don't feel like it's socially or culturally acceptable to be open about something. Mm-hmm. And that's where, for me, there were so many wonderful aspects. It wasn't perfect. So many great things about my family of origin, but it wasn't perfect. And my kids are going to say the same thing about me, you know. But I think just trying to be as healthy, or move toward a healthy place as we can as individuals, as families. But I think many times it happens at a young age where we don't feel safe. And for whatever reason, the culture doesn't make it a safe place to move toward healing. Family, individuals, even religious cultures or leaders.
Yeah. It's funny. I mean, surely as a parent, I have made my sons feel shame, but I've also seen moments where he, like specifically our almost 7-year-old, is at the point where he does something wrong and he runs away in shame. He feels it. He, senses that. I think, it's part of the fall, I think in some aspects. But it goes back to that belief that I'm not good enough, and I'm now dirty and unlovable. And it's a human condition of shame, because my son does something that, yeah, sure, it's wrong and we need to address it. But there's embarrassment that's also tied with that, and then running away from relationship. I want to be away. I don't want other people to see it. And there are times too, we go into his room like, what's going on? Like, talk to us about what's happening. It's like, no, I don't want you. It's like shoving people away. And so I think in some ways it can develop just, it's not like it's Amy and I's fault that Brady has felt shame. I think that there's some of that.
Each kid can respond differently.
Yeah, but I also think that some of that stuff can reinforce it. Sure. Like, you have something, you make a bad decision, and then, I remember, and specifically with shame tied to sexuality, that story I've told of asking my mom what the F word meant, and her reaction communicated to me what I interpreted was, it's not okay to talk about this. You should be ashamed about that, asking that question. Right. And so shame almost puts this like identity statement over even themes in life, not just me, but this is something we should be ashamed about.
Yeah, it's amazing how early in life those patterns can develop. In fact, some of these patterns of shame do begin before we have conscious memory of where it came from. And it's funny, like I can see it happening with my dog, because we have had a dog now for 3 years, and early on, you, in a sense, shame your dog if it poops in the house, eats your furniture, like bad dog, and Bentley would get punished. And if I use that tone of voice, even now, to my dog Bentley, like his ears will droop, his head goes like, it's internalized. Yeah, he's internalized. Like I've been a bad dog.
Right.
Now, I think the same thing kind of happens to us as human children. That in part of parents trying to protect us and raise us and help us learn not to poop in the house, things like that. We're told like, bad kid, don't do that. What's wrong with you? And in an ideal world, we would grow into healthy relationships that teach us to distinguish. You're not a bad person.
Right.
You're a good God-made person who sometimes does bad things.
Right.
But most of us didn't have language for that,
Right.
let alone in ourselves, in our environments. So we can hold on to those ideas of I'm a bad person, I do bad things, I'm dirty, I'm in the way, I'm unwanted. And maybe they were communicated to us even inadvertently as infants, as young children. And we just keep building on that structure because we don't have a perfect Christ-centered culture around us that teaches us to distinguish our identity and value from those bad things. And so we just have these patterns, and you can hear it in people's stories. And probably for those listening, if you've really worked on unpacking your story and you say, where can you first identify feeling like I'm not good enough? And they'll go way back. And as they tell that story, it's like, was that the first time you think they felt that? It's like, probably not. It's just the first one I remember.
Yeah.
And so we're carrying this message of I'm not good enough, I'm unworthy, and it just becomes this elevator music in our soul saying there's something wrong with me. Mm-hmm. And the beauty is when we address it, man, it can be a whole new tune that plays in our lives.
Yeah, and as adults get healthier, we know how to respond to peers as well as kids, grandkids, in a much healthier framework. Yeah. And I think that's just growth in our humanity. I think, Nick, you remind me of that. I didn't poop inside the house as far as I know, but I did in my pants growing up learning.
Right. Yeah.
But I did have a time where my brother and I, we share the story, streaking up and down the neighborhood in the 70s as kids. Yeah. And that's the first time I can remember feeling shame. And good parents loved me, but it wasn't about training and guiding. It wasn't about saying nudity is okay here, but not here. It was more of that, don't you do that, that's bad, that's wrong, that's evil, and trying to get that out of us. Yeah. But I think it gave a message that I didn't really need or know how to process in that regard.
And it's interesting too, something that I've identified in my parenting. I have a big reaction that has far less to do with what was done and more of my fear that this may become a pattern. Right. Where, I've heard, I think it's Bob Vandermeer, one of our clinicians, talking about his son in the bath, or I've even experienced this with my sons, where like they'll play with their penis. Sure. And it's like, whoa, what do you do? Stop. Don't you know? Like, it's like he's 2 years old. He has no idea what he's doing.
Yeah, natural
like,
curiosity.
don't overeat. Don't get
part of his
afraid.
body.
Yeah, don't get afraid of the pattern that may happen later. Like, be in the moment right now. And so it's interesting though, is that big reaction can reinforce shame from their kids. And so I think it's something we have to be aware of too.
My daughter recently was doing the same thing, dating our grandson, and said, "Oh, it looks like you discovered God gave you a toy on the outside." Just tongue in cheek, but really just not making such a big deal. But just, hey, yeah, God gave you nerve endings, and that's kind of how that is. And I think the more we are so reactionary, but move toward that educational base of appropriate, inappropriate. Yeah. But man, Bob hits it so right. I remember just my parenting, being afraid, that your kids are going to make wrong choices.
In December, the Israeli security chief said there is a galactic federation and they're staying hidden right now because we're not ready for them.
The Galactic Federation are concerned.
Paul Hellyer told me we had extraterrestrials helping our scientists on Earth at bases, and there was full cooperation.
The Galactic Federation is comprised of countless species and civilizations.
These are all intelligences that are influencing our technology, our consciousness.
There was a reptilian that was part of this war over our species. The Galactic Federation started as a defense treaty from reptilian expansion into our galaxy.
The Galactic Federation is trying to help us.
They're out there, and they are watching.
There's not only one Galactic Federation, there are federations all over the place in the universe.
Every time you peel open a Too Good low sugar yogurt, it contributes to rescuing food for a fellow Canadian.
The fuck?
To talk to Connie Willis, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line 818-501-4721. To talk to Connie from east of the Rock, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Willis.
Jet, Coast to Coast AM, Connie Willis here. Open lines continue, and tomorrow night, reminder, join me, Russell and Lee Hampel, Coast to Coast AM.
The Night Country. It takes us one by one. True Detective, Night Country, an HBO original series. Sunday, January 14th, only on Crave. Plan starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
JJ Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family owned and operated.
Maybe it just
Having
only
been in
has
service
the
to the
rant.
community for over 50 years, helping family.
Fantastic. The news just adds to the fucking news. Oh, you know, you do traffic and weather too. Fantastic.
The International Court of Justice has been hearing this week South Africa's case against Israel. South Africa alleges that Israel is committing genocide and that they are also failing to prevent genocide, and they are seeking right now not a complete finding on the merits, but simply a temporary injunction. That finding would basically be that it is plausible that Israel is committing genocide, and thus immediate measures need to be taken to civilians. So yesterday on the show, we broke down for you some of what South Africa had to say in their statements in presenting their case. And this morning, I took a listen to what the Israeli defense was. So I wanted to spend some time breaking that down for you. Before I jump into the arguments that they are making, of course, they are necessarily responding to the allegations that South Africa laid out. And so I wanted to start by putting some of the context of kind of the high-level view of the core of South Africa's arguments on the merits. And I'll talk a little bit later about some of the legal technical issues that are also in dispute. And we can discuss, those and what the South Africans are saying and what the Israelis are saying as well. But this is the overall context that Israel has to respond to, and that they attempted to respond to in their response in front of the International Court of Justice today. So South Africa spent a lot of time, understandably, since they're alleging genocide, on the mass death that Israel has caused in the Gaza Strip and the large, vast amount of destruction of civilian infrastructure. Euromed Monitor has been tracking this. Now, the South Africans use a lot of UN assessments. Euromed Monitor, both uses UN assessments and also their own analysis. So the numbers are not exactly the same, but this is just to give you a sense of the top-level case the South Africans were making yesterday. So this is an article for Euromed Monitor. They say in the 4th month of Israeli genocide, 4% of Gaza's population is dead, missing, or injured. 70% of the Strip's infrastructure is destroyed. They go on to reiterate these numbers, and they also talk about the number of injured Gazans with long-term disabilities, the rights group said, noting that the genocide, and this is their assessment, that it is a genocide, is a mass disabling event. They highlighted Israel's continuous air, land, and sea attacks that have destroyed about 70%
of the Gaza Strip civilian facilities and infrastructure since October 7th, citing the clear Israeli aim of implementing collective punishment against the entire population and making the Strip, which has been under siege for over 17 years, uninhabitable. Israel is pushing hundreds of thousands of civilians towards mass forced displacement. According to their estimates, 30,676 Palestinians have been killed. That includes those who have been declared killed and also those who are buried under the rubble and presumed dead. Their assessment is that includes 28,201 civilians, so overwhelming number of civilians, and includes 12,040 children, 6,103 women, 241 health workers, and 105 journalists, and 160 individuals have been injured, hundreds of whom are currently in serious condition. So that is the context of the mass death and the extent of the destruction that has been inflicted both on the civilian population, also on all the civilian infrastructure, on aid workers, hospital workers, women, children. That was a major focus of South Africa's case presented yesterday. The other piece that we talked a lot about and that they spent a good bit of time on yesterday was a claim to be genocidal intent. And this is not an easy task. Normally, you don't have political officials and military officials walking around saying, hey guys, we're doing a genocide. And so they had a list and also some video evidence of officials up to and including Bibi Netanyahu, who were talking about, the destruction of the Palestinian people, the destruction of Gaza, etc. And so just as a reminder of some of what they really focused on, because I think they anticipated that Israel would say, oh, well, a lot of these people, the Minister of Antiquities or whatever, they don't really have any governing authority. They're not the ones in charge. So what matters is the people at the top and the policy that they're setting. So in light of anticipating that argument from the Israelis, which they did make a version of today, they spent some time on comments from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who no one could argue doesn't have some influence here and isn't in control of what's going on, and then connected those to comments that were being made by rank and file soldiers on the ground who clearly took those comments seriously and were then implementing them in the way that they were going about, their assault on Gaza there on the ground. So just as a reminder of that, let me go ahead and play those comments from Netanyahu talking about Amalek, the historic biblical foe of the Jewish people, which, the Bible tells them to destroy the seed of Amalek, the oxen, everything. Here is what he had to say very early on in the war about their aims. Take a listen.
You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember, and we are fighting our brave troops and combatants who are now in Gaza or around Gaza and in all other regions in Israel are joining this chain of Jewish heroes.
Amalek, and then I can also show you the response from the soldiers on the ground. This part is in Hebrew, so I will read you the subtitles as well. Here we go. This is soldiers who are cheering and singing this song where they talk about Amalek, and they also showed another one where they echoed the words of President Isaac Herzog saying there are no uninvolved civilians. Here is that portion of South Africa's presentation.
You are at the heart of everything we do. The reason we fought for lower prices. The reason we passed laws that protect you, the customer. The reason we developed a better, more affordable way to renew your prescription online. Who we are today begins and ends with you.
1-800 contacts.
There comes a time in every creator's life when they say,
I've got an idea for a t-shirt.
I have an idea for a poster.
I see phone cases.
And mugs. Lots of mugs.
But then, that creative doubt creeps in.
How do I make a drill?
The answer to all your production questions is Gelato.
Gelato.
Spoiler. Gelato is the world's largest print-on-demand network.
Oh, this is cool.
Create your Gelato account in just a few clicks.
That was easy.
Next, set up shop.
I'm already on Etsy.
No problem. Connect your current e-commerce store in seconds.
Already connected.
Then just upload or create your product design.
Voila! That's my phone case. Oh, I'm really loving these templates.
Now, start selling your product. Gelato will produce and ship.
Let's see if it will like my big T energy.
You bet. Gelato has 100 million orders and rising.
Holy gelato. It's big in Japan. Won't that mean international shipping?
Carbon footprint much?
Nope. Gelato is smarter, faster, and greener. Because with over 130 production hubs, we produce high-quality products locally.
You mean locally?
Sayonara shipping costs.
Cut the distance, cut delivery times, cut carbon emissions.
That's me. Watching my teachers trade on the internet.
And get this, Gelato handles all your fulfillment.
It's pretty automated. No more hassle.
Giving me more time to make art.
Plus, Gelato's easy on your wallet.
Really?
Yes. Sign up for free. No upfront fees or commitment. No minimum orders. You only pay for what you sell. So put a world full of customers at your fingertips. Print on demand while you're selling on the go. Anytime, any place.
This product's going global.
They say global. We say
Gelato. Gelato. Together we bring creativity to life and into business.
Okay, so this is part of their attempt to establish intent, of course, as we've covered extensively on Breaking Points, and I did as well in my original video breaking down the South African filing to the ICJ. That was a preview to the arguments that they laid out yesterday. They had numerous cases of top Israeli officials, of top military officials, people who are in a position to influence government policy, per their filing. And the comments that they made, things like, we want not for 2023, we're fighting human animals, they should be treated as such, we're instituting a complete siege. That was Yoav Gallant, the defense minister. So those were the two sort of primary components on the merits. Like I said, there were some other legal technical issues, but those were the major claims that Israel was then tasked with responding with today. So let me go ahead and play for you a little bit of how they approach that. Those of you who have been listening to Israeli rhetoric, even just, since October 7th, a lot of these arguments might be surprising to you. The first thing that they did was to try to establish that the context that South Africa put before the court, that was not the right way to think about this conflict. That they first started by saying, listen, we understand better than anyone what the Genocide Convention is about, because of the horrors of the Holocaust. They went on to say that effectively this was presented by South Africa as this one-sided assault. In reality, this is a war between two actors. I would say left down in the Israeli analysis is the fact that one of these actors is a state power funded and equipped by the world's superpower and with incredible offensive capabilities, and the other is a non-state actor with very limited capabilities, very limited ability to inflict damage on the Israeli people. And October 7th, they also talked, and obviously aside from October 7th, where they were able to inflict absolute horrors on many Israeli people, they also talked a lot about October 7th, and that context was missing from the South African complaint. I don't think that's particularly fair, because on October 7th, South Africa doesn't dispute that. Their argument is simply, which is true according to international law, that even if you were subject to atrocities, it does not then justify you turning around and also committing atrocities, and it certainly doesn't justify genocide. So they also abhor the violence and attacks on civilians that were committed on October 7th. But their argument is, this is essentially irrelevant, given the acts that Israelis have committed, the IDF at the that are being committed on the ground against Gazans. So in addition, and this is the part that I'll go ahead and play for you so you can get a sense of some of these arguments. They basically argue that, listen, if anyone is committing genocide here, it is Hamas. So let's take a listen to that argument.
Three core aspects of the present proceedings, which the applicant has obscured from view. First, that if there have been acts that may be characterized as genocidal, they may have been perpetrated against Israel. If there is a concern about the obligation of states under the Genocide Convention to their responsibilities to act against Hamas's proudly declared agenda of annihilation, which is not a secret and is not in doubt. The annihilationist language of Hamas's chapter is repeated regularly by its leaders, with the goal, in the words of one member of Hamas's political bureau, of the cleansing of Palestine Jews. It is expressed no less chillingly in the words of senior Hamas member Razi Hamad to Lebanese television on October 24th, 2023, who refers to the October 7th attacks, what Hamas calls the Al-Aqsa flood, as follows. وعسكرية وسياسية للأمة العربية الإسلامية يجب أن تنتهي. لذلك لا نحسن أن نقول ذلك. بكل قوة. لازم نأكدها. نحن نقدمها مرة ثانية.
They told you the guys torching Wendy's in 2020 were mostly peaceful. They said that masks work.
In the continuation of this interview, Hamad is asked, does that mean the annihilation of Israel? Yes, of course, he says. The existence of Israel is illogical. And then he says, nobody should blame us for the things we do. On October 7th, October 10th, October 1 millionth, everything we do is justified. End quote. Given that on October 7th, before any military response, South Africa issued an official statement blaming Israel for, quote, the recent conflagration, essentially blaming Israel for the murder of its own citizens. One wonders whether the applicant agrees.
So a few things of note there. I mean, you could very glibly describe this portion of their defense as but Hamas. And, legally, again, South Africa does not dispute that horrors and likely atrocities were committed by Hamas on October 7th. That does not justify or allow for genocide then to occur. You can also hear at the end there's some very strong insinuations made about South Africa, that South Africa is basically in league with Hamas. This is a portion of their defense that they previewed going into today's hearing in stronger and less diplomatic words that were said for consumption for the public. They said something like, they're in league with Hamas's rape regime or something of that nature. So effectively trying to cast they're basically Hamas as well. In addition, they spent some time casting some doubt on the overall numbers of deaths, saying, these are numbers that come from Hamas themselves, so how can you trust them? And this is something that, they've said repeatedly from the beginning. Now, one way you could alleviate that concern over the veracity of the numbers is if you allowed in international observers who could independently assess what the actual death toll is. That has not been allowed. We can also say that in previous conflicts, when international observers were able to check out what the Hamas-led health ministry was producing in the way of death toll, that it ended up being quite accurate. In addition, they also called into question how many civilians were actually being killed. So there was an effort to say, okay, these numbers, yeah, it sounds bad, but it's not really clear that these are even accurate numbers. And then you will also be unsurprised to learn, if you've been listening to Israelis during this conflict and previously, they also spend a lot of time saying, well, listen, of course we abhor any violence against civilians, but the real reason that this is occurring is because of Hamas using them as human shields, being under their hospitals, being under their schools. There were pictures showed, I believe, of like a child's bedroom of Hamas using a residential house. And so they say, yes, there is a lot of destruction, in the Gaza Strip, but this is because Hamas is using the civilian infrastructure for military purposes. And so even though we really regret it, we have to go in and destroy this and it's because of Hamas that we have to do this. Now, you might say on the other side, Israel has used an amount of firepower and created a level of destruction. This is something South Africa pointed to yesterday that is nearly unprecedented. I mean, this has in a short period of time already surpassed years of Allied bombing of Dresden, for example. The entirety of the Gaza Strip is effectively already rendered uninhabitable. Hospitals have been attacked and rendered unusable. This is another thing that South Africa talked about yesterday. And so Israel's response to that is basically to say, yes, maybe there's a lot of civilian infrastructure that has been destroyed, but it is really because of Hamas. They are the ones to blame for this. There was also a discussion about whether Israel does in fact have a right to defend themselves. One of the arguments made by South Africa yesterday, which is backed up by some scholars, is that since they are an occupying force, they don't actually have the right to defend themselves. So they spent some time on that as well. In addition, they to try to explain the very high civilian death toll and to try to show that the reason there are so many civilians who have been killed in their bombardment is not because of their actions, but in spite of their actions to try to, rush in aid and to take these extraordinary measures to protect civilians. So they spent a lot of time making the case that they are in fact going to extraordinary lengths to try to protect the civilian population in the Gaza Strip. Let me play for you a bit of that argument.
Madam President, members of the court, in the time allotted, I have been able to describe only some of Israel's efforts to mitigate civilian harm and to address the humanitarian situation in Gaza. But even this mere fraction is enough to demonstrate how tendentious and partial the applicant's presentations of these facts is, and certainly enough to conclude that the allegation of intent to commit genocide is baseless. If Israel had such intent, would it delay a ground maneuver for weeks, urging civilians to seek safer space, and in doing so, sacrificing operational advantage? Would it invest massive resources to provide civilians details about where to go, when to go, how to go, to leave areas of fighting? Would it maintain a dedicated unit staffed with experts whose sole role is to facilitate aid and who continue to do so despite having their staff killed and kidnapped? When a population is ruled by a terrorist organization that cares more about wiping out its neighbor than about protecting its own civilians, there are acute challenges in protecting the civilian population. Those challenges are exacerbated by the dynamic and evolving nature of intense hostilities in an urban area, where the enemy exploits hospitals, shelters, and critical infrastructure. Would Israel work continuously with international organizations and states, even reaching out to them on its own initiative, to find solutions to these challenges if it were seeking to destroy the population? Israel's efforts to mitigate the ravages of this war on civilians are the very opposite of intent to destroy them. Under these circumstances, far from being the only inference that could reasonably be drawn from Israel's pattern of conduct, intent to commit genocide is not even a plausible inference.
Yeah. Hi, baby.
Hi.
How you doing? What? No.
Okay, cool.
How you doing?
I'm doing.
Snowed.
Look upstairs.
I said it snowed.
Oh.
You can calm down. You're probably sleeping, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Fucking A.
I'm gonna be ready before 6.
Well, get your stuff ready for you. You can go back to sleep for a bit if you want.
Huh?
I'm getting your stuff ready for you, so you can go back to sleep if you want.
But I'm awake.
Okay, but if you want to go back to sleep for a bit, I'm getting your shit ready for you.
No.
Okay. Ah! Why?
I do. You
Well, your pan is there, but there's also eggs where it's cooked at dinner. Oh no, I think after dinner.
Okay, what did you do?
The pan is clean,
Cool.
but that's if you want to cook your steak. I don't know if you actually want to or not.
Going down. So I woke up in about half an hour or so.
That language in there very specifically chosen because the legal standards that South Africa potentially needs to be taking a temporary injunction is it's plausible that there is a terrorist assassination right now by Israel. So she cites there things that we hear from Israelis a lot.
Stop for gas on our way.
We published this whole map that shows people where they can
Okay.
go and where
Just
they
letting
can
you know.
be safe. And we gave them time to leave the northern Gaza Strip. This is over 1 million people who were displaced from the
You
northern
mean
part
that
of
I
the
take
Gaza
money
Strip.
out of the...
Time to leave. We protected their safe corridors.
I have money.
This
It just
was
means I have to stop for gas.
testimony from South Africa yesterday, and we reported out during the tour.
Forewarning.
Even places that they
Huh?
told
Just forewarning you.
were not safe. Bombardment. There was massive civilian death in those places that had been safe. There were 12 people.
There's organization. Believe it or not, there's an organization to this. I have to empty that bin. I thought I had more bins.
And even the little.
I put boxes upstairs.
Yes, you did use bins for the Christmas stuff. There's 4 bins upstairs. And the storage.
Okay.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah, but it's actually they can't just be in bags or boxes. Like I don't really have boxes to be honest, but
Yeah, I know, but you had more. 4 more.
maybe I will put them in boxes.
Why don't you get yourself more cabinets here? You don't have a truck. How much is it?
If it were up to me, I'd stop it to the fucking top of the car. But I also don't have a valid driver's license. So.
Yeah, I know that's it.
We're working on that. Yeah, it's not snowing, but it snowed quite a bit. Like enough for you to go shovel. Hey, these are the ones you're talking about.
Gazans are going through on the ground. This is a UN report. Again, the ICJ being a UN body from the UN report.
Yes. You don't know what I was talking about.
Goody.
What's this?
Pants? They're like tent pants.
Oh.
For a whole day, according to the United
Are they not yours?
Okay, I probably.
Okay. Because I'm finding a bunch of fucking super weird pants.
Horrifying and shocking.
Isn't that great? Instead of like having stuff that goes missing, I just have stuff that appears now. And I'm like, what is this? Where did this article of clothing come from? It's great.
4 children have been hungry for weeks. She's our mother here, but she can barely find them food. They asked for sandwiches, fruit juice, homemade Palestinian dishes like she used to cook before the war began. In a fleeting moment of internet access, she said she once caught the children huddled around her phone to watch a YouTube video of someone eating French fries.
What?
The most they can hope for these days, she said in a recent telephone interview, is a can of peas, some cheese, and an energy bar distributed to families rations by the UN once a week in Rafah, city in southern Gaza, where they fled to in early December to protect Israeli bombardment farther north, is not nearly enough to feed her family of 7. It is a daily struggle.
What? See, like,
from 9 months to 13 years. You feel you are under pressure and hopeless.
this is why the fucking next door neighbor, the old man, that's why he's so good with all the little fucking girls. Because, like, they have, like, fucking 10 children at a fucking time. Like, you need to do a sound off every time you fucking want to locate your children. Here.
Now, in an attempt to further revive those numbers,
Any
UN numbers that 50% are on the
Long sleeve?
no, yeah,
See? The 2 gray shirts.
but I need
famine and certainly how quickly it's
I need a pair of sweater that are not as big as the one I was wearing.
A pair of what?
Sweater pants?
Okay.
So
Nice butt.
Yeah.
The Israelis also showed videos of Hamas trucks coming in and according to them commandeering food supplies for their own fighters.
Okay.
That's very possible that there is some of that going on. I don't doubt it whatsoever. But we can go back to the overall numbers, which aid agencies have repeatedly sounded the alarm on and said this is nowhere near sufficient for what needs to come into the Gaza Strip, especially given the fact that all of the agricultural, I shouldn't say all, but some significant amount of the agricultural land in the Gaza Strip has been raised. There is no ability for Gazans to produce their own food. All but one of the World Health Organizations or the World Food Programs related bakeries.
The fuck did you just do?
Shut down. So there are
Step on a wire?
difficult situations.
Didn't sound like stepping on a wire.
Stepped on a wire and then everything broke.
What broke?
Everything.
Children,
Really?
wildly surged because
Why?
because of the blocking of sufficient aid to come into the Gaza Strip. I also thought this was another interesting highlight for you guys. We covered on Breaking Points how the day before South Africa was set to announce their case, Bibi Netanyahu came out and made a statement that was like, we are not at war with the Palestinian citizens, we are at war with Hamas, and also repudiating the idea that they had any interest in ethnic cleansing. He didn't use those words, but pushing Gazans out of the Gaza Strip is in direct odds, not only with the statements of the extremist minister and Experienced Moses, but also with the word about Netanyahu's own comments and own goals. So very notably, put this South Africa begins their case at the ICJ. And in fact, those very comments were cited by Israel in their case today to say, yeah, he said that thing about Amalek, but what you really need to listen to is what he said 2 days ago, where he said, no, we're not at war with the Palestinian civilians. And you have these ministers who are popping off. They're very upset about what happened on October 7th.
What's up, booby?
But the people who actually set power, they are the ones.
You okay?
You know, are,
You have to go pee?
And even had
Want to let him out?
other comments that they said that are at odds with those that can be construed as having genocidal intent. I also
Go pee, Jack.
they also argued that the scope and intensity of Israel's operations have been decreasing, and claims that Israel's repeated violations of international law are not provisional.
He actually didn't go down?
Nope.
Wow, you dick. That means he's going to make you go shovel it.
There have been recent comments from the President of Yoav Golan and others that they are moving into another phase. It's going to be less, massive bombardment, the early stages were. And so the fact that they
You
raised-
suck, Jack.
in this case raised a couple of questions for me. I mean, first we got
That's
to
so nice.
believe it. The civilian death toll has continued to be very high, so we need to see evidence of this first. That's number one. Number two, it made me wonder if those comments about the new phase of war were actually that they were pressured into making those to try to bolster their case at the ICJ. Basically saying like,
Found one of my shirts said designed in Canada. So I look at the other tag, made in China.
Wow.
Yeah. I was like, what? Why? Why would you? Obviously, someone's going to look at the first tag. They're going to go look at the second tag. Like,
so that was noteworthy to me that they cited both these comments that you literally you could take before this all started to say, what are you talking about? These are very reasonable things here. Add up with many other things that he has said and that all of the various cabinet ministers have said as well. And also that they are citing this purported shift to another phase of war. A lot of media reporting has been that this change in tone from the Israelis is because of Biden administration pressure. I never really bought that. This could be more accurately what was going on is that they felt pressured by this case, which again is very interesting to me because my initial reaction when South Africa.
oh, maybe you're gonna like this one.
Good for them, but I doubt it will matter. The fact that the Israelis have responded in such a vociferous way.
Vociferous.
No idea.
Sort of demonstrated to me that perhaps there is more to this than I initially assumed. Let me talk just briefly about a couple of the legal technical matters, which I am, of course, not in an ideal position to analyze because I'm not a lawyer.
Want this sweater?
Africa argued effectively that, listen, you have to establish that there is an actual dispute between two countries.
What are pants though?
South Africa
What?
yesterday laid
What are
out, hey, we
pants?
reached out to them here, we reached out to them there, we issued a statement, they didn't respond, they didn't change, and so there is very clearly a dispute here with merit, and that's why we have standing.
We're getting there.
Case. Israel disagreed.
You want that sweater?
They said there wasn't that much time given, it wasn't a serious engagement.
You like that one?
Yeah.
When you were.
Checking,
Yeah, okay.
establishing that understanding and that there is actually technically a dispute. So
Look at this.
right on that,
It's so ugly.
certainly seems to a layman's perspective there is a dispute here, but I don't know the technical legalese and whether that enables some members of the ICJ to not have to actually say on these mass deaths and starvation and bombing civilian infrastructure and hospitals, etc. Gives them that little technical legal loophole to get out of having to deal with any of that. That's possible. Just don't know. In addition, the argument for South Africa is that we need a temporary injunction, and I'm using that language because that's how the American court system they use it before in terms of the ICJ court system, but the idea is the same. We need a temporary injunction to stop the Israeli government from impinging on the rights of Palestinians. Effectively, we need a ceasefire now while this case is being tried on the merits to figure out whether there is a violation of the Genocide Convention. So our the rights of Palestinians. The Israeli argument was, well, if you do that, you're not protecting the rights of Palestinians because anyway, by the way, we've shifted to another phase now anyway. But you will be infringing on our rights to self-defense. So those are the rights that you really need to focus on protecting here, our right to defend ourselves in the wake of October 7th. The last thing I'll show you is after Israel concluded their presentation, there was a bit of a response from South Africa, and I thought this part was particularly poignant, relevant, etc. Good point. South Africa's legal team basically said, listen, Israel's right. They're right on that in this part. They're right about their intent. Right about that, various things are Hamas's fault. If they're right that the death estimates are overestimated, that there's far less civilian deaths, far fewer children who've been murdered here. If they're right about those things, then they would have allowed international investigation teams to enter Gaza. And I think that's a very good point, because on a lot of this, you have to take Israel's word. It's their word that they're really working hard to try to avoid civilian casualties. the various supplies that they claim that they are shipping in and providing, and the responses that they are enabling. And so without having international observers actually see those things, they can't prove or disprove what Israel is claiming in their own defense. So I think that is an incredibly we have to rely on.
Oh, that's fucking cool.
The media loves to put it, Hamas-led health ministry for data about.
Where can I put this?
Huh?
Put this on my mannequin. Put this on my mannequin.
Know, based on the UN's report, the level of hunger.
That's cool. I like it.
Because it looks cool.
Yeah, that's right. And that's words that people are used to being subjected to. Israel doesn't really dispute that. They don't really dispute that this has been horrendous for civilians, massive pain and suffering. As a
Pain and suffering.
I'm so glad you threw. Did you throw it on the floor? Whatever was on the mannequin?
No.
Oh.
Whatever's on the mannequin is the jacket.
Ah. So what did you do with the vest?
That was
Let's put it on the shirt.
of their presentation to the internet.
Oh, you're gonna get to it, right?
You're a fucking pain.
You're gonna get to it?
I'm gonna punch you in the tit.
I don't care.
Right in your fucking firm bum. What is this?
I'm busy.
What do you think is going to happen here? And he went
That's
through the
yours.
list of the judges, countries they're affiliated with, because even though we're talking a lot about marriage, a lot of those ends up being quite political. And he felt very pessimistic in that interview with Katie Halper that South Africa would prevail. When we talked to him yesterday, he was somewhat more
Bananas
optimistic
in pajamas
that, based on the merits and based
are
on
coming
the
down the
fact that
stairs.
data
Bananas in pajamas.
it comes from the UN and ICJ's UN body, he felt a bit more optimistic. Now he didn't think that it was open and shut. There was no guarantees, but he was a bit more hopeful that they might prevail. As for me, I'm working through this process. I have no idea where things go from here. They could find some legal technicality, like I said, to try to to get out of really weighing in. They could find, it is plausible, Israel's committing genocide and order an injunction, and it's just as ignorant as doesn't really mean anything, or they have a assessment that it is plausible Israel is engaging in a genocide, and it could actually sting, especially given the number of countries that have signed on to this, and countries like France have said they'll abide by the ruling. We just don't know. So that's the latest, guys. That's what I got for you.
This is Democracy Now!
Democracy Now!
Oh no, turn off, please. Sadness.
Democracy Now! We're tired of you, Democracy Now!
Sad, no, it's just like sadness. Like they give great information.
Youth Medicine 2000 GMC Jimmy. Don't be sorry for that. I understand completely.
She seems really nice. Cause like I asked her about the 4x4. Cause my mom fucked up our first one. She used to just like change the 4x4 on and off in like mid driving.
Yeah.
So eventually they got stuck. Go switch back on. Cause she's a fucking idiot. I'll do it, baby. Yeah.
What?
There's some grinding on the tray. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I used it that way.
I still want to smoke one now. I'll do that one. You do the other one. What?
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Am I allowed to even live?
Oh my god. So dramatic.
Ah!
I said you're so dramatic.
I know, right? People on your FaceTime knows how oppressed I am.
You're shit.
What happened to my thing? Okay. Nothing happened to it.
Oh, Dan's sweater.
Whose sweater?
Dan.
Oh yeah.
We can get back to him now. Underpants. Mhm.
We're the weekend, right?
Sunday.
Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
No, we're Saturday.
Oh.
So I guess there's no traffic really in the city.
No. There will not.
I was like, oh my god, why do we start at 6? We're gonna start in the traffic.
Nope, not today. Nobody on the roads.
Okay. Good. Not today. Nobody's on the road. Not today.
Ooh, nice shirt. Oh my god, I was looking for this fucking sweater for so fucking long. Oh. Donation.
Hey.
Pillowcase.
This guy yesterday sent me a message, so you want to do some runs? And I'm like, yeah, okay, let's get on. He's like, oh, sorry, bro. I just smoked a fat one. Now I'm going to bed.
Okay,
I'm like,
I understand.
Okay, I understand.
Anytime.
He's like, I'm sorry. The guy's from Queens.
Oh,
New York.
wow.
New York.
That's the ghetto of all ghettos.
With a buddy in the ghetto.
It is the biggest ghetto, the most like
That's where
well-known ghetto.
Spider-Man's from. Spider-Man?
Like the comic.
Yeah, he's from the Queens. And
Oh, I didn't even know that.
and it's the ghetto of the ghetto place. Like literally.
Oh, nice sweater.
Because Spider-Man is like the ghetto-est of the superhero, you know? It's a little spider.
Oh, fuck my Warriors thing.
Are you going to search for your phone everywhere?
What? Yeah, but I'm going back to it.
Okay. Because you can't see it anymore.
Yeah, but that's where I'm going for sweatpants.
Oh.
That's where all sweatpants are.
Oh.
Camo shirt or camo underpants.
Yeah, my favorite ones.
I know, actually. Tank top. Ooh. That's a good long sleeve too.
Go for it.
Maybe we hang it up?
Yeah.
Oh dear. So the landslide brought me down.
That match. Is it some country there?
Yo, the fucking what are they called? Chicks. And now they're just called the Chicks. It's terrible. Ah. Get in. Ah. Ocean times.
Not even a foot of snow. I'm happy.
Yeah, it should be an easy night.
Yeah.
Tank top. T-shirt. Okay. Dress. T-shirt. Oh, t-shirt. Oh, that'll be long. Sweater. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I realized when you woke me up yesterday, you said, "What are you watching?" And I realized that the song was in French.
That was just before you fell asleep.
No, I was sleeping for a while already.
Yeah, but you said yesterday.
Oh, whatever. Oh, last time I was awake.
Go on.
What was I saying?
Well, you said it was Spanish.
Well, there's some Spanish from Spain, some Wolof from Africa, and French, I guess, and English. But just in the music, because they speak English.
Well, usually you're watching like something Korean.
Yeah, but that's not Korean.
Yeah,
It starts like this.
Clearly not.
What does a black man from Senegal has to do with Japanese comic hero? Nothing. And it's
You. Oh. Slow top. Penguin underpants.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Take your timer.
What the fuck? T-shirt. Thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
Okay. So. Oh yeah. This goes on the wall. Hey! I'm pretty sure these are expensive. They're called Pennington bears. It's like $1,000 bear. That's real fur.
This is the weirdest fucking shit ever.
I know. It's
Can I
me.
have, those sweatpants?
Okay. Hey. Cool. These are both from my grandparents. Grandmother?
Huh. I like her name. Helen Holden.
It's my mom gave me.
Holden.
Her.
Holden.
Oh wow. Her maiden name is Mergler. I don't know where that comes from. So. And then this is for pencils.
Oh, cool. It's a little
Caddy. Get
Caddy.
it?
That baby was quite the steak.
What?
That is quite the steak.
Right?
It's like an inch thick.
Yeah. So I told the lady, I'm like, because I even ran back inside. It was 55 when I decided. I was like, fuck it, I'll go get him the steak. Because I was going to get it initially,
Weird, we can't see you.
but because I was like, I thought I only had $20. But then I realized that I had 50 and I was like, I'll go get him a good steak.
Oh,
Phones?
in the way, y'all.
Oh, fucking me and Greece again. Oh, my trophy.
What was in the way, y'all? Makes me so sad.
You're always in the way. Hey, my ringette trophy. Second place in
That ain't get. That ain't get.
These ones I love.
These are cool.
Aren't they? They're very cool.
Yeah.
That's when we used to do our
Are they glass?
yeah, no, plastic.
They're so cool.
Our banquet used to be
That one's the coolest.
our banquet used to be at a place called the Rustic. And it's fucking on one of the highways right before you turn onto into Ganawage. Anyway, it's next to it used to be next to a motel. And I guess the motel probably got on fire.
Oh, shadow cats
Yeah, shadow cats.
instead of shat rats.
Yep. But you know what? I'd rather have been on the Shadow Cats than been on the fucking soccer team, because fuck soccer. Bunch of bitches who can't actually play real sports. Because, like, if you shoulder chuck them, they go, she's hurting. She's like, and I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. I just am better at the game that you play on a professional team, apparently, so.
It's like when you play soccer and then people are complaining that you're kicking your leg. Like, yo, I'm kicking the ball.
That's
and
the game.
You have shin protector for something.
Yeah, not only that, it's a fucking game. Get the fuck out of the way then. Like, hey, what are my rings? Ah, is that a lip ring? Fuck yeah. Ah, 2 lip rings.
Huh?
They're the studs. Stud lip rings.
Woman?
Hang on. I don't want to pick up a spider.
I farted. Ooh.
Ew.
Ooh.
The fuck? The fuck is this?
Dead dog.
Should I put a stud in?
Don't step on him.
I'll do my best. I hate the plastic lip rings. I always fucking bite them and bite my lip. It's fucking super annoying.
I'm more happy to go down and I don't have a raise.
Excuse me? What?
I'm more happy now to go because I don't have a raise.
Perfect. Pictures of my sister. Because the camera broke the year I was born, it just so happened.
Is that true?
That's what they told me.
I don't know. I kind of don't believe it.
Yeah, well. Either way, every picture that you saw me.
I really don't believe it.
I was crying in every picture anyway.
So? Well, you guess what everybody uses my crying
Yeah,
baby.
it's super sad. There's one that's actually very cute. It's me sitting on my dad and I'm crying. You can't really see my face, my bangs would come in my face. It's very cute. Sad but cute.
Huh?
I said it's very cute. Sad but cute.
Sad but cute.
Like fucking. I don't want to touch a spider. Okay. Long sleeves. Push you over. How are we doing this?
So we had an old lady that gives us cookies and tips.
I was gonna say, did she live in a shoe?
Huh?
I was gonna say, did she live in a shoe?
Did she live in a shoe?
A shoe.
Oh, I get it.
Okay, anyway, go on.
And no,
Thank you.
she gave us money once to remove the icicle on the side of her house. She gave us tip. Oh, nice. She gave us tip, and then she made us cookies at some point. And she gave, because she's German and she makes German bakeries.
Ooh.
Yeah. But this year she's 93 years old. She's getting too old and she's going into a home.
You should ask her.
We're losing your lady.
You should ask her.
What?
Be like, would you make us cookies?
Oh, she definitely will.
I would love some cookies.
would.
Like I told my girlfriend about you, and she said she
Those
would love.
cookies and those kind of, the
Bring her some of my shortbread.
those tins, the round tin that had
That's
cookies.
what I
She
give-
make those kinds of cookies.
That's what we used to do for Christmas because we didn't have money for Christmas presents, so we mass produced shortbread.
Cool.
You should bring her some of mine.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna see her
Why not?
because she didn't come out of the house no more, really.
Or just like leave a note.
I'll tell her I'll bring her some. If she says okay, I'll bring her some. If I see her. No, I could just put it at the back of at the back door. She was hers. At the back door, and she has her bed there. It's covered, so you didn't snow on it.
Go outside.
Huh?
Go outside.
No, whether there she put it into her little cabana.
Why?
Because when she sees us, she leaves her. She's old. Like lady, I do her car. It's the only place where I do the car. She's so nice.
You're so sweet. I saw a video of like this garbage man, and every week he helps this little old lady bring her garbage back up the driveway. And he just like he has his arm out, and she's like holding his arm, and he's just like walking her, while, like dragging the bin with the other hand. I was like, oh, that's so cute. Like he actually like and will stop and take his time and be like, "How you doing today?" Like he's very cute. And honestly, the guy yesterday at the grocery store,
Yeah.
or at Keaton's, I mean, it was actually really nice to see somebody who like he was like, "Oh, good music," and he held the door for me. I was like, "Thank you." And his kid was in front of me. He was like, "Oh no, please go." And he was like. Like kind of like motion, but his son was already going to hold the door for me. Like I was like, "Oh, you're so good."
Good little
Well, no, he's like a preteen. But like usually teenagers, like fucking, especially like children, like.
Oh no!
I know a lot of them are chipped and fucked up.
What happened?
A lot of them are fucked up in some kind of way. Where did I find
Good.
that?
What are you gonna want to steal?
I found those in Verdun behind the LaSalle Metro. But I also found like a fuck ton of crystal with them. I'm gonna have to put it it in the fridge. It's not solidifying. So I found out why my cream fucked up that one time. My whipped cream?
Yeah?
Because I shook it.
You what?
I shook it. When you shake milk, it
Yeah.
turns into butter.
You didn't know that?
No, I did not. Well, I
thought it was
did
gonna
kind
do it
of
that
know.
fast.
Yeah, that's what I said. Because I was watching this this chick who makes butter. She's Amish. And she's like, a fun little game me and my children do is we have a fucking mason jar of cream, and they have a game where they pass it to each family member. And each family member shakes it. I'm like, how's that a game in any way? They're Amish. They're just always in a great mood.
Okay.
What do I want to eat? What's this shit on?
That meat was stressed before it got killed.
I fucked up, you couldn't tell.
Huh?
I fucked up, you can tell that.
Well, yeah, you know it in the texture.
No idea. No idea. Ugh.
Well, you know, it's still, my steak is still, well,
Well.
it's not overcooked. It's still bleeding.
Yeah.
And what's happening is when I put my teeth into it, instead of shredding it and being soft,
Hey, I'm gonna throw
it
up.
bounces.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
It's like pulled pork.
What about this one?
What's your face?
No, these are too thin. Never
It doesn't matter. Just because it's going to be a layer.
mind. Potential contender.
Something that's going to fit underneath my ski pants.
Mm. Yeah. Want to turn on the radio? So, like, because George Soros doesn't work on weekends, they have, like, this other
What's
chick.
playing the whole time?
Yeah, I know. It's just I turn the volume down. Because sometimes when I press restart, it just is like, what? Loading. Oh, what? Here, I left you sweatpants here.
will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral service. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animations and prototypes.
What are you guys talking about?
Demonstrate your idea.
Turn it off.
Get down.
Thank you. Sweatpants here.
Sweet. Perfect. Just like you.
Oh, thanks, baby. You're so good to me. Sorry. I don't know what happened there.
I was about to say, I'm so stupid. I was about to say, I don't know how Kate does it. He went to get up like in 15 minutes. Like I went to bed at 3 o'clock and I just got back up. Like it's kind of stupid what I'm thinking right now.
Well, like, the more and more I think about it, like this concept of how many hours one needs to sleep consecutively to have a good night of sleep.
But I mean, when I'm hurt and I get up after all that sleep, I'm not anymore.
Imagine you didn't need sleep on a daily. Imagine it's just a way for for governments to make sure you stay dumb because your brain has to reset every 24 hours. Imagine! Wouldn't that be fucked up?
I was thinking that, but not the conspiracy thing. Just human. Maybe we don't need that much sleep. And then I started to have a 5-day week thing. So it's 36-hour days. There's one day you spent in the middle of the
Doctors
night.
do that. Doctors that work in emergency rooms and shit. They usually are at work for like 2 days or 3 days straight. There was actually a girl. She was a nurse at the big hospital. I got on the bus with her and I was just like, I don't know what happened to the bus system today, but like this is not my regular bus. My bus was like, nope, go to the next bus. So I was like, what?
Because they're pretty much have to do drugs.
Yeah, definitely. Like, but we used to do that to the military. We used to fucking load them up, like, and be like, yo, you feel slow and tired? Here you go. Like, you notice the fentanyl conversation's coming up again. The opiate epidemic. I love the back of your shirt.
Hashtag get used to it.
Where did that come from? I've never seen you wear it.
Underdog challenge.
I've never seen you wear it.
I don't know what it is.
Hashtag get used to it. What? Let me see.
And it's in camo.
Turn around.
Go check it out.
MDTsports.ca.
Oh, there you go.
Do you-
Very nice. No, I took the other ones.
Oh, you did take the ones? Okay.
Yeah. Is it these ones? Oh.
I know you
Where
like
are my
those.
nice Puma one with the zippers? It'll show up. It'll show up.
I'm assuming they're in the bottom drawer.
It will show up at one point. No, I'm never gonna be naked, and when I have to go somewhere, and I'm okay with that.
What?
You got so much clothes.
Why would you go somewhere naked?
No, that's not what I mean.
What?
The expression is like.
You French people and your fucking weird expressions that don't make any
the
sense.
expression is being naked in the street. Tout nu dans la rue. Tout nu dans la rue means that you're poor and then you're wearing like your rags and shit kind of thing because you don't have clothes. Like everyone's for the clothes. So if those ones are broken, you end up being naked in the street. Tout nu dans la rue.
Under your favorite?
No.
Put this on the wood. I have 2 handles at the bottom, but I now have 2 handles that would go perfectly on it.
You said put things on the wood.
You're hilarious.
What thing?
The thing with all my makeup.
Oh.
Right? Yeah. Fucking, that's one of the things I'm probably like one of the most things I'm upset about that my mom obviously left at my Verdun apartment. And it was around the block. It was like a fucking someone's house in part of their house. They had like a or like a interior design thing. So they had like one of those tables with all the different fucking knobs that they sell. The guy just threw it in the garbage. I was just like, fuck yes. They'll never be matching, but they're still gorgeous. They're super nice. No, it was like a 30 of them. Anyway.
I was giving you this so I could go eat my
I don't want
steak.
that.
You never took it?
I don't want it.
Oh. Oh.
I do not want.
Oh.
Right at the really joints. Do you need socks?
I have socks.
Do you need second socks?
Sure.
Oh my god. Insane in the membrane. Oh, someone smells it.
What?
Dun 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 dun. Oh god. Oh. Okay. Oi. Yannick.
So weird. Never call me Yannick.
You can start calling you Joker if you want.
No, yeah, that's fine.
Do you notice that's actually what I have to call you to other people?
Joker?
Yeah, because I go Yannick, and then they go, who? I'm like, ugh. So now I just say Joker. These are both the pants.
Cool.
Like actual pants.
Cool.
If you want those instead of your sweatpants.
No. I want sweatpants.
Feel them.
Cool. I don't want them.
Go away. I don't know
You
why I called you over.
summoned
I
me
don't
here.
know why I thought it was a good idea to do that.
Summon me. You know?
Yeah, I know. Our fucking neighbors are gonna think we're constantly having like a domestic dispute.
But we're not. Even if you try.
Who did I say that to the other day? Where I was just like, I think tries to be like mean to me, to be like, yeah, bitch.
That's you at Victoria.
Yes. No, because when you're mean to me, you're actually viciously mean. Oh god.
When I'm mean, I'm in a state of mind. I'm not actually being mean. I'm just mean.
Vicious.
Huh?
Vicious.
A dipshit?
I said vicious. Dipshit.
Don't get dipshit.
No.
That is not.
What you want to do about it?
I'm gonna call you a pedophile.
Ha! Do you remember Pedo Bear?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind.
In South Park?
No, that's Sexual Harassment Panda.
Okay, yeah.
Sexual Harassment Panda. That makes me a very sad panda. Where? Oh, yeah. Okay, I was trying to get up. Okay. Fury.
Yo, fuckface. That's you, mister.
Pamela.
That's for you. Steak. What? Give steak to your daughter. What was Pamela saying? She didn't answer back to me. I said, hey, I just woke up, show your message, what's up?
No, that's... Yeah, fuck.
Oh, so she's not going there anymore?
I guess not.
Her aunt's backed up?
Yeah. I'd love for her to come live here. I can't. Dom would not be cool with it. Like,
No, I'm not cool with it.
yeah, no.
Did she just answer that now? Yeah.
Yeah. She could always do Brad. Like, but like she can get her own apartment too. I say that. Why don't you get your own why don't you get your own place again? Or maybe Fury wants a roommate.
No. He was saying that Don is his next official roommate. If Cal can get the fuck out of upstairs. It's super disgusting what he told me.
Oh, what?
Oh my god, he tells you that. I don't know why that fucking skipped my brain. So Cal is used to live in a squat, right? Underground. So when he's upstairs, his dog pisses upstairs, and he goes through the floor, and then he has a couch that he lent to him so he can sleep on it. He put the couch in a certain way so it's a dog barricade now, and he's sleeping on a dirty blanket on the ground. And then it makes he put plastic sheet or tarp kind of thing underneath so the piss doesn't go through the thing. And then now he's got puddle of different.
Oh, gross!
I'm like, man, kick him out. Like, I understand that it's winter, but fuck, this is very gross.
Switch. Let him move downstairs. Ew, what the fuck?
I'm like, bro, that's a problem. That's
disgusting.
Problem. Like, nobody's coming after you, but this is seriously an issue for your health.
And it's not like Fury can even take the dog out. Like, she can't be fucking without him. Because, like, whenever Cal sees, like, another dog, he literally gets down and holds his dog.
You find another pair of stuff? It's cool.
Hi, Jack. What are you doing?
I'm playing.
Can you go over there?
I just gave you some steak. Oh, yeah.
Maybe go get a bag of treats for me?
Okay.
Okay. What? He's gonna go get your treats. I'm bidding weed.
Huh?
I'm bidding weed. Because why do you want to have a blinder? Sure, it's fine. Oh, that is way more helpful. I just asked the dog. Hold on. Maybe,
What?
here, wait, I have a plate.
I just put it right down.
Oh, okay. Can we go grab it?
No, just put them on top here. What? I need the counter.
You want what you doing? You doing over a plate? Okay. Sorry.
And hold my hands on the table.
Oh.
All the top through.
Okay. We dress it? Mm. Okay.
Here, sir. What do I just found?
What?
Does she wants her stuff?
No, be like, why don't you get your own place again? But she's more than capable. Like when I first met her, she had her own apartment, she had 2 jobs, and she just got bored. And I was just like, don't you have your own place? She's like, yeah, I'm just bored there by myself. Like, come over to Brad's. I was like, then why don't you live with Brad?
Yeah, but was it her own place?
Yeah. It was like, I think at one point there was like a guy. What? I want to put it in a bag.
Okay.
So I can have my jar back.
Okay.
Well, oh wait, maybe spaghetti won't fit in there. Oh.
I'm just making sure you're not gonna make me smoke that. That's it.
Isn't it the one that tastes like spices?
A little bit.
I'm doing the glass papers or the other papers?
Yes, works.
You want any of the regular papers?
Well, we can do it. Yeah, do it in the regular paper, I guess.
Well, I packed your thing full of weed. Your thing.
So I can put it in the pack of smoking.
Oi!
Yeah, you want to cheat right there? This point? Since you're on a good roll?
I'll get some cold cuts. I just said we have to go. I want to go get some.
We have some that are
Very expired.
Huh?
Very expired.
yeah, very expired.
I have to empty out that fridge and disinfect it.
Seal back, so looks like it's contaminating.
Well, I think there's bologna in there too, isn't there? Okay there, champ?
Okay.
What's going on, Jack?
Hey, I love being a dog. Put something down, he's fucking here.
Come on.
Hi.
Hi.
How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm good. This wheat doesn't look like much, but it's pretty good. Lovely wheat.
Yeah?
It doesn't look,
Yeah, you're right. Honestly, it's pretty good.
doesn't look like much. You good, sir? You good? Good. You can eat your food now, you know?
Ah. It's an idea. Because I was like, how am I supposed to get green and red to go together and not look Christmassy? Red brick. Goes with green very well.
So Keith should be calling me
At 6.
anytime now. This is my kid.
Yeah, but it's Keith. Good boy, mister. Dump some of that stuff in his water. No, actually, Jack, can we change the water? Hey, can we change it? Here. I'm gonna spill it. This is super broken.
What?
Ah, spilled it. Ah. I'll get more of this. Sorry. Honestly, if he realizes I'm putting something in the water, because I usually wait till he's gone, because I'm sneaking it into his water. I keep doing this. And I was like, I don't know why I didn't just do this to begin with.
Oh, wow. I don't know why I didn't do that either.
Let's solve the regular pace again.
You're so smart.
And you know what? It's funny. I dreamt about it. I actually had a dream that I was with the paves, and I was just like, "Hey, that's a good idea." And I just cut the bottom off. I woke up and I was like, "Why didn't I do that?" Okay, let's see if the news decided to be news. Good boy, mister. Oh, for fuck's sake! I had to fillet the fish. Oh, it's under the caplet. You okay?
Hey, come here. What do you got there?
Come over here, Jack. I'm not over here. Go somewhere else. Go do something. Go play.
Hey, what's the rubber face?
Oh. You always let me do just this time. Oh. It'll feel better if you let me cut it off. You see? Oh, these scissors suck. Damn it. First, I put.
Push.
Oh, it's in the car.
Is it?
I'll get you next time, Gadget.
Ah.
I do this to myself. I don't trust myself enough to use big scissors. Ew. That was disgusting. It was really gross, Jag. Did I just... You will not see. See? That's so much better. I just want to see your pretty face.
I want to see your pretty face.
Don't bite me. At least I show my finger in his ear.
Gross.
Dick. Oh, for fuck's sake. Look, they look at the same video twice.
One from CP24 and the only one from CBC News. Good job, guys.
Yeah, not even trying anymore. Like, oh my god. Ooh. Fuck off.
You deserve better than that. I'm hungry, I'm in a hurry, I don't have time to make anything healthy. You could if you had a Blendjet. Blendjet? It's the portable.
Madam President, members of the court, there is an urgent need for provisional
Why does she have that on her head?
Palestinians in Gaza from the irreparable prejudice caused by Israel's violations of the Genocide
They
Convention.
still wear that? Really?
The United Nations Secretary General and the
No way.
described the situation in Gaza very freely.
Well, I think it's a UN meeting because they're accusing Israel of genocide. Or they're not, no, they're not accusing, they're trying to see if they have, if there was genocidal intent.
For survival on a massive scale. As the United Nations Under Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs stated last Friday, and I quote, Gaza has become a place of death and despair.
Wow.
Families open as temperatures plummet. Areas where civilians were told to relocate for their safety
Were
are
bombed.
under relentless attack.
Yeah.
Medical facilities
That's
are
just
under
fucked up.
relentless attack.
Like, I get that you want them like out of your place, whatever. That's one thing. But then to tell them where a safe place to go is, and then bomb that place, like what the fuck?
Public health disaster is emerging. Infectious diseases are spreading in overcrowded shelters. As soon
Oh,
as
kids are being amputated with no anesthetic. Like,
180 women are giving birth daily amidst this chaos. People are facing the highest levels of food insecurity.
apparently there was like a father. He fucking couldn't get his son out of the rubble in time, so like he just has like his son's arm out, and he keeps trying to put a candy bar wrapper in his son's hand and like closing it, trying to make his son hold it. It was like, oh, I couldn't get you out in time. I'm sorry, I couldn't get you out in time.
Its people are witnessing daily threats to their very existence. While the world watches on. End quote.
Like personally, I have not seen anything about like this is all about like a concert that Hamas apparently were like raping women and cutting off their heads and raping their body and like all these kinds of fucking ridiculous fucked up stories. But like I've never seen any video of that. Like seen a lot of video of fucking brown people getting bombed, but not a whole lot of like brown people bombing Jews. Like,
huge swathes of Gaza, entire towns, villages, refugee camps are being wiped from the map. As you have heard from the third meeting, according to the World Food Programme, 4 out of 5 people in the world in famine or a catastrophic type of hunger are in Gaza right now. Indeed, experts
apparently, half of Palestine is like children. Like half their population is children under 18.
Basis of the current figures, on average, 247 Palestinians are
And that would mean that like
many of them literally blown to pieces. They include 48 mothers each day, 2 every hour, and over 117 children each day, leading UNICEF to call Israel's actions a war on children. On current rates, which show no signs of abatement.
well, the people who are in Hamas, they were born into Gaza. So the past 20 years, they've only known that is to be under fucking.
The risk of famine will increase each day. Each day, an average of 629 people will be wounded.
But it's funny because like now that fucking the natives are just like, hey, they do that to us too. Like they've been doing that to us since the beginning of time. That's just fucking
Each day, on current rates, an average of 3,900 Palestinian homes will be damaged or destroyed. More mass graves will be dug. More cemeteries will be bulldozed and bombed, and corpses violently exhumed.
Yeah, but Zionists. Okay, so the Zionist people are claiming that they are Mormon, Christian, Muslim, Jewish. I think that's it. But probably other things. Like Zionists are not Jewish. Like.
On current figures, one will be killed almost every second day. Sometimes an attack is launched against those attending the scene to rescue the wounded.
But on the other side of that fucking Hamas thing, fucking what was it? Zionists, like it goes into the schools, whatever Zionism. Some kids are brought up from childhood to think that. Like there's a girl who's like, oh, all the Palestinians and all Hamas should be killed and all that shit, and then like she sees a dead llama, and she freaks out, and she's like super upset about it. So like they're like literally raised for the past 20 years. They've been raising kids to think that Palestinians and people who are like in Gaza are literally below animals.
There must be an end to the decimation of Gaza.
I actually found this new channel. He was super good.
Shopping online comes with digital threats, so turn on NordVPN. Steer clear of phishing and encrypt your online
Where's my
traffic.
history?
Get the deal now.
Right there. Why? Hate that it does that now. Or I'll go to my next video and it fucking is paused. No. This guy was great. He talks to someone who's an ex-Zionist.
Is an evacuation corridor we have set up to enable the evacuation of civilians from the northern part of the Gaza Strip to the southern part of the Gaza Strip.
People in Gaza need to die.
Is that seriously what you think?
I am killed 2 people Palestinians.
I don't believe you did that.
I am in the army. You know, boom, boom, 2 people.
Women can't be in the army, you idiot.
To try to safeguard Gaza's civilian population.
They don't have women in their military.
I literally don't care. For all I care, they can go out and swim in the sea. I want to see dead bodies of terrorists around Gaza.
Even though Israeli propaganda is laughably dystopian at this point, it still
Yep.
holds a lot of people captive, a lot of their minds captive.
This guy was great. Honestly, he was really good.
And we're going to get into the psychology of why that is in this video with the help of an ex-Zionist who still lives in Israel. It's coming up a little bit later in the video. But despite the efforts of
He also on the other half of his video is Nicole Kidman he's being interviewed by.
Finally starting to see this U.S.-backed colonial land grab project for what it is.
You're a walking lie, and I can see right
Because Israeli propaganda is becoming so sloppy. So
Good at it.
Like the latest attack on a church in Gaza, where 2 Christian women inside Holy Family Parish in Gaza were shot dead by an Israeli sniper while they were going to the nuns' monastery. And when an Israeli official in the UK was being asked about it on TV, she acted like there are no churches in Gaza. Then when he told her there are, she said, no, there are no Christians in Gaza. Then when the guy told her, I actually know Christians in Gaza, she's like, oh, well, I don't know.
Is it necessary, if what is reported, to start shooting and having snipers outside a church?
I saw the report this morning. The church, there are no churches in Gaza, so I'm not quite sure where the report is looking
There's a
at.
Catholic church in there, isn't there? That is.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are no Christians because they were driven out by
Well,
some.
with respect, there are Christians, because I spoke to an MP yesterday who has family members in the church who are Christians.
Well, I don't know what happened. I don't know who was attacked. I didn't see the report.
So you saw the report, or you didn't?
There are literally churches in every country and all over the world. I don't think there's any countries really that don't have churches of some kind. Other than like Buddhist. No, even China. China is very like fucking Christian.
Christians in Gaza.
Sure, there's probably more Christians than Buddhists in China.
Because they don't fit the narrative that this war is started by Islamic Jihad. Because they love making it about Muslims trying to kill Jews. Which it's not. There are Christian Palestinians, there are atheist Palestinians, and yes, there are Muslim Palestinians who don't want to kill anyone. They just want to go on with their life. But maybe, just maybe, the religious extremist that you're talking about is you.
Taylor Swift. Yup.
Taylor Swift, she's showing up later in the video with the ex-Zionist. He's gonna talk some sense into her. But that's still coming up later. But the real reason these Israeli officials, these morally depraved Israeli officials, stop so much lies with so much ease is because they've done so for so long with complete impunity. They think they're still untouchable.
I'll go get your
It's
thing in
like
the car.
they're choking on their own gaslighting.
No, I'm not gonna bring the
It's
coffee.
becoming
No.
very difficult to
I have a little- a
prove
smaller
the
red one.
nature of the Zionist project.
Much smaller.
Like there was an ad
Like a-
run by a real estate company in Israel where they were literally advertising beach houses. Tagline, a home on the beach is not a dream. So they're literally advertising building homes for Israeli settlers.
You ready to leave?
And then when they were caught in that scandal, they were like, oh, it's a joke.
Well, knowing him, I'm sure he's gonna be like, oh, I got the truck, meet me.
And speaking of comedy, did you see that clip?
that's
One of
something
hundreds of
gas.
clips where basically Israeli soldiers.
Well, I guess, yeah,
and
you
that's
wait for
what
that
there
text.
was. There was one where it starts as a close-up, like he's knocking on the door of a Palestinian home, and then when he pulls out, it reveals that the home was bombed. It's like, oh my god, we just leveled the whole area. That's hilarious. And there are also other clips of Israeli soldiers in beds of Palestinian children making fun or riding the bicycles of Palestinians. Oh my god. And by the way, this is the army that Israel calls the most moral army in the world. Always with the stunts. The most moral. Can't you just be an army? You have to be this defense force, the most moral. Always they have to just dress everything up with social justice and But of course, the thing about building settlements in Gaza was no joke. Many Israeli politicians talk about returning to Gush Katif, which is the name of the Israeli settlements there with Gaza before they pulled out in 2005. They always returning to it.
ולהשאיר את עזה ללא ערבים ולהקים התיישבות יהודית בכל חבל עזה. כאשר אומרים ביישובי העוטף שרוצים לראות את היד. זאת אומרת, כדי
I'm
לראות
gonna bring
את היד,
myself water and Gatorade.
הם לא בתים.
That's what I mostly need when I'm not there.
זאת דרך אלגנטית, רומנטית.
Ah, romantic. Oh, well, fuck me then. I didn't know it was romantic. I thought you were a colonial game. I didn't know it was a romantic cause that you're after. Well, if it's romantic, please have it, girl. Handale, please. Thank you.
Handale,
But as
please.
painful as it is to hear people like that speak, I actually appreciate the honesty of it because it really lays the intentions of the Zionist project there, right there in front of you. Have you ever heard of this thing called OWN TV? It's like this video chatting service online where people pop up and you don't know who's gonna pop up. You just see their VPN, you know what country they're from. So it's just kind of like, it's something that kids do mostly. I've become obsessed with it lately because it's filled with people who are just waiting to see Israelis and then kind of confront them with what's going on.
I want all the Arab people. It will happen. Now, right now.
Really?
Because Gaza now in the hills.
You really believe that?
The people in Gaza dead. What you want, and it's really fun.
And most of the Israelis on there are young kids. And you really, through them, you see that a big part of the indoctrination starts very young. It makes them believe that every Palestinian out there is trying to kill them, which is crazy. That as if like Palestinians are just born to hate Jews. It's insane. Completely deflecting from the idea that Palestinians hate being oppressed.
Why did Israel bomb a refugee camp? Why is Israel bombing innocent civilians' homes?
The people, the Israeli army who were fighting, those are terrorists. Yes, they are children. You want to know why? Because they raise these people to kill us.
Are you saying children are terrorists?
I'm saying children can be terrorists. Yes, they can.
Can you imagine how deeply in denial they have to be to believe that literal newborns, babies, are actually killers?
How many innocent lives in Gaza were by Israel? Do you know?
I don't care.
You don't care?
No, I don't care.
How much Teflon has to be wrapped around your heart for you to not feel for the pain of these people who are dying? But being in denial like this actually shields you from feeling pain, and you can just go on pretending that this has nothing to do with stolen land or oppressing other people. You can just convince yourself that these people are just born to kill. And that's exactly what Israeli propaganda has done. It has taken the minds and hearts of Israelis captive. And I actually feel really bad for them because they are the prime target and victim of Israeli propaganda. And there was one girl on OMTV, she was talking about not free Palestine, free Israel. And he's like, free Israel from what? And she's like, free Israel from Israel.
And you said, no, please say.
Free Israel from what?
You liar.
Free Israel from what?
From Israel.
What does that even mean?
But the silver lining, if a genocide can have a silver lining, is that the world is starting to see what Israel
the only democracy in the Middle East, unless you live over the border in Gaza. And then, shut up, prisoner. We're Israeli. We care about multiracial democracy as long as the Arabs stay in their quarters.
And another silver lining of this horror show is that not all Israelis believe in the propaganda. Yes, there's still a minority, like my guest, the ex-Zionist, who's still coming up. But people like him and other Israelis who have actually woken up and see the truth, they're also going to be featured in this video, even though they're not the focus, because the focus are those who are held captive by the propaganda. And I'll be focusing on two groups in this analysis: the Israeli public and the liberal Western audience, particularly Americans, and why those two groups fall for the propaganda of the Israeli army. For example, it's so much easier for the Israeli public and some of the American public to believe that Israel is trying to eliminate Hamas, rather than actually face the truth that they're trying to just take more land and kick natives out of their homes. Because, I don't know if you heard last week, Israel managed to kill the Hamas deputy chief in Lebanon in a targeted killing that was actually surgical and they didn't kill any civilians. So you actually can, even in a foreign country that is not under your control. But in Gaza, you have to bomb 22 hospitals, 4 universities, refugee camps, 40,000 buildings, and you still didn't find Hamas official. So basically, you've destroyed the healthcare system that sustains life. You've destroyed homes where people can live, and you're trying to find Hamas.
זה ההזדמנות לרכז עכשיו פרויקט הגירה, פרויקט של עידוד הגירתם.
But that's the trick with Israeli propaganda. It always deflects to the Islamic boogeyman, jihad, Hamas, terror, ISIS, which is why in this video I'll be focusing on the West Bank, another part of Palestine where there is no Hamas. And there in the West Bank, you can truly see the colonialism, the roots of colonialism. By the way, in the West Bank is where there are settlers, Israeli settlers. Any Jew from around the world, or any convert to Judaism can actually leave their country, move to the West Bank, kick Palestinians out of their home. The Israeli army.
Israeli settlers are not going. Why are we saying this? You are illegal. You're a squatter. If I just go somewhere where road right now, start building a house, they're not calling me a settler. They're calling the police.
We're Israeli. So I can just move to the West Bank and take someone's house even though I'm from LA.
Anyway, I'll be talking about the West Bank through my special guest, who's finally going to arrive. He's an ex-Zionist. His name is Shlomo. He lives in Jerusalem. And Shlomo's grandfather, by the way, survived Auschwitz. holds an American passport. And in his appearance in my video, he wants to talk to the people of Hollywood because Hollywood is at the epicenter of the Zionist propaganda. You hear about Susan Sarandon and other actresses who were fired for supporting Palestinians because apparently if you say you support Palestine or even say free Palestine, that's interpreted as a call for genocide on Jews. Can you imagine how racist you must be to hear that someone being free is a call for your genocide? But anyway, I'll let Shlomo tell you all about it. Take care, Wayne.
The fact that I can sit here and try to live with myself, that I, as a Jewish person whose grandfather survived Auschwitz, and I cannot live with myself knowing that I am not doing enough. So what I'm asking you is I'm asking you to compile every single thing that I have ever said against the separate colonial Zionist.
You want to come back?
And by the way, I haven't been
Huh?
speaking out since this month. This has been.
Oh, you mean you're gonna make them now? No.
So I'm asking
No, I want
you
to
to
get going.
do your research and to take your job
What?
seriously. And I want you
I
to
said I wanted to be leaving before 6,
that I've spoken out against Zionism, and I want you to
and I had a steak, so I'm fine.
and I will hang it in my home,
Don't be upset.
and I will
Okay.
show it to my children to show them where I stood when Zionism was still around. Because Zionism is going to end. We will dismantle settler colonialism.
Is that the same blonde guy, but with another haircut?
No.
In Palestine, where every single person is treated as a full human being, and the fact that anyone can hear freedom as a call for genocide attests to the logic of the colonizer, who can only imagine existing if it comes at the expense of someone else. They can only imagine living in a place that is atop the ruins of